Allô, allô, allô. Je suis entendu, oui. Test, test. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. All right, welcome to day 2 of NorthSec 2023. Just before we begin, I just wanted to reiterate the code of conduct. Some behaviors were reported yesterday. It's very important for us. It can get you expelled of the conference. Please behave accordingly. Do not over-consummate alcohol, and just be respectful of everyone, or else you will be expelled from NorthSec. After that's done, I want to welcome one of our sponsors, Zscaler, who's going to give you a brief talk, and then we'll start with the opening keynote of the day 2.
Merci. Hello, everyone. Hope you had a great night last night. So just to introduce myself, I'm Sébastien Langlois, so I'm the leader for Zscaler in Eastern Canada, and we're really proud to sponsor the event. And I'm just before the keynote speaker, so I'll try to be brief there. I just want to present Jeff Yates there, that is our keynote speaker today. So thank you, Jeff, for being here. Just wanted to, quick presentation. It's not going to be product related, right? Don't worry, it's not going to be marketing related. There's a hot topic that we're hearing, from many customers, and a lot of board members, CISOs, the C-suite in most companies try to figure out what is zero trust, right? Who has heard about zero trust? Just raise your hand there. Well, everybody has heard about zero trust, and I'm pretty sure everybody has their own definition of zero trust, right? So I'll try to shed some lights around that. So we did a survey in collaboration with a company, and 75% of organizations have some sort of a zero trust project, right? They're discussing zero trust, what it means for them, how we can implement zero trust. But only 14% of organizations have reported that they have done a zero trust deployment, right? And the reason for that is the lack of clarity, right? Everybody has their own definition of what is zero trust. Zscaler, we had our definition. You talk to other vendors. We all had, our own definition around zero trust. But now what's really cool is that there's a framework that has been built around zero trust, and I'll present you that framework. First, just before we start, right, John Kindervag initiated zero trust in 2010, right? He was a Forrester analyst, and this is when zero trust was kind of created. And until 2 years ago, we didn't have any really a framework. You can agree or not with the framework, but there was no framework. So everybody had its own definition about zero trust. But what we're trying to achieve from a zero trust perspective, our son, our crown jewel, is your data, right? And what we need to protect is that data, and we have users that are using device, that connect to a network, to an application to get access to your data, right? So this is the 5 pillars of a zero trust foundation. It's identity, device, network segmentation, application, and data. So that's, from a high-level concept, from a Forrester perspective, the zero trust that was developed by John and that we still use today. But the good thing is now everybody had their own definition of what is zero trust, right? And this came with a zero trust framework. We can have many discussions around the framework. Is it good? Is it bad? Should it be this? Should it be that? But at least now we have a framework, and this will work to improve that framework. And bottom line, what you need to understand from the NIST framework is most customers, today, You have users that connect to resources, and you have an enforcement point, which is a firewall, right? That is connected with your identity, and depending on your identity, you'll access the proper resources. You know, what NIST is bringing into the framework is a policy decision point, right? Which is a true policy engine, right? That understands the user, the device, the context, and that is integrated in constant feedback loops with your policy enforcement information points, right? Your endpoint, your SIM, all the tools you have that are able to detect something. You need to have a feedback loop between those systems and the policy decision point. And from there, you know, depending on the user, the device, and the context of all that information that you have on the right, we'll be able to make good policy decision of who is accessing what and where. As an example of a policy, you know, a user could access an application, but when he's located in China, his subset of application that he can access is reduced, right? So we need to understand, that's an example of understanding the context. And the more context we have, the more information we have from those policy information points, the better decision we can make from a policy decision perspective. So this is really what you need to understand is before, you know, this is mainly where all customers are. And within the NIST framework, this is kind of the addition, which is the PDP and the PIP, okay? Really simple. So what does it mean? Very easy, right? You need to verify. Everything, every session needs to be authenticated, and we need to understand the context, right? From those policy information points. Once we understand that context, we control and we scan the traffic against all malware, known and unknown. And after, we just enforce the policy, so we connect the user with the appropriate resources or applications, right? So this is, from a high-level perspective, what we're trying to achieve from a zero trust perspective. And I think a picture is worth, you know, is worth any words there. Most customers today, this is still what you have. You authenticate the user, and the user is on the network and sees a lot of resources from that perspective, right? Not good, not bad. You know, most of the control points that we have today are bolted to the network, and every time you touch the network, it's complex, right? So, and you cannot stop the business, right? As a security person, you want to be there to support the business and not slow down them. So most of the time, you'll be a bit loose, right? Because if you do too much changes on the network, you're going to break something and you're going to slow down the business. So what we're trying to do from a zero trust perspective is just ensure that each user has access to the right doors. They need to do their job, right? So it's kind of a, like John Kindervac mentioned, it's the least privileged access that we're trying to achieve with zero trust. And at the end, if you're successful in a zero trust implementation, the users will access only the applications that they need to work. So this is no product related. Andrew's going to be happy, Andrew. He told me, said, don't talk about products, marketing, and everything. So thank you for your time. And just, Jeff, up to you. Thank you for being here, and we're happy to sponsor the keynote this morning. Thank you.
Hello. How's everybody doing today? Good. How's the hangover? Heard there was a party last night. Just give me a couple seconds to get set up here. So thanks for coming out so early today. I'm betting a lot of you don't know me. So my name is Jeff Yates. I'm a journalist at Radio-Canada, which is French language version of CBC. Sorry for a second. I'm gonna have to. Sorry for this. You go. What? Okay. There you go. Please ignore the hire a hitman bookmark. That's work related, I promise. I swear. This will make sense in a couple minutes. Okay. So why do I have a hire a hitman? Yeah, I work with Décrypteur at Radio-Canada, which is, so we're the team that looks at basically bad stuff online. So we cover disinformation, fake news, stuff like that. We also cover online extremism, scams, stuff like that. So the hire a hitman obviously is not a real hitman. It's a scam website that I was looking at, and forgot to remove the the bookmark before coming here and freaking everybody out. Thanks to Hugo and Jean-Philippe for inviting me. I don't think Jean-Philippe made it. Nope. Okay, cool. Guess he had a bit of a party last night. So they wanted me to come and give you my perspective on the topic of AI. So I know this is a really loaded term. There's a lot of hype, a lot of moral panic around this. And I know that AI is probably not the correct term for what everybody's referring to. So I still think it's a useful shorthand for the generative AI tools that have been given to the public. So like ChatGPT, Midjourney, stuff like that, that is causing all of this hype and panic. So I'm going to use AI as a useful shorthand for these systems. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about AI. It's just like these tools that have been given to the public. So a bit of background about what we work on. A couple years ago, we exposed a company working right here in Montreal, downtown, that was running subscription trap scams. They were making $100 million a year. They were working on Peel Street, right downtown here. We uncovered this. The company shut down, so we were kind of happy about that outcome, because this company was basically running fake Netflix type websites. People would sign up and then their credit card would get charged and billed over months, and that's how they made their money. We also just this year covered a network of criminals in Montreal that are operating those little scam texts that everybody gets. So you get a text on your phone that says you owe $300 for your power bill or stuff like that. They use a link that they then use to steal the person's identity. So we discovered this whole parallel economy in Montreal. It's these kids in Montreal that operate a lot of these scams, and they've built a whole parallel economy using stolen credit cards and stuff like that. So that's the type of stuff that we work on, and that's the framework through which I look at these new tools that have been made available to the public. I think the kind of debate around these tools is a bit exaggerated. So if you look at the nightmare scenarios that are often in the media, sorry. So you'll have something like this. So you have a deep fake of Joe Biden, yada, 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 we're all dead. That's a simplistic framework that a lot of people think these tools are going to be used for. So they'll make political deep fakes that'll cause all sorts of political strife and stuff like that. That's possible. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but I think a lot of the misuses of these technologies for political purposes are going to be much simpler and much less sophisticated than that. When I saw the first image generators come online last summer, I kind of had the feeling that these AI tools like Midjourney would be used almost as political cartoons. So not necessarily to convince people of, create a fake image and convince people that this is actually happening, but more to create a kind of an image of your opinion of what's happening in the world. So for example, a good example of this was when Donald Trump was arrested a couple months ago. People were creating these images showing Donald Trump getting arrested. So they're kind of creating these images as an idealized version of what they want reality to be like. So it's kind of like less using these tools to convince people and more to show your opinion and to kind of like a political cartoon, basically, to kind of parody reality. The inverse opinion that I see a lot, and from a lot of experts that I follow on Twitter is, a lot of people say, well, these tools are just bad, they suck, right? They'll say, look at how many teeth this girl has. So like, they're like, how could anybody think that this is a real image? It'll never convince anybody. This image that was shared by Donald Trump Jr., what the hell is this guy's face, So there's an attitude, that is very prevalent where it's like these things will never, or maybe not never, but as they are right now, they're not good enough to actually cause very, important damage. ChatGPT, I've seen a lot of opinions that it's just a glorified autocomplete that makes a lot of mistakes, and it really does. This. I asked ChatGPT to write a biography of me, and it says I was born in 1980. Not true. It says I went to University of Montreal. Not true. It just says this really confidently. So a lot of people look at this and they're like, well, this is not good. If you get ChatGPT to write articles for you or whatever, it's just very low quality, and most people would maybe be able to see through that. What I think, though, is that it's already good enough to cause damage because these systems are optimized for spam. So when you think about spam, what is it? It's low-quality content that is cheap to produce, and that can be, sent to thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people. And, well, these systems take one of the things out of the equation. So they make it extremely cheap to create infinite content, and it's pretty much instantaneous. So it's perfect for spammers and people who are doing the clickbait or stuff like that on social media. Now, if you think who would want to click on crappy articles written by ChatGPT or images that have too many teeth and stuff like that, I invite you to go look at Facebook's most widely viewed content. They produce a quarterly report where they show the most popular posts on Facebook for the past 3 months. This was last report, and you can see that the most popular stuff online is basically fish food, right? It's not good content. And so these systems are like perfectly adapted to create an infinite flow of content that people will mindlessly click on. We're already seeing ChatGPT being used for all sorts of spam online. So this is a funny situation where a lot of people use ChatGPT and they'll copy the whole thing and forget to not copy the regenerate response at the bottom. So if you search for regenerate response on Google, on Amazon or stuff like that, you'll see a ton of like these. This is a drop shipping type of operation that used ChatGPT to write some ad copy for their soap. Here's this is a real estate listing written by ChatGPT, regenerate response. So, obviously, I think that these systems are already here. You might not see that much harm in spam. It's annoying. It's low-quality crap that everybody says they don't click on it, but obviously people do click on it because it's, it's often some of the most popular content on social media. Honestly, on a personal level, I think that this might one day make large platforms like Facebook basically unusable for people. So, if you have infinite content, you don't know what is written by humans, you don't know if the pictures of the people are real, if the accounts are real, they can use ChatGPT to answer questions or direct messages. I can't show you this because we haven't reported it yet, but we did last week find a network of 300-something Facebook pages that are running thousands of ads on Facebook, all using basically these systems. So they'll create the images with Midjourney. They'll answer comments using ChatGPT almost instantaneously. They'll answer direct messages using ChatGPT. These people they don't speak English as a language, but they're able to have English-speaking content. They'll use ChatGPT to create these clickbaity articles. So I can't show you that because we haven't reported it, but it's already here. They're already using this for these purposes. And it's kind of funny because these clickbaity type of articles were kind of not in style for a couple years, like Facebook and Google kind of cracked down on this type of content. They want to, Google demonetized or said they wanted to demonetize clickbait websites and stuff like that. Facebook said that they cracked down on this type of content. We're seeing a resurgence of this now because it's so cheap to produce using these systems. So you don't have to pay someone, $5 an hour to write articles anymore. You can just generate them automatically, and you can have an infinite amount of content. So this is, I think it's going to be a problem in the upcoming months, years, for people who use social media. I don't know what it's going to do. It'll be interesting to see how the platforms actually react and try to moderate this new reality. But it's coming fast, that's for sure. But I want to drill down today on one specific case where I see this already being used, and I can see kind of future potential uses of these technologies to cause some, real damage in the world. So I want to talk to you about the world's biggest scam. And this is, I started researching, I started covering this scam 2 years ago. When I first realized how massive this scam is, it completely blew my mind. I had no idea that this existed. It's under our feet. It's a massive fraudulent industry that steals billions of dollars from normal people every year. And not many people are talking about this. Unfortunately, it's really hard to get the word out on this. And unfortunately, world governments aren't really acting either. So the scam is pretty simple on the surface. So people will end up on a trading website that looks legit. They're often promised that they're going to be making, 200, 300% returns. They're asked to put in a small amount of money to invest, usually $250. When they do invest, so they send money, they're shown a trading platform that looks real. It shows their investment. It's all fake. So the people running this scam, they can show the user absolutely anything on this. So the person usually puts more money, more money. They have an investment agent that calls them basically every day. Some of these victims form relationships with these agents. They feel like they're almost a member of their family. I've seen cases where this goes on for a year. So they'll call the person, how's your kids doing? Okay, cool. Yeah, you should invest because, look, you made a lot of money last month and you should put more money. And these people get absolutely cleaned. They lose everything. So at Radio-Canada, we talked to Joanne Gontier, a woman from Outaouais region. She lost $250,000, basically all her home equity gone to this scam. We spoke to Fernand Larouche. He lost $1 million. His entire life savings completely wiped out because he thought he was investing in Bitcoin. I get that most people here would probably not fall for this type of scam, and you're probably thinking these people are kind of dumb for clicking on this. This guy's a psychologist, he's not dumb. Maybe has a bit of trouble understanding how the internet works or how crypto works or stuff like that, but a lot of people are getting wiped out by this. In Canada, just last year, the amount of money lost in these frauds doubled in Canada, so it was almost $100 million lost, and this is an understatement. Even the government admit that it's only 5 or 10% of victims actually report being a victim of this type of scam. Average victim loses $70,000, so that's a considerable chunk of change. If you're interested in this scam, I invite you to watch this documentary from BBC. It was made by Simona Weinglass, who we see here. She's an absolute beast of an investigative reporter. She works at the Times of Israel, where this fraud started, basically. And so in this documentary, she uncovers one of these criminal gangs. She finds out that it's being run by an ex-politician in Georgia. It's really wild stuff. I really, really recommend watching it. But just to give you a quick idea of what we're talking about here, Simona describes it as the Uber of fraud. And it really is that. It's applying the lessons of big technology to fraud. So a lot of people, when they imagine fraudsters doing this type of stuff, they imagine a couple guys in a basement with hoodies on, that are stealing these people's money. It's not that. It's an industry. So there's we don't know exactly how much, but between 10 and 15 of these criminal gangs running these scams. They have dozens of call centers. Each call center has 100, 150 employees. They're salaried people, and this is a business. And they've also now started doing is they've basically Uberized this system. So it's kind of like fraud as a service, basically. So how it started was in Israel. They used to run these call centers running what's called binary option scams. So basically, it's a way of betting on the stock market. So you bet that the stock goes up or the stock goes down, and you either win or you lose. Most people lose money. What happened is these guys realized that most people lost money, so that's good for them. And if people win money, you can just not give them their money. So that's how the scam started, is basically when people made gains, they would stall. They would say, oh, we need KYC, know your client. You'll need to pay income tax. You need to pay the Israeli income tax on your gains, stuff like that. And if all else failed, they could just close the website and start a new one. It costs nothing to start websites. In 2017, Israel banned binary options, so they had to find something else. They started doing crypto. So if you've ever heard of the ICO boom in 2017, 2018, a lot of these guys were into that. But they also developed a system where they sell this fraud as a service. So instead of running the call centers themselves, they basically sell it as a service. So for a fee and a cut of the profits, they'll help you set up a call center. They'll help you train. They'll help you train your employees. They'll help you launder your money, show you how to do it in a way that is safe or safe-ish. And so in the past 5-6 years, we've seen a lot of these call centers popping up pretty much everywhere in Europe. We've seen some in Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine. There's some in, there was a couple last month in Malaysia that got busted. There's even some in South Africa. So it's all these criminal operations run remotely like that. It's basically a massive, massive, massive industry. On this live stream from Offshore Alert, Ken Gamble, who's who's a fraud researcher in Australia. He basically, this was 3 or 4 years ago, he was basically saying already that this fraud had basically escaped most governments' ability to do anything. Because the money travels so fast, it goes from bank account to bank account to bank account. It's almost impossible for local police to actually investigate these crimes. One of the really messed up things that these criminals do is, so when you sign up to the platform, they'll ask for KYC because they act like they're a legitimate financial service. So they'll ask for photo ID, for all your personal information, date of birth, social security number. They don't care about doing KYC. Obviously, they're criminals. But what they will do is they'll use that information to open a crypto account on, Kraken or Crypto.com, and then use that to launder money. And then once they're done with it, they'll actually sell the personal info on the black market, so they'll make even more money with the info that they stole. It makes it almost basically impossible for local police officers to do anything. So if they've managed to track the crypto payments to the crypto exchange, well, the person who cashed out is basically someone whose info was stolen by the same criminal group. So, it makes it exceedingly hard, and most countries don't really do anything. The US is one. These criminals don't accept US clients, so if you go on the websites using a US IP, they're geofenced. You can't go there. To sign up, you have to swear that you're not a US citizen. They're extremely afraid of the US. One reason is a couple years ago, one of these crime bosses, she went to the US to visit her family, and she got picked up, 22 years of prison in US prison, so they're very afraid of the US. Germany is doing some pushback on this fraud. There's been a couple crackdowns in call centers in the past 2 years in Europe. There was one a couple months ago in Lithuania and Serbia, I think. But most countries aren't doing anything. I can tell you that Canada is not doing much of anything for these frauds, unfortunately. So the victims we spoke to, they're talking to a wall. Basically, they lost their life savings, and they're being told by the police that there's nothing to be done. They can't do anything. Why am I talking about this? Why did I talk about this for the last 15 minutes when I'm supposed to be talking about AI? It's because this whole sophisticated industry of fraud has one major entry point. So I described the back end. The front end looks like this. It's Facebook ads, basically. So it's these Facebook ads that usually have a local celebrity. So they'll target Canada with, 90% of the ads have Elon Musk, but they use local politicians in Canada to try to get people to click on these ads. They use local celebrities. I saw one 2 days ago with Seth Rogen. So they'll try to convince people to click on these ads using local celebrities. When you click on the ad, you get sent to a fake newspaper article that says, Elon Musk invented a new way to make money. Click on this, and then you're sent to the to the actual fraud. Now, I know once again most people here would never fall for this, and you probably think it's ridiculous. This works. This works extremely well. It's really hard to pin down how much money these criminals make, but upwards of $10 billion a year, probably more. One of the criminal groups, the biggest one, makes $1 or $2 billion a year, and it's not the biggest one. So it's extremely massive, and the entryway into these scams is really simple. It's spam, basically. It's really low quality. Most people would read this and realize that it's complete crap, but unfortunately it works. And we often say, well, if you sign up for this, you should have done your own research. You should have tried to at least know what you're investing in. Here's one of these crime products, so called quantum AI. So let's say you're someone who sees this and you're like, oh, I want to look at what this is. So you Google quantum AI, and every single result on the first page is ads bought by these scammers. There's actually one real result on the first Google page. It's for a Google product called Quantum AI as well. So these people beat Google at their own SEO on their own platform. And so how I'm tying this into AI is that these ads are not run by the criminals themselves. They're run by affiliate marketers. So these crime syndicates don't run their own ads because they want plausible deniability. So they'll pay affiliates, often people in countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, Vietnam, stuff like that, who will run these ads on Facebook for them. This is really lucrative for the people running the ads. So this was on an affiliate marketing website yesterday. The payout is $1,250. So if you manage to get someone to click on your ad and make a minimum deposit of $250, you get $1,200 US. That's a lot of money in a lot of countries. And if you can get a lot of people to click on these ads, you're going to make a lot of money. These systems, the AI systems like ChatGPT, they're a boon for these people. Oftentimes they don't speak English. They don't know the local culture or political context, and they want to create ads that will make people click on them. So already they can use systems like, like the Bing AI or ChatGPT 4 that now can browse the internet to ask for, what's the biggest news stories in Canada today, and craft ads with that. They can use, of course, ChatGPT to create the actual ad copy. The only thing holding these scammers back was that it cost money to create these ads, right? So they would have to pay people on Fiverr to write these fake news articles. That costs money, that takes time. Now they can just do it automatically with these systems. They can create images, of course, and we're already starting to see these scammers use the AI systems to run their scams. This is one I saw on Twitter a couple days ago. This is clearly written by ChatGPT. You can just sense it. ChatGPT has a certain style to it. So they're already starting to use this to write these ads, to write these articles. I saw one yesterday. I don't know if it'll play. No sound, okay. So it's a deep fake of Tucker Carlson. They used 11 Labs, which is a vocal cloner, to clone his voice. And he's talking about how Elon Musk created this wonderful new way to make money. Once again, I don't think most people here would fall for this. The lips are kind of off. But these things work. They've been working for years. And this is just like another tool that they're going to be using to ruin people's lives, basically. Basically, the last frontier that these scammers had was it costs money and time to create the content to get people to click and sign up to these frauds, and that barrier is now gone. Just to finish up, it's not just using these tools to create content for people to click on. They're already using AI in their ad campaigns. So crypto is kind of it's kind of down. There's less of a buzz on crypto lately. So they've started, of course, including ChatGPT and OpenAI in their ads because that's the new hotness. People want to invest in this. So basically I'm personally kind of worried about where this is going. It's already a huge problem. It's already a problem that is exploding. What we're hearing is these criminals are targeting Canadians specifically. Canadians are a prime target for these frauds because authorities aren't very aggressive in pursuing the people behind this. And Canadians, Canada is a relatively rich country, and so our citizens, are being targeted by these massive criminal gangs. And I just want to finish on this. Like often with fraud, we're under the impression that it's just it's too bad, but it's money stolen, and you can always make more money or whatever. But these are criminal gangs. They use this money to finance corruption in certain countries. They're paying off authorities to run their call centers. It's organized crime, so there's always the violence, the presence of violence in these circles. So the money that's being stolen from basically Canadian retirees is going to these criminal gangs and financing criminal activities overseas. So it's a huge problem, and unfortunately, these systems have basically given them a huge gift to continue doing their operations and nuking people's lives, unfortunately. So that's all I had to say about that. Thanks. Good. Okay. Thanks for coming out. Oh, yeah.
You mentioned some scammers where do not make business with Americans, except for the present thing. Does the American do something else?
On va se parler, excuse. J'entends pas.
Hello, 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 hello. All right. So moving on from the keynote, we have a vulnerability research block of 2 talks. And here I have my moderator for the vulnerability research block. So after particularly enjoying his master's degree on symbolic execution of binary software, Philippe Pépa-Spitzclair is now a PhD candidate obsessing over automatic antivirus evasion. He's worked on red and blue teams. He's a founding member of Resilience Co-op and a member of the Eternal Seconds Uber Hacking CTF team who participated in NorthSec for multiple years. So welcome, Philippe. Enjoy.
Thank you, Hugo. So we have a very cute block with 2 very nice speakers that have presented something that's really cool. So first up, we have Dirk-Jan that well, you probably know him already, so I won't take too much time, but he's a hacker, security researcher, a red teamer. He's been Microsoft's most valuable researcher multiple times, and he recently started his own company, 2022 if I remember correctly, which is called Outsider Security. So I'll leave you guys with Dirk-Jan. He actually is here. He usually works on Active Directory security, Azure AD, stuff like that. So today he's gonna give us his little deep dive on Windows or Microsoft Hello. So the floor is yours. Amaze us.
Thank you. Right, good morning, everyone. Today we're going to talk about Windows Hello. I had to make some fun with Hello, so call it Hello from the other side. I'm not going to sing. No one's going to want that. A little bit about me. I'm Dirk-Jan. I'm from the Netherlands. Last year I started my own company. I do a bit of a mix of research, consultancy, pen testing, and also trainings on Azure AD. I really like to research these things. Most of my time researching, I first built some tools, and then I used the tools to analyze, like, okay, how does this actually work? So that means I wrote quite some tools. Almost all of them are available as open source tools. I have a blog where I write about these tools. I have a Twitter account where you can stay up to date with my research. So if you want to follow me there, go ahead. In this talk, well, we're going to cover quite a lot of content. I'm going to start with explaining some of the Windows Hello for Business concepts. I'm going to shorten it to WHFB from here on, because writing it out is going to be very long. I'm also going to shorten it to just saying Windows Hello instead of Windows Hello for Business. Technically, there are some differences, but for our purposes, just call it Windows Hello. I'm going to look at what flavors of Windows Hello there are, how you can deploy it, how they work on a technical level, and what we can do with it, or what we could do with it. Which also involves like bypassing things, multi-factor authentication, lateral movement, so a lot of fun. For those of you who don't know exactly what Windows Hello for Business is, basically it's one of Microsoft products which allows you to go passwordless. So instead of using a password, Windows Hello uses cryptographic keys that are stored hopefully securely on your device. And then you can basically unlock that key either by biometrics or via a PIN or with a fingerprint or something. And then you can authenticate. And each device that you're using that uses Windows Hello, it has a separate key. And that key can be used to authenticate to things like Azure Active Directory. There's also flavors that are purely for on-prem Active Directory. But in this talk, we're mostly focusing on Azure Active Directory and on some hybrid parts. In which Azure Active Directory is actually the key component. So there's some prior work that this talk is partially based on. The most interesting one is, I think, the talk Exploiting Windows Hello for Business by Michael Grafnetter. It's from a couple of years ago from Black Hat Europe, where he presented about the Windows Hello for Business internals in Active Directory. And this was the inspiration for the shadow credentials attack, which you may be familiar with, which is basically an attack for on-prem Active Directory. There's also been quite some research in bypassing the facial detection of Windows Hello, on how it actually works with the TPM and stuff. Benjamin Delphi did some research on the Windows internal things, how the internal things are handled. But I couldn't really find anything that was specifically on how Windows Hello works with Azure AD. So I basically started researching that. And before I started, I okay, what's the key protections and the key components? And basically came up with this list. This is mostly what Microsoft advertises that. So Microsoft basically says, okay, Windows Hello for Business, it provides strong phishing resistance, multi-factor authentication, so it's very secure, obviously. One of the reasons why it's so secure is because you need MFA to provision it, so it works as a second factor. It's bound to a specific device, so you cannot just like steal it and use it on some other device. And they also focus heavily on hardware protection of keys, so they store these things in a trusted platform module, which prevents attackers from like extracting the keys, even if they have full control over the operating system. And this all makes it much more secure than password authentication. So give this list in mind, because we'll get back to it later. And there's a couple of flavors that you can deploy Windows Hello for Business as. So we're focusing mostly on the Azure AD native scenario today, but there's also some hybrid scenarios and a way that you can deploy it in Active Directory only. The thing is, if you're using Azure Active Directory, then you already have Windows Hello for Business, basically, whether you're actively using it or not. It's always enabled. I haven't found a way to disable it. I don't know if it's even possible to disable it. So if you are using Azure Active Directory, then you have Windows Hello for Business. All the other flavors that work in a hybrid configuration, they require some sort of configuration. So unless someone specifically configured that, then you usually don't have it in your network. But the Azure AD native one, it's always there, basically. There's a few components that are important if you have Windows Hello in Azure AD. So you always need some device. So these could be Azure AD joined or registered devices. So they could be managed using an MDM such as Intune, for example. And then Windows Hello for Business enrollment will take place as the final part of the Windows setup. Or alternatively, if it's enabled later on, then the OS will basically prompt you to replace your sign-in credentials with Windows Hello for Business. And that will show the following screen using Windows 11, just to show that this works on the most modern version of the operating system. So basically, it will give a pop-up and say, okay, well, you sign in with your password. Now let's set up some biometrics authentication or PIN authentication to use Windows Hello. It will then prompt you for multi-factor authentication. So an important part is that to enroll these things, you normally always need multi-factor authentication. Of course, we'll look into how that works a bit later on. And once you enter the multi-factor authentication, then it prompts you to set up a PIN. So that PIN you can use on the device to basically unlock the keys and then authenticate. You can also use that with a fingerprint or whatever is present on your system to unlock these keys. There's some technical components involved here. And one of these is the device identity. So in Azure AD, each device that's registered has an identity that basically uses public and private keys to prove the device identity. And using the device identity, the device can request a primary refresh token. So primary refresh tokens are basically tokens that are stored on your device, with which you can use single sign-on to all Azure AD connected resources. So once you have a device that has a primary refresh token, you no longer need to sign in every time, do MFA every time. It's tied to your device. And also an important component is a trusted platform module, because all of these above keys, they are protected by hardware if you have a TPM on your system. So that's the device key, the session key of the PRT, and the keys that back the Windows Hello for Business component. So that ensures the security of these keys. So if we look at the technical flow, basically that happens when we configure Windows Hello for Business. We see that it starts with a request for that like MFA upgrade. So if you set up your device, you will first enter your username and password, and then it will ask you for additional MFA to provision this key, basically. And how it does that is it puts in the request a value which says AMR values as NGC MFA. And that's a kind of a special parameter which indicates that, okay, for this next step, we need a fresh MFA token. So, of course, if you are already signed in for a long time, then MFA is usually cached in the browser or on your device. But NGC MFA means that it should be a fresh MFA, so you will get interactively prompted whether or not you already did MFA like 5 minutes ago or not. And this indicates that there should be a fresh MFA prompt. NGC actually stands for Next Generation Credentials, and this is a term that we'll see more often. So internally, Microsoft calls Windows Hello for Business keys NGC keys, and the NGC MFA is also like where this term is used to indicate that this is MFA to provision like a next-gen credential, so it's to provision a passwordless credential set. And if we use this NGC MFA authentication, that's basically reflected as a claim in the access token that we get. So if we decode the access token that results from this authentication, we see that we authenticated with the password. There's the RSA, which means that we did the device authentication as well, and also the MFA and NGC MFA claim, so that indicates to the receiving service that I just did a fresh MFA evaluation and that my MFA methods are actual and not just some cached MFA. So if we want to provision a Windows Hello for Business keys, there's a few technical requirements. So these keys need always to be from a certain device. So you need to do the authentication from a joined or registered device. And basically that will get you a device ID claim in your token. So you cannot just like log in on a browser and then start provisioning Hello keys. You need to do that on a registered or joined device. It should also contain the NGC MFA claim in the token. So that means that you performed MFA like within the past about 10 minutes. I don't know what the exact time is. And of course, you need a token for the right service. And in this case, the service that handles this key enrollment is the device registration service, which lives on the enterprise registration.windows.net. So we have a look at how this key is registered, and we found out that it's actually like a very simple post request. Like all it does is, like here I have an access token, here's my public key, that's just a RSA key that's encoded in a specific way, and that's it. And I was a bit surprised by this because, of course, Microsoft is very big on the whole hardware protection, keys need to be in a TPM, and then the registration is just, oh, here's a public key. That's it. There's no proof that this key is in a TPM. There's no attestation going on. It's just, here's an access token, here's a key, good luck. All right. So the response basically is just a status that, hey, the key is registered, and here's some additional context. We don't need this context in most cases. It's needed for some specific hybrid scenarios, but in this case, we just can ignore it because our key has now been provisioned, and we can authenticate with this RSA key that we registered. So to do that, that's basically a PRT request. So if you're familiar with how primary refresh tokens are issued, it usually goes via a request that involves a JSON Web Token bearer, and that's a signed request using the certificate of the device to prove that it's from a legitimate device. And it's just a OAuth request to the token endpoint. And it contains this request, which is like an embedded JSON Web Token. And if we decode that, we see that in the header we have the device certificate. So that's to indicate to Azure AD, okay, it's this device that's doing the request. The device also signs this JSON Web Token so that Azure AD can validate it. And in the payload, we see a few parameters. One is a nonce, so that's a very common thing, just to make sure that you cannot do a replay attack with this because the nonce expires after a few minutes. The username that we're authenticating as, so in this case, the TPM test user. And we have an assertion, which is another JSON Web Token. So if we take the JSON Web Token out of the JSON Web Token, then we actually see the part that's actually signed with the Windows Hello key. So you see in the top, you see the key identifier. So that indicates which key was used to sign this. The use is NGC, so that's the next-gen credential key that indicates that, hey, this is a token from a next-gen credential. And in the assertion, we see a timestamp that is, again, against replay attacks because the assertion will expire after a certain time. And it also contains the tenant ID, so that Azure AD knows, like, okay, this request goes to this specific Azure AD tenant. So if we send this request, then we basically get a response. The response will be encrypted, but the device can then decrypt that. And then we get a primary refresh token. We get an encrypted session key that's needed to use the primary refresh token. And we also get some Kerberos things. We'll get into the Kerberos part later. But for now, basically the important part is that with this Windows Hello key, we can get a primary refresh token and a primary refresh token session key. So I integrated this flow into my, my RoTools set in RoTX specifically. So RoTX now supports like generating these keys, enrolling the keys, and also getting the tokens that are required to enroll these keys. So that means that it's a token with the NGC MFA claim, so it's with a fresh MFA, MFA upgrade, so to say. So just to demonstrate that with this short video, I'm going to start with requesting a normal primary refresh token. So this is one with just a username and passwords. We need to enrich that with the MFA claim. So it will automatically prompt us for MFA. We'll enter the MFA in there, and that will give us a new token. And with this token, we can basically provision this new Windows Hello key. So we provisioned it, and then we can authenticate with this Windows Hello key and get a primary refresh token. And with the primary refresh token, we can get new tokens that include this, the authentication methods RSA and MFA, which indicates that this was a Windows Hello authentication because it was done using a private key, which also counts as MFA. So if you see RSA MFA, it means that it's we didn't use passwords, but we used a key to authenticate the user. So we can do this whole flow with RoTX if we want. So there's a few interesting observations in there. So first of all, this full provisioning process, so deciding to start using Windows Hello, it's completely controlled by the client. I mean, you can set, as administrator, you can set policies whether you want to use Windows Hello for Business or not. But if you're using Azure AD devices only, it's basically always enabled. So if you can convince your device to start the enrollment, you can do it whether it's enabled or not. It's fully up to the device to do it or not. And of course, any device and user combination in the tenant can create these keys and can register these keys on users. So you don't have a lot of control over this. Going back to this, well, quite simple key provisioning protocol, there's some interesting, well, basically there's two parts. One is the key and one is the token. So I had a look at this, how this token works. And I found out that you didn't actually need this NGC MFA claim. So you could just register a key with a normal token with normal MFA. So you did need multi-factor authentication, but it didn't need to be recent. So you could have some cached MFA claim in the browser, and that you could use to also provision a new key. So if you are an attacker and you have access to a signed-in browser session, or you are on a user's device already, then you can just use a single sign-on token or a cache token somewhere to actually provision a new key without needing to do this MFA process again. So just an example of an attack. In this case, we are using the most recent version, so the Windows Hello for Business keys are safely stored or protected by the TPM, and the LSS process can access them, but we cannot extract these keys. But if you are, as an attacker, running some malware on this laptop, you can basically ask LSS for some single sign-on data. You can say, hey, I want a token to this specific service, in this case, the device registration service, with which we can provision a new key. And then basically, we can get a token, we can register a new key, and now we have a key that we generated ourselves, so it's no longer in the TPM. We don't need to bother with trying to extract this TPM from the TPM. We don't even need admin privilege to do this. You can do this from a normal user session. And then basically, you just register a new key that can be used to authenticate as that user. So just to show this, I'm using RoToken, which was a tool I wrote quite a while ago to request this single sign-on data. There's some references here on my blog. There's also some alternative methods to do this. But basically, I get a single sign-on data or PRT cookie, as it's called. And this I can use with RoTX to get a token for the device registration service. So the device registration service token is needed to provision that key. Then I get the token, I store the token on disk, and with this token, I provision this new key. So it saves the key to disk, it sends the post request using the access token that we just got. We didn't need to authenticate, we just asked the operating system for, hey, give me a token for this using single sign-on, and then override the new key. So we can get a PRT with this key, and basically now we have a primary refresh token with which we can do single sign-on as the user. It's valid indefinitely. We can do re-authentication because it counts as a multi-factor authentication. We can put this somewhere. It's not protected by anything. It's quite hard for the user to see actually that they have a new Windows Hello for Business key enrolled. And we can just get tokens for it. We can use this in a browser, whatever we want. We can access anything as the user basically at this point. So the short version, it was possible to basically override the key from a device using single sign-on, which basically completely defeats this protection of the TPM, because what does it matter if the key is in the TPM if you can just provision a new key that you control. This provides persistence for attackers pretty easily because the new key is wherever the attacker decides it is. And an interesting thing is that a Windows Hello for Business key can be used with any device. So rather than the key being specific to a device, the key is valid for any device in the tenant. So you will need to have a real device or a fake device as an attacker, but any device will work with any key as long as you have the key material. And there's also some tricks that you can basically restore the original key from the original device so that the user device will keep working and you just have an additional backdoor key there basically. I won't get into it, but it's possible. So there's some aspects here left. So of course we also have Windows Hello for Business from the perspective of Azure AD itself. So how does Azure AD store these credentials? And it turns out that the keys are stored on a user property called searchable device keys. This is visible the best in the internal version of the Azure AD graph. And basically there we see this key material, which is the public key. So that's the same key that we put in the post request earlier. It's just the public key of the that belongs to the private RSA key that's stored hopefully in TPM. And we see this device ID as well. So this key belongs to this specific device. So it turns out that users can modify their own searchable device keys property. And as long as you have a token for the Azure AD graph, then you can basically modify this and just add new keys as much as you want. And this doesn't require MFA because it's just, as long as you have a token to modify it, it works. Of course, if you have very strict conditional access policies and you require MFA for literally everything, then you would still need MFA. But often companies have some gaps in their policies. They don't require MFA from on-prem VPN ranges or from some trusted devices, and then you can basically do this without MFA and basically bypass the whole you need MFA to provision a key, because you can just provision the key by writing it to the user object directly. So this is a nice bypass for the conditional access MFA. There are some prerequisites for this, so you will need a device as an attacker, which you could either register on the fly. I mean, if you can get tokens for the device registration service, you can also register a device. And you also need a valid access token. So you will need access token to do this. But as long as you have that, then you're fine, basically. So that's also possible with RoadTX. So I made a gen hello key command that just generates the key and gives you it in the right format. And then you just take this JSON blob and you send a patch request created with this basically an extra key in there. So the only difference between this is that now we do a patch. So we have the user's access token, we patch their device keys, and then we can authenticate with this key without having to do the whole provisioning process normally. So just an example of what you can do with this. There's a way to do this like basically via phishing, so that you didn't need any external access. I'm assuming that people are familiar with device code phishing. I don't really have time to explain it. But basically it's a technique where you initiate the authentication on a different device than what your user is on. So as an attacker, you would talk to Azure AD and say, hey, I want to initialize the device code flow. Then you phish the user and basically convince them to to do the device authentication on their part. So it can be done with an email just saying, hey, go to this website, enter this code, and authenticate. And if you can convince the user to do that, then you can get an access token on behalf of the user for the correct API. Now, this token, it's already quite powerful because you can do a lot of things with it. But with this token, we can now also register a new Windows Hello key and then basically have persistent access to the user's information and basically can get access in any way that we want, which is a lot more, of course, than this single access token that we fish with it. So the attacker can register the device, register the Windows Hello keys as backdoor credentials, and then from then on, the attacker can just use the keys and get a token for whatever they want. They can log interactively in the browser as the user and access the user's resources. There are some alternative scenarios. So you can also abuse this with like normal credential phishing. So if you can convince users to log in on your fake websites, you can also get a token, register the key. Again, if you have access to their device temporarily, so if you have malware running on there or they leave their laptop unlocked, you can also get the correct tokens and then just create these backdoor credentials. And the nice thing is that this also works on other accounts as long as you have permissions to modify them. So there's roles in Azure AD that allow you to modify other accounts, which include like the user administrator, of course, global administrator. And they can basically create keys on other user objects. We'll look a bit more at this in a second. So this was purely Azure AD. We also can do this with hybrid scenarios. And if you want to use Windows Hello for Business in a hybrid scenario, then there's different methods with different requirements and different complexities. I think the simplest one, and also the one that's recommended by Microsoft, is the Cloud Kerberos Trust. This doesn't require that much on-prem infrastructure. It doesn't require ADFS. It doesn't require a PKI infrastructure on-prem. So this is the recommended way and the easiest way. And the nice thing about Cloud Kerberos Trust is that it basically creates a trust between Active Directory and Azure AD using the Kerberos protocol. So if you set this up, then basically what it does, it creates a read-only domain controller. It's not a real one because there's no real server behind it, but basically it creates read-only domain controller account, which has some Kerberos keys registered, and it replicates these keys to Azure AD. So when a user authenticates with Windows Hello, then basically Azure AD can give them a ticket granting ticket in this case, which is signed with these keys of this read-only domain controller. And this is what we call a partial TGT, because Azure AD doesn't know all the user information that's stored on-prem, but it sends a ticket granting ticket with just enough information to authenticate the user to the on-prem domain, basically. And the user can then exchange this for a full ticket granting ticket. And with this full ticket granting ticket, they can authenticate to any on-prem resources using Kerberos. And if the resources don't use Kerberos, then you can also obtain the NT hash of the user. So then the user can also use NTLM authentication by getting the NT hash using the Kerberos protocol. Some technical details, again. Basically, when you request a primary refresh token using a Windows Hello for Business key, we can obtain the partial TGT. We can exchange this for a full TGT that can be used to access Active Directory resources. Of course, this only works for hybrid accounts, so the accounts should already exist in the on-prem Active Directory and in Azure AD, because otherwise, it can send a TGT for that account, but if the on-prem doesn't know about the user, then it's not going to work. And basically, this TGT looks like this. So we previously saw the TGT response. Here's the primary refresh token session key. And then we also get a ticket granting ticket included in that. This is the partial TGT. And we can exchange that for a full TGT. And this also allows some nice lateral movement opportunities. So because user administrators in Azure AD could provision these keys on user accounts, so if you had high-privileged Azure AD access, you could just create Windows Hello keys for everybody that you are allowed to modify. provided you have the normal access rights. So there are some things in Azure AD that prevent like user administrators creating keys on higher administrator roles, but if you have the correct privileges, then you can assign new Windows Hello keys. So you could add backdoor credentials to any user. You could then also get a PRT for them, also get a ticket granting ticket for them, and as long as you have connectivity to an on-prem domain controller, then you could also authenticate to any on-prem resources. The only account this doesn't work for is like domain admin accounts, because these have special protections. So you could not do this for domain admin accounts, but any regular users, you could basically, by modifying their keys in Azure AD, get a ticket granting ticket for them and then move to their identities on-prem. Last example for this. So we request a PRT for a hybrid user. So in this case, the user has a hybrid account. It's a synced user, so it exists in Azure AD and in on-prem AD, using this hello key and a device that we registered. So you still always need a device as an attacker. And basically, we get this PRT, which also includes the ticket granting ticket. We can extract the ticket granting ticket from the primary refresh token data and basically save it in a Zcash file. So I'm using some Impact tools for this. And we can also exchange this for a full ticket granting ticket by simply asking for a ticket granting ticket using the partial TGT. And what we also can do is recover the NT hash for this user. So I could probably give an entire talk about how this protocol works exactly. But if you want to read about that, there was some nice research done a couple of years ago by Leandro. But basically, because of this whole setup, then if you authenticate with Windows Hello for Business in a cloud Kerberos trust, then you can also get the NT hash when you authenticate. So as an end result, if I am a global admin or a user admin in Azure AD, I could just provision keys for anybody that I want. And if I also have line of sight to the on-prem AD domain controllers, I could then also get their NT hashes, crack them, get their passwords, etc., etc. I still need to upload these tools. They're not fully finished yet, but they'll be part of my RoTools hybrid toolset, basically. So, last part about the disclosure to Microsoft. Of course, I submitted all this to Microsoft because those are quite some severe vulnerabilities and lateral movement opportunities. So I submitted this in October 2022. And basically from then on, they acknowledged the issue, started working on fixes. And basically in February to April, some back and forth about the fix timeline. It was not always the case that the issues would be fixed before this talk. Eventually, they fixed most of it before the talk. We also had some discussions about whether or not this was an identity bug or another bug. I'll save you that story as well. Basically, the end result is that last week and this week, they rolled out the fixes for this, so just in time for me to talk about this. Basically, they removed the option to add new keys via the searchable device key property. So if you try to do that now, it won't work anymore. And they now also properly require the NGC MFA to provision a new key via the device registration service. You cannot do this with like an old MFA claim that's cached somewhere. You need to actually do MFA interactively in order to provision these new keys. So getting back to our initial assumptions, it provides strong phishing-resistant MFAs. A bit questionable. I don't fully agree that this is MFA at all. I mean, it's just a key somewhere, and everything about where that key is stored, how it's handled, it's all pure assumptions. I mean, you fully trust that the device actually puts it in the TPM. Azure AD cannot see whether it's in a TPM or not. It doesn't have any data. It just has a key somewhere. Phishing resistant, well, hopefully now it is. Definitely before you could actually register a key via phishing, so not fully phishing resistant. Require MFA to provision. Well, that definitely was not the case, since we could provision it with just an access token to the API, and whether or not you needed MFA for that was purely up to the tenant configuration. It's not bound to a specific device, so if you can dump the Windows Hello key from one device, you can just use it with another device just fine. The keys are protected by the TPM. That still doesn't prevent attackers, if they have some form of access to the device, from actually using that. There's another story here that I can't talk about yet, but that's for the next talk. But though, it's still more secure than password authentication. So it's definitely not that it's completely horrible broken and we should all go back to weak passwords. I like Windows Hello. It's not perfect. There's some improvements. Now it's hopefully a bit more secure. But try to move away from passwords because, well, we all know that having secure passwords is still an unsolved problem in our industry. So to end, all the tools in this talk are based on my Road Tools framework. They're all open source. I already pushed the Windows Hello features for that, so you can play with it yourself. I'll try to push the hybrid tools later this afternoon as well. I do have some Road Tool stickers, so definitely, if you see me walking around, then ask me for some. And there's no time for questions now, but after the next presentation, there's a Q&A in this room later. So I'd be happy to take any questions then, or via email, or via Twitter, or if you see me around, then definitely just ask, and I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Hello? All right, so we'll be back in like 15 minutes with Ron. 5? Actually 5, so short break. Hello, everyone. Please have a seat. We're going to go ahead and proceed with the next talk. So we have with us Ron here. Ron is the lead vulnerability researcher at Rapid7. In his job, he actually does some vulnerability research or deep dives some vulnerabilities that already exist so that we can understand what the hell is happening. Otherwise, he is one of the main organizers of the CTF of the B-Side San Francisco, and he also helps with the CTF in his hometown in Winnipeg, which is called the Long Con CTF. I don't live in Winnipeg, so I've never heard of it. He also has a bird, so if you want to ask him some really fun questions, ask about his bird. So Ron, thank you, and go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me back for, I think, my second time speaking here, third or fourth time being here. So thanks for having me back over and over again. So quick introduction. As I mentioned, I have birds. Those are Clang and Sharp. So yeah, I'm a lead security researcher at Rapid7. My job is 50% looking at vulnerabilities that come out that we think are important, telling our customers, like, should you panic, should you patch, should you, like, not worry? And the other half is finding vulnerabilities ourselves. So, like, picking a piece of software, like, say, the one we're talking about today, diving into it as deeply as I can, and finding all the bugs I can. And I'm going to talk about the results of one of those projects. You can find me online. YagoXA6 is my general alias everywhere. If Twitter is still up today, it will work. Otherwise, Mastodon or GitHub or whatever. And I've done lots of volunteer stuff, and yeah, I guess I work at Rapid7. I should mention that because they're paying for my travel. So this is going to be a deep dive, sort of looking at some vulnerabilities specifically in Rocket Software, Uni RPC server. I didn't name this software in the title because the vulnerabilities were on public when I submitted this talk. I found these back in January, submitted this talk in, I think, January, and then we disclosed everything in March. So it's all out now. But at the time I submitted this, it wasn't. So we're going to look at software called Unidata 8.2.4. That was the one they had on their trials page, so that's the one I chose. Finding software is often the hard part of these projects. And I'm going to talk about a lot of, like, protocol stuff and show some packet captures and show some, like, assembly and stuff like that. And I'll try to explain everything as I go and just kind of give you an idea of how I approach these kinds of projects. One of the questions I got asked by Rocket Software themselves and others is, why did you actually choose this? No one's really heard of this software. And, like, it was kind of a personal, I won't say vendetta, but a personal project, because when I worked at Tenable in, like, 2010 or so, this vulnerability came across my plate, a packet header heap overflow. And I figured out the protocol back then in, like, 2010 and thought, this looks really interesting. And I wrote the check for Nessus. Then I changed jobs and never came back to it until recently. And I thought, I really want to go back to this and see the software. So I found it and convinced my boss that it was worthwhile. Despite not being well-known software, it's apparently typically found on backends. So most large aerospace companies and banks and other companies use this just on the back end. So it's not usually internet-facing, but it's popular. So I'm going to talk about what UniRPC is, how it works, stuff like that. So basically, Unidata and Universe and other tools made by this company come with a service called UniRPC, Unit Remote Procedure Calls. And UniRPC is an RPC server, which basically has a list of services and knows how to execute. A user connects on a specific TCP port that I'll mention after and says, I want to use this service. And it checks its database and says, oh, I have access to this service. Here you go. And it just gives you a TCP connection to that service. And then you talk to that service directly from then on. All the communication is done by standard packets. They have a header, they have metadata, they have a body. We'll see what those details are in a minute. So one of the first things I do is look for attack surface. So I install the software, I execute the software. That usually takes 2 or 3 days because of licensing and because of other, like, either the wrong OS or the wrong version of Fedora or whatever. But when you eventually get it running, you can run netstat and see that it listens on a TCP port 31438. Which I'm going to forget during a talk, but that is the port that is interesting. So what services can it actually execute? When you install the software, it comes with a file called UniRPC services. I saw the file. I saw it being read by the process. And the first instinct I have is to, like, reverse engineer the process to like, figure out what this file means. And like if you look at the file, I think a lot of the fields, you can kind of guess from context. The first column, UDCS, etc., looks like a name. The second one are obviously binaries. They're in like a /bin directory. The star, we can guess, might be an ACL of some sort. Protocol, a 0. And then 3600 is an hour in seconds, so guessing it's a timeout. So I spent probably a day learning how it processes field and what the fields mean and everything. Then while I was writing this talk, I Googled the name of the file, and it's actually documented. So it turns out I should just read the manual. So I was correct, but this is what I often forget to do. So one such service in that is UD server. And I'm just going to choose a service to talk about completely arbitrarily this time for now. So on the top line, you'll see the entry from that file we just saw. It's one of the lines in this file. So if you have an entry in that file, when a client connects, it can send this packet that's here. If it's too small to read, it's not a big deal. This is not super important what all the bytes mean. But the first packet the client sends will be, hey, please use the UD server service. And the UniRPC will parse its file and say, is one of our services called UD server? Oh, there it is. And it'll execute that binary. So you can see on the bottom, there's a debug log. It says found service executing UD servd. Obviously, if I'm doing an application review, I see the executing and think, can I execute my own thing? Or can I only execute their stuff? And in this case, I can only execute their binaries. But that's definitely a thing I looked at. So we've seen this packet capture a couple times. Let's kind of dive into what it means. I want to give sort of a quick overview. I have a lot of slides with a lot of packets on them. I'm going to skip through them somewhat quickly because I just want to give the idea of how this works, not necessarily every single detail. Then we'll look along the way at the vulnerabilities we found while actually looking at these packets. So as far as I can tell, UniRPC uses a custom binary protocol, but I didn't actually Google it, so maybe it's documented. I don't know. But even in the cases if it was a standard protocol or was documented, it's always nice to reverse engineer it from the binary to see if there's anything interesting, like how does it handle length fields, and how does it execute other processes, and how does it, looking for vulnerabilities. Are there undocumented header flags, stuff like that? So this was originally the end of the section, but I realized I was going to dive into a bunch, so I wanted to put the beginning of the section instead. So every message you see will have a 20-byte header, which contains the version, the size, number of parameters, stuff like that. Then there's some metadata, which is types. So basically, the client will say, like, I'm going to send you a string, an int, and a string. And that's what the metadata is. I'm going to send you a 10-byte string and then an integer. And then the data, which is the actual string and integer. So just really quickly looking at this, that is what you're seeing here, is a 20-byte header, 16 bytes of metadata, and then the rest is the strings. We'll see more examples of that. So when I'm looking at these kinds of applications, I want to look for attack surface. Where is it parsing packets? Where is it actually doing the things it's doing? So thankfully, when it's a Linux binary, I can run it in a debugger. And you see I'm using a GDB debugger, which is just a built-in Linux debugger that most people use in Linux. I also hacked the executable to get rid of the forking. You'll see UniRPC one-shot. That just removes the fork command. I used to have a slide about that, but it was boring, so I put my blog instead. So basically, I run it in a debugger, and I put a breakpoint on the accept command, the accept syscall. The accept happens, or not syscall, the accept function. That function is called by the UniRPC server to accept a new connection. So a client connects, this accept call will complete, and there'll be a new socket created. So I want to look at where that happens in the code. And there's a little bit of assembly code at the bottom. It's not a big deal. There's not actually anything too exciting happening. One thing I always like is looking at debug messages, though, like accepted socket is from IP number, which tells me that, like, if I can match up that debug message with a few slides back, you'll see the same debug message here, accepted socket is from IP number. So being able to match up things you see in the debug output with things you see in the binary is good. But the accept function is not super interesting, so I'll move on to where it does get interesting, which is receive. The first place I want to see is where the connection is accepted. The second place I want to look at is where the data comes in, because the client's going to send it 100 bytes of data, the receive function is going to receive that data, and then it's going to get parsed. So the beginning of what's interesting or what's attackable is going to be what the receive function does. So you'll see I put I run the UniRPC one-shot in GDB. I put a breakpoint on the receive function, then I run it. And then using some like netcat or whatever, I just send something. It doesn't matter what. And if things work correctly, it should hit the breakpoint and should say, I break while receiving data from file descriptor 8, which doesn't really matter, a buffer that is at this address, again, doesn't really matter. We see it receives 8,216 bytes or less. That's an interesting number because it's close to a power of 2. 8,192 is a power of 2. So it's a power of 2 plus a little bit, plus 20 or so, which sort of means something, not terribly important. What is important is this stack trace. So I run the BT command, which is backtrace, and that asks the debugger to tell me, how did we get here? What function called what function, what called what function to get us here? And what we see is the main function calls accept connection. And I should say, because we have like named functions, not memory addresses, we have symbols, and that makes it much, much easier to reverse than if we had to figure out what each function does. But we have accept connection, which calls read packet, which calls read message, which calls read n. Read n reads n bytes. It's called with a function parameter of like 1,000, and then it reads 1,000 bytes. That's all read n does. And then read message is what's going to parse the header. So I mentioned there's a 20-byte packet header. These are just a couple examples of code from it. What they're actually doing isn't super important. But when it reads the header, it reads those 20 bytes, and then it does checks like compare the first 2 bytes to 6C. If they're 6C, proceed. If they're not 6C, return a error version mismatch. So basically the first 1 byte has to be 6C. Then the second byte has to be 01 or 02. Then the third and fourth byte are ignored, then the fifth, and so on. So I'm going to look for all these things and what's happening. One of the fields that's interesting, and this is where we're going to get into a vulnerability, is the length field. So there's a 32-bit length field in the packet header, and it says the length of the body of this packet is going to be 20 bytes or 100 bytes or 1,000 bytes. And it's going to do some checks on it. First of all, this one where it can, hard to read my own stuff here. It checks the length of the field. I circled in red, I should see it. So it tests EDI, and EDI is like a variable. It happens to be the length. So it's going to say, test the length, jump if it's less than or equal to 0. So make sure the length isn't 0, and make sure the length isn't negative. That's good, because you don't want to, if the client said like, hey, I'm sending you negative 10 bytes, the server's like, well, doesn't make sense. So it's going to make sure it's not negative. Then it adds 17 to the value, and then it does a second comparison. It compares the length after adding 17 hex to the size of the buffer, which is 2018 by default, but that can change. So something you learn to look for when you're looking for vulnerabilities is doing a check to see if something's above 0, adding something to it, then doing a different check, because integer overflows are a thing. And if your size happens to be very, very high, like 7f, and you add 17 to it, the size is now negative. So the size was positive. You add 17, and now is it less than 2018? If it's now negative, yeah, it's less than 2018 by a lot. And that's what we can do. So if we send the size of 7f, and then print it, we see 2.14 billion, I think, which is the highest integer. Then down at the bottom, it adds 17 to it. We then print RAX, and now it's negative 2.1 billion, which means that it's wrapped around, and now it's negative. So if we send a body length of 7f, when it goes back to the receive function, it's going to try to receive 2.1 billion bytes into a buffer that's 2,000 bytes. 2 billion is higher than 2,000, so that overflows, and it overwrites memory and causes a heap corruption. So we call this vulnerability CV 2023-28501. It's a likely exploitable heap overflow that I didn't write an exploit for because it seems really hard, and there were easier ones. So that's one vulnerability. This slide I debated keeping or not because it's not really an interesting vulnerability, but it's a silly mistake that they made. So one of the bytes in the packet header is compression. If it's set to 1, the packet's compressed. If it's set to 0, it's not compressed. The compression function they have is called LZ4 something something something. LZ4 decompress safe. So I tried to make test data for this. I tried to LZ4 compress data in different ways, and I never did figure out how to make data that actually worked, which is sort of funny. I wrote a blog that's linked at the bottom. I'll send you these slides afterwards if you want to check these links out. But I made the program generate its own compressed data, and then I was able to test this and all that. What's interesting is if you send invalid data, if the LZ4 compressed safe returns a failure, there's only one thing, and it's either success or failed. It's not why it failed, which means if it failed, the program assumes that the compressed data was too long, and it allocates more memory and tries again. If it fails again, it allocates more memory and tries again. And it'll keep on reallocating more and more memory until it tries to allocate like 18 billion bytes and then fail. So that's just a really silly denial service just from forgetting to check buffer sizes. It's not exploitable, but just kind of a weird vulnerability. There's also an encryption field. So we looked at the length field, we looked at the compression field. There's also an encryption field telling the server that if this field is set to non-zero, the packet's encrypted. And by encrypted, I mean XOR by 1. So basically, if the encryption's on, the encryption key is either 2 or 1, depending on the version. And then each byte is XORed with that key, and that's encrypting. As far as I can tell, the real clients and servers never use this. But like my Metasploit module I wrote for this eventually does, because, I mean, why not? Keep the payloads off the clear text. So once the message is read, we talked about the header. There's all these different header fields, and I have a list of them that I should have put earlier. But after the header is finished, it then reads the body. The body of the message is much, much, much more complex than the header. So rather than like going through the assembly and all these different notes I made and all this junk, we're just going to look at the packet captures and figure things out from the packets. So this is where I'm going to actually look at the traffic on the wire. At the top, you'll see the packets we've seen before, where you say, please connect me to UD server. And at the bottom, you see the version number come back. It's basically a success. What you're seeing is a header, metadata, and then freeform body. We'll see what each of those mean. So this is the header. We've looked at this a couple times. We talked about the version byte has to be 6C. The body length has to be above 0. LZ4 is a compression field. Encryption is the encryption field. There are several padding fields that can be anything. I set them to like A, B, C, D in my implementations. There's a number of arguments, and then there's the length of the data. Data length is not really used. I think that's it's parsed and processed, but it's not used by anything, so I think it's legacy. But arg count is what's interesting, because it's how many arguments are being sent. So here's some examples. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly, but this is where you can match up the packets you see in Wireshark to the packets, to the structure I gave. If you actually want to implement this protocol or something, you can probably go back and use these slides, but I'm going to skip through them pretty quick. So after the header, there's argument definitions. So you'll have 0 or more fields. That's base number of arguments. So this packet has 2 arguments. The first argument is type 2, which is a string. And the second argument is type 0, which is an integer. So a string and integer are the metadata. And then the actual data section, you'll see the string is UD server. The YYY is just padding. And then the integer is 539, which is hex for 1337. That's the secure flag, and sometimes it's required to be set, but you can set it yourself so it doesn't actually secure anything. So this just shows what I just showed in a graphical way. Then the actual data section of packets is just the data. So we saw in this, we have a type 2, which is a string. The string is UD server. Then I just talked about this. And when the server responds, it does the same thing. The server says, I have 2 arguments. The first one's a string. Second one's an integer. The string is udserve 8.2.4. The integer is 0. The 0 is just success. If the server doesn't exist, it'll be something that's not 0. And that's just showing the same stuff. So the TLDR, this is what the messages look like. Yeah, I don't want to dwell too much, but I did do an open source implementation of this whole thing. This is from something I called libneptune. And libneptune is a implementation of the library that's in Ruby, and it's integrated in Metasploit as well. So if you ever want to write something for Metasploit involving Unidata, you can. I named libneptune after the Neptune escape rocket in Subnautica, if anyone plays Subnautica. Because rocket, Neptune. Yeah. So I'm going to show you 3 messages that do a thing that's interesting, which is run an OS command. Then I'm going to show you 2 ways to bypass all the checks that we're going to see, and then we're going to call it done. So here is a conversation. The first one is, please use a service. We're going to use the service udadmin. I think I have a slide about why we chose udadmin, but I don't know where it went, so we'll see when it turns up. Basically, this says, please use udadmin. My secure flag is 1337, which means I'm 1,300 times secure. Then, when you do that, it's going to run the UD server process, and the UD server process wants you to authenticate. It says, before you can do anything, please send me the packet code F, which is 15, which says authenticate. And the username string and the password string. The username string you'll see is plain text. It's RON and then YYYY, because I just pad with Y's till I can see what's going on. And then the integer is going to be, the integer is 15. The string username is Ron. The string password is 969098. It's encrypted, quotation marks. So I send the username, I send that password, and it simply responds with 1 integer value 0. 1 integer value 0 says authentication successful. If you failed, it would be a non-zero integer. Then you can run a command. So opcode 6 means OS command. Once you've authenticated, and you have to authenticate as a Linux user on the machine, so you're basically as good as SSHing, you could tell it to run a command. There's like 150 opcodes. I've only tested the one, because once I run a command, I don't need the rest. So basically, you send the opcode 6, and then you send it a string with what to run. In this example, I just do who am I, and in the response, it returns Ron. It returns -2 for the command result, which I'm not sure why it's -2, but it is, and then the string Ron. So with username and password, we can run code, is what I'm saying. This is why I chose the service. I knew I put the slide somewhere. So why UD admin server? It's because I ran strings and saw OS command. And once I see OS command, I'm just going to use that one, because it sounds like fun. It's also the biggest. It's by far bigger than the other processes. It's 300 kilobytes. The rest are like 20 to 60. So it's going to be the most interesting, the most code, and has OS command. Who can resist? So once you connect, as I said, you need to send authentication. You either send the code 15, or you send the code, I think, 6? No, 8. If you send 8, it returns coming soon and then closes the connection. It never came soon. But if you give it 15, it authenticates you. It'll look at your username as a string and then stir copy it into a buffer. Uh-oh. If you send a name of 200 letter A's, you can overflow the return address and set the return address to all A's. This we called CV 2023-28502. But now I'm lazy, and stir copy doesn't like null bytes, and I do like null bytes because I want to return to a memory address. So I want to write easy exploits. Let's look at the password. The password is also stir copied into a buffer. After it stir copies it and terminates it at null, it then calls a function called RPC encrypt. You would think the RPC encrypt would encrypt the packet. And it XORs a byte, or it negates each byte. It's like encryption. It basically goes through each byte in the password and knots it. So 00 becomes FF, 01 becomes FE, and so on and so on and so on. That's not really encryption. What it does mean is I can now use null bytes in an exploit. So basically we send, I can't remember how many return address offset is, but we send like 150 letter A's, then a return address. There's actually a return address in the software that will run whatever's on the stack, which if you're exploit dev is really nice. All it does is just pass whatever's in the RSP into the system call and then run it. So we can run like a reverse shell, like netcat. We can do whatever. So this is the actual form of CV 2023-28502, which is basically a Stack Overflow, which lets us execute arbitrary code. And we wrote this exploit, and we released this exploit, and it's out there. But it's still hard. You have to overwrite return addresses and do a bunch of work. So let's say we don't overflow the fields, which takes all the willpower I have to not overflow them. But if we don't overflow them, we get into a call called impersonate user. Impersonate user takes the username and password as parameters. So if we look at the code for it, this is in the library now. It's not in the main executable. The impersonate user just calls do logon user, basically, and nothing else. Do logon user is interesting because it checks if the username is :local:. It looks for a very specific username, and if it matches that username, then it calls stircher to find a colon. Then it calls stircher again to find a second colon in the password. So you have a username :local:, and a password of like A::B::C. Something special happens. Something special means I get code execution. So basically, after it parses it into A::B::C, it passes B, the second field, into stir2L, which converts to an integer. So the number 1337 becomes the integer 1337. It also passes the third field into stir2L. And then it does a couple of checks. It passes the first field into getPWNAM. GetPWNAM looks up a username on the local Linux system. So if I pass it Ron, it returns the data for Ron. If I pass it root, it returns the data for root. So if the first field of the password is Ron, this will succeed getPWNAM. The second thing it does is compares the second field to the user ID of that user. So if the username is Ron, it checks if the middle field was 1,000. If the username was root, it checks the middle field was 0. And if that matches, it keeps going. The third field, it only checks if it's non-zero. If it's 0, it fails. If it's 1, 2, 3, it works. So basically, with the username :local:, the password Ron:1000:1000 will succeed if the Ron account exists and has UID 1000. Root :0:123 will always work because root is basically always there and always UID 0. So here's a session. We connect to the UD admin service. We say, please connect to username local. Password is encrypted, but it's root :0:123. And then you say, please run the command ID-A, and it returns, hey, UID 0, root. The nice thing about this, too, is you're root. It doesn't draw privileges. So basically, this is real code as root. So here's some of the exploit code I wrote. This is the proof of concept that's in the libneptune repo. Yeah, you just pass the username local and the password root :0:123. There's also some exploit modules for this. So just kind of wrapping up and summarizing the work we did, we ended up with 9 CVEs for different things. 2 of them we wrote full exploits for. The other 7, we either crashed them or demonstrate them or whatever. Some stuff like memory exhaustion is like, DOS. The weak encryption was kind of vague. But like, I thought it was a pretty good outcome all in all. These are just screenshots of Metasploit. Metasploit has modules for the 2 vulnerabilities I mentioned. Yeah, and that is pretty much the end. I think, I have 1 minute left. Perfect. I think we're doing a question session in 10 minutes. And other than that, that's a link to the slides. Feel free to use it. Feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, Mastodon, GitHub, whatever. And thank you for coming.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Vulnerability Research Panel. We still have Dirk-Jan and Ron with us here. So I'm going to start things off with a very important question. Will your birds ever have a vulnerability logo?
They don't have a vulnerability logo, but I can imagine them discovering a vulnerability. It was actually, I was playing a computer game a few weeks ago called Valheim, and it turns out there's a hidden shortcut, Control F3, to hide the UI. And I was holding Control, and my bird jumped and landed on the F3 key, and I couldn't figure out where the UI went. I had to like Google it. So they're definitely little fuzzers.
All right. Let's go with a more serious question. Let's go with Dirk-Jan. How do you choose a target or a system that you're interested in and would like to research?
Oh, it's a good question. Usually, I get a lot of my ideas from actually doing real-world assessments. Look at a client environment. They'll explain to me, "Oh, we're using this and this," and I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know that was possible. Like, how did you configure this?" And then my head starts. The gears start turning and like, oh, so do you do this, this how it works? So I start researching the protocols involved, try to set it up myself, and just figure out like how it works and if there's anything that I can do that like defeats the assumptions that they made. So I mostly look for logic bugs. I'm not really into the binary exploitation. That's different kind of skill set. So yeah, I usually look at real-world things that have not been researched yet that much, but are used by a lot of people. So that things that are relevant. So that's also why I focus a lot on Microsoft vulnerabilities, because like 90% of the enterprises in the world are using it. So it's very big, it's relevant, and that's usually how I progress in my things. And I have a very long mental to-do of all the things that I want to look at someday if I have time. So no shortage of research subjects for me yet.
And Ron, do you use other meaningful ways of choosing targets except personal vendetta?
Personal vendetta is about half of it. Yeah, at Rapid7, we don't have a ton of direction on what we're supposed to research, but our general approach is things that are meaningful to like our customers and to the internet at large. So we're often looking for trends, like what's been popular in the past year. There was a vulnerability a couple months ago in a specific piece of software. And we take a reactive approach sometimes. We heard about the vulnerability, we researched it, we built a POC, and we released details. And I thought, this is an interesting class of software. I don't want to say specifically what it is right now, but it was an interesting class of software. I wonder if there's other things that do the same thing. And it's like, it was network perimeters, so it was something that is pointing to the internet and was semi-popular as a class of software. I thought, I'm going to dig into this and see what other software exists. So I picked out 3, I installed them all, and I found one that was like, it felt worse than the other ones, so I chose it and found some vulnerabilities that I reported now.
Usually if you do this often enough, you get like a spidey sense. If you look at a software and it's like, this is probably gonna end up vulnerable. It's not always telltale signs, but I've had it with a lot of products. Like you look at it 5 minutes, you decompile a bit of the code, and you're like, this is gonna be fun. Or it's like, well, this looks quite all right. Maybe I can find something, but it's not going to be like golden thing, so I'll put it on the backlog a little bit.
We'll take a moment to talk about time framing a little bit later, but you mentioned that you do have a backlog or worklog of stuff that you would like to dive into. Without spoiling anything, but maybe getting hints out about what looks to be interesting for people that would like to research some stuff. Do you have stuff in your backlog that you might never get to, but you know will be interesting that you could point people out to look at?
So the things that I already know are interesting, they'll go to the top of my list usually. I mean, in general, with Azure AD research and with cloud research in general, I felt like the past few years I was one of the only ones doing it. Nowadays, luckily, more people are looking at it, but it's still like a lot of things are just not looked at much by the pentest community, researcher community. There's still a lot of focus on on-prem AD, while like everyone is already migrating to the cloud, already migrated to the cloud, or is working with these hybrid things. And I think there's still a lot of things to look at there. No specific topics in general, but like if you look at what is implemented attack-wise, tools-wise, then just go build on that. And I'm sure there's a lot of things that that are still with vulnerabilities, with holes, with flaws, things you could explain better because there's not much blogs about it yet. So I think there's quite a lot left to do in that area.
Any extra input?
I feel like I take the opposite approach where I don't really have a backlog. I finish a project and then go, oh crap, what do I do next? And I kind of like look at Shodan and look at other sources. I look at what was interesting. We keep a list of the top vulnerabilities of the year. I look back at those and try to get inspiration. But really, I have trouble coming up with the next project every time.
All right. You just spoke about Shodan. Do you use some special tools, or are there particular tools that you really enjoy finding a use case for? So you're building on whatever research you're doing, and you have the opportunity to do something, and you're just impressed by this tool that does something really nice. Are there some little secrets there?
I don't really have an answer for that. For tools, I tend to be really bad at learning new tools. So I tend to stick with things I learned 10, 15 years ago. So I wind up using like the old versions of WinDebug and GDB with no plugins and stuff like that. And I feel like I use Vim as my editor, and I have a million plugins, a million configs. But when I'm hacky, I'm just using like a monochrome GDB terminal. I really feel like I should learn tools that aren't just the basic crap.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not really a binary researcher. Sometimes if I look at Windows internals, I have to look at LSASS. I like if it's .NET, at least there are some tools like decompile tools that I really appreciate that can decompile things into sort of human readable code. Otherwise, if I have to use Ghidra, I use x64DBG. They're quite essential if you really start to looking at the Windows internals part, how LSASS handles data, TPM stuff. So those tools in general. The rest I prefer to just use the web things like Burp as a proxy. That's all I do with Burp. I just use it as a glorified proxy. But it's a very useful tool to have, yeah.
I know you develop a lot of tools by yourself. Is it for the learning curve, or is it really just you want your own spin on some stuff that exists? Or is it just the technology preference for building them in Python?
I always want to understand how things work, and I think the only way to know how things work is to implement them yourself, at least not for everything, but for most things. Like if I take someone else's code, if you just pick it, the one time I did that was when I wrote something, I used someone else's code, and I didn't look at it too much, and there were some vulnerabilities in there, and I was like, well, from now on, I'll just write my own code, thanks. But basically, if you use other people's code without knowing the journey that they went through in order to analyze it, then I don't think you will get to these branches when you're like, well, okay, so this step it does this, but what if I change something here and do something different? What will that do? And with most of my research, like the whole Windows Hello flow as well, it's just separate steps. Of course, Windows does them all at once, but if you implement them in a library, then you can do all the steps like in a different order with different parameters, some basic fuzzing. So you just if you pull it apart, then you can really analyze it. And if you want to do these things, then you will need your own tools, because if you just, like if I have to modify the Windows memory in order to inject like a new certificate, that's going to be really inefficient. So usually I write my own tools for every research project that I do. And that brings me to like understanding the implementation, finding flaws in that. And I also like to have tools to make my life easier. Like a lot of my research that I do is also with my own tools that I build to automate sign-in with Selenium. So I don't have to enter the codes all the time, copy paste the passwords. It just does it all for me. So it's also making my own life easier.
You know, I have a similar process. Kind of twofold answer to that one. Sometimes I find it really hard to read academic papers and to like understand like big concepts. But if I write them myself or implement them, I can usually get my head around them eventually. So I wrote a tool many years ago for padding Oracle text, for example, and for hash extensions, is even better one. I wrote a tool called Hash Extender, and like I ran into this in the CTF, and I was like, there's no good tools for this, and I don't understand how it works. I wonder if I could figure this out. So like mixture of reading white papers and trying code. Eventually, I kind of got the concept, and then I was able to write my own tool that others use now, which I'm kind of proud of. The other part, one of my favorite things to work on is network protocols. And typically, besides like Netcat, there's no good tools for like testing protocols because I'm just building it as I go. So I'll figure out the header is 20 bytes, and then if this looks like a length field, so what if I send the wrong length field? Or this looks like a version, what if I send the wrong version? Or this looks like an opcode, if I send every opcode, like 0 through 255. And like, as I figure out what things mean, I'll just build functions and build tools, and at the end I have like a library of sorts for this protocol. And then I'll try to clean it up and merge into Metasploit, and then we'll have like protocol support in Metasploit for it. So I find it useful as a reverse engineering thing as well.
Speaking of protocol reversing, we have a question from the public here. Asking if you have any particular tools or special tricks, I'm guessing, when you're looking at reversing some opaque protocols that you don't know nothing about. I know in your talk you talked about re-implementing a client, which often helps a lot, and we saw you use GDB, IDA, and Wireshark, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Anything else in your toolbox?
I think that's largely it, and like Ruby, like writing code for it. When possible, my favorite thing to do is to use a packet capture tool, capture a conversation, and try to identify things. When you look at network protocols, similar things usually happen. There's usually a length field near the beginning or at the beginning of each packet, and you want to find that length field. Just because TCP is a stream, you need to be able to chop it up. There's usually a version number of some sort, and usually a version number doesn't change, or if it does change, it's going to be interesting because you can use old versions. Usually there's stuff like that. Then usually there's a list of values. The most typical thing I see is type length value, where there's a type like string, a length like 10 bytes, and a value like 10 characters. So I'm looking for stuff like that, and almost every protocol ultimately comes down to that. Sometimes it's more complex, sometimes it's less complex, but that's usually what I'm looking for. And if I don't have Wireshark available, if it's, I guess I should mention one other thing. There's been several projects I've worked on where I'm looking at a client app, like I install this service on Windows, and then I double-click an exe file, and it gives me a UI for it. If you packet after that and listen on localhost, sometimes those still communicate over TCP. The current thing I'm working on that is not public yet, I did that. I ran it. I packet captured the like local client, and then I used that same protocol remotely. And what's funny is sometimes the local client, this goes back a couple projects ago, but sometimes the local client will say like, I am a local client, here's a field that says like, I am authenticated, and the remote users don't set that field. But if you set that field, it actually works. There was a tool called Flex License Manager or something that was used by Citrix, and that was exactly a vulnerability I reported on that, which I'm not sure actually ever got fixed, but it's on the Rapid7 blog, where the local client would say is local true, and the foreign client would say is local false, but you can just say is local true and bypass the auth checks. So like, that kind of thing works sometimes.
Yeah, I sometimes have a bit of a chicken and an egg problem because, like also in this research, it's a lot about analyzing how Windows joins itself, but that's all happening like when you install the operating system. So obviously at the Windows installation screen, there's no tools yet. There's nothing, and most of it is web traffic. So it's quite well. If you can get it to a proxy, it's quite easy to analyze. But how you tell Windows, like at the very first moment you boot it up after installation, to use the proxy and to put everything through that. And then also there's like when you have Azure AD joins managed systems, there's an MDM involved which uses client certificates. So then you need to intercept the registration and then intercept the client certificate and then do that, and then you can decrypt the traffic because otherwise things will break. So eventually I figured out that instead of trying to do everything manually and import these certificates during the installation, I can just use the device management solution to push my certificate and to push myself as the proxy, and then it will happen automatically. So then you won't catch the very beginning, but at least from once the Windows contacts the MDM, it will put the right settings, and after that everything goes through automatically. So use the tools that you have as well.
So you're both professional security vulnerability researchers. We have some questions about your workflows. I'm guessing some people want to learn or understand, how do you manage your time? Are you a very free-form person, or do you time box a lot? Do you assign specific time lengths or periods for specific parts of your research? Can you elaborate a little on how you organize your time?
Yeah, for me, I would say I'm on the disorganized side. I usually have some idea of the project I'm working on, usually, and the outcomes I'm looking for. The first thing I usually do is look for attack surface and sort of mentally break down all the things I want to look at. Are there network services? Are there TCP, UDP services? Are there like Windows services? Are there startup files? Are there like configuration files? Is there encryption? Is there web? Is there whatever? And try to get like an idea for all the things I want to look at. And like just experience and intuition telling me how long it's going to take. Like probably this will take a couple weeks, let's plan a month kind of thing. And then like once I start working on it, as long as I'm making like steady progress, I'm not just hung up on something, I feel like I can go for a long time, and eventually I get, again, it's kind of intuitive of knowing when I've explored the major attack surface I want to look at, or when I feel like I'm not going to find anything. And after a while, it's hard. Like the current project I'm working on has like 8 different protocols it implements, and I worked on one for about 2 months and got some nice findings and sent them to the vendor. Now I'm like, do I really want to work on the other 7, or do I call this good? Because I feel like I have a lot of context on the project now. I know how to install it. I know how the code kind of is laid out, C++ and the classes it uses and stuff. Like, I want to continue on it, but I also feel like I could do better work elsewhere. So I think once I get back from Montreal, I'm going to have to answer that question, because I'm pretty freeform in that sense.
Yeah, so I'm not a very organized person. That also goes into my research. Sometimes I just look at something for a day or two, and then abandon it in order to get back to it later. Usually when I do research a certain topic, then once I have the feeling that I found what I could find, and I have a rough understanding of the things that are at play there, then that's enough. That's usually also the point that I send the reports over to Microsoft. And it always takes a while to fix these things. So usually like that's just a waiting period. Then I have to wait for them to fix it and see how they fixed it. And then I can release my tools. And then I figure out, oh, there's a few more things here that I assumed and don't know fully yet. And then when I make my slides, when I make a blog, then I have to look at it again and then find some more things sometimes, or find some alternative ways, or research some more parts. Like for this talk also I had a feeling what was possible, but like the NT-hash extraction, I actually got it working yesterday, so I knew it was possible. I had seen it in the past, but I didn't remember the exact implementation, and then I got it working, got a screenshot, put it in the slides, and then it was done. But it's good to be made a little bit better, so also need to brush up those tools a little bit before I push them to GitHub. So it's not always very organized. It doesn't help that there's not, well, obviously you want to report these things and make sure they get fixed, so you cannot just write it, push it, and then blog it in 1 week. But yeah, I do have a lot of like concept things that I have locally that I have working. Some things that work, they can do things, but they're so vague that I don't even understand why they work. So that needs some more research as well. But yeah, it's always challenging to focus, to find the focus, to deeply focus on a project, and then to finish it, to wrap it up, to write it all down, to make the screenshots, make it understandable for people that haven't dedicated that much time in it. So, but well, it works.
I've also got a problem that I call like one last thing problem, where I feel like the last thing I do is always half my time. Where like I did a project a few months ago, an F5 big IP, and I found some vulnerabilities. I reported to the vendor, they confirmed everything, and I went to write the blog, and I was like, you know, I never did run burp suite as one endpoint, and I crashed the server and was like, oh crap, now I gotta do a second set of this. And the current project was the same thing. Like I got to the end, I'm like, I got some okay findings, nothing exciting. What if I just do a quick crappy fuzzer and just flip bits in the packet? And oh, I crashed it, oh no. And like the last thing is often the biggest thing. And I did that when I was a pen tester too. I'd be writing the report and be like, hey, wait, what about? And then it just becomes an avalanche.
Are you some very individual researchers, or do you exchange a lot when you find something that you aren't sure? You have some stuff on the table, but they would need more research. Do you rely on friends and contacts at that point, or do you push by yourself?
Usually I'm doing things in context of work, and I have one coworker who's in Ireland. I'm on the west coast of the US. So like we're 9 hours apart, so we don't really work together all that much. And I like to work with other people at my company, but realistically my team is very, very small. So I don't get to do it much. There are, like, before we have findings and before we have O days, I'll occasionally tag friends. I was working on a weird compression issue a couple weeks ago, and I have a friend who's a big crypto and compression nerd. So I reached out to him and said hey, I have a weird problem. Can you help me make a file that compresses to itself or decompresses to itself? And he said sure, and we built it, and that ended up being a finding. So I'll reach out to friends sometimes, but realistically I can't do it much just because I'm doing everything for work.
Yeah, so I don't collaborate with other researchers that often. Of course, we all learn from each other's works, get inspired by each other's research. So there will be a lot of people that do the research. I read about it, build forward on it. I do have some projects that I do together. Like I'm working on a project with Olaf right now as well on some Azure AD research. It comes with new challenges, like if I have just my labs on my own machine, it's very easy. If you need to share a lab environment with virtual machines, then you get into all new kind of issues, like where are you going to host it, how are you going to make sure that we both access it, going to keep nodes, share each other, how do I get the beta version of my tool that contains all this non-documented stuff and get it over to that. But yeah, of course it's great to collaborate and get some different perspective. Usually I do things on my own though.
We have some questions from the public that are asking about disclosure, vendors, and funny stories. Any worthwhile anecdotes here?
Yeah, disclosure is sort of an interesting issue because every researcher and every company has their own policies. Our typical one at Rapid7, a guy named Todd Beardsley worked for us until fairly recently. Now he works for government something, CISA or something. But he helped draft a disclosure policy with my manager and with me that said, when we send the vendor reports, we say, here's our typical policy with a bunch of asterisks. We'll publish in 60 days unless we agree on something mutually better. And usually we'll push it out to 90 days or a little bit more if the vendor requests it and they're being communicative. But we've had interesting issues in the past. There was one vendor who we reported a vulnerability to, and it turns out they were a customer, which doesn't affect us at all. But we got to be nice to customers. And they asked if they could chat with us, the researchers, and we don't typically do that, but we're like, sure, whatever. And they were really interested in how we got the software, and I'm like, sweet. So I found these cool vulnerabilities, and I have a lot of interesting advice for how to make your software more secure. And he's like, so how'd you download it? And it felt like kind of a waste of time. And they ended up actually fixing things without an extension, so it ended up being okay. I feel like I have other stories that I can't remember right now, but maybe I'll think of them.
Yeah, so I almost exclusively disclose things to Microsoft. I would describe that usually as a bit of a roller coaster. Every time there's a new way that I think I've had it all by now, but then there's always some new things. I've actually had a case that I assumed it was fixed, then I talked about it at a Microsoft conference, no less, and it turns out it was not fixed. So I accidentally dropped a 0-day on a Microsoft stage. One for the bucket list. I've also had one that I talked about it last year. I assumed it was fixed. I didn't look at it. I had a talk again a couple of months later, then found a really trivial bypass, and apparently no one else bothered to actually test my things that I say that it's actually true and whether it's actually fixed or not. So maybe there's some interesting stuff in there. But then they very quickly fixed that, within a day, the specific bypass, so I could have my talk in the next day. That was, a good collaborative experience. Other than that, yeah, I've had one non-Microsoft case where the only way to report the vulnerability was that they basically required you to do it via HackerOne. Their terms were basically you don't get anything, but you're not allowed to disclose it. So I was like, so give me some alternative way if you want my bug, which they eventually did. But yeah, it's a bit of a Wild West out there somewhere, but at least Microsoft has a good reporting process, and I get to talk to them nowadays and get some collaboration on how they fix it, when they fix it, and that usually works out all right.
So we have 5 minutes left, so I'm going to switch subjects and move on to how do you break into a career in vulnerability research? So what's your first step if you want to do that?
So I have an old friend, Jeff McJunkin, who talks about this a lot. He's a science instructor, among other things. And I always like something he said is that security, especially research, is like a prestige class. If you ever played D&D, you'll know prestige classes are what you can get to after you max out your normal class. And I think it's really true is that like, if you are really good at something, whether it's networking, whether it's Windows, whether it's protocols, development, whatever, once you get good enough, security stuff is a lot easier to get into because security is often looking at how things work and how they connect and where that breaks down, where the assumptions made developing it break down. And it's a lot easier to understand the assumptions if you're a programmer and you're trying to find assumptions in someone made in their code, or if you're a DevOps and you're looking for assumptions people made in like their deployment pipelines or whatever, you're a lot more qualified to understand it once you've gotten really good at the thing that's kind of based on. So as a result, like I think the reason I got where I am is because I was a programmer. I did a computer science degree and was a developer for a while, and I found security really interesting. And I would develop a lot of tools and release things open source. And it seems like there's a lack of that in InfoSec sometimes, that people use tools but don't necessarily write tools. And I found like writing tools and then explaining research in a, I don't want to say a basic way, but in a way that's easily approachable is really useful. Like reading white papers is tough for me and for a lot of us. But if someone takes a white paper and writes a blog in a more casual way with examples, sometimes that can be like a really great way to learn, and people really appreciate that. So I feel like writing tools and explaining the tools is kind of how I got where I am.
Yeah, I think it mostly takes just a lot of investment, mostly time-wise. And then maybe natural curiosity is what helped me. I just want to know how things work. But if you want to get started in security research, I mean, the easiest way, I think, is just to try to understand the things that you're doing. Like Ron already mentioned, don't just blindly run the tools. Try to read the source code, try to understand it. Try to find some topics that don't have a lot of tools maybe, or that don't have a lot of resources like blogs that explain how the process works. And I mean, if you want to start low-key, then just write a blog explaining how a certain process works. Make sure you understand it for yourself. You don't need to find all the kind of 0 days the first time in order to write a blog that's useful for others. Like if you start on your journey and you find some things that you run into, it's quite likely others will run into that as well. So if you want to start low-key, just start understanding it, start sharing that. And then once you understand the topic enough, you'll find parts that no one else went yet that you can research. And then I think the vulnerabilities will come by themselves. But at that point, you've probably invested a lot of time in it already. So it's just also really challenging sometimes because a lot of people, especially in consultancy, it's just you do your assessments, you have to write the report, and then the next week is the next time. So it's mostly if you want to really learn how the things work beyond that, either your employer has to give you space or you have to do it in your free time. If you want to do other things in your free time, I completely understand that as well. But like then I don't think you will get into the research level if you don't have any time to invest into it. It's just an investment. And not everyone has that. Not everyone prioritizes that. That's fine as well. But yeah, it's different ways of doing things, I think, and getting there.
I think we're pretty much done. So thank you very much for spending some time with us. I hope everybody liked that.
Thank you.
Have a great lunch.
You're welcome.
So I think our two guests mentioned that they will be around for the rest of the conference, and we should also maybe cross them at the CTF. So if you have some other extra questions, you can chase them.
Test, test. Y a-t-il du moniteur là-dedans?
Oui, ça sort.
Il y en a? Good. Veux-tu aller sur le stage?
Oui.
Hey, hey, 1, 2, check, check. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. We're not NorthSec 2023. We will have a great afternoon.
Oui.
confirmation de l'autre stage. On essaye de les syncer ensemble.
OK, fait que là, je dis plus de niaiseries.
All right. Welcome back to day 2. We are continuing with the criminology block. So mostly from University of Montreal, to be precise. Also from the University of Montreal, our moderator Massara Paquet-Clouston is a professor at University of Montreal and a collaborator at the Stratosphere Laboratory. She holds a PhD in criminology from Simon Fraser University and is specialized in the study of profit-driven crime enabled by technologies. In the past, she worked 5 years as a researcher in the private industry and is now a NorthSec veteran and international speaker. So please welcome Massara.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here just right after lunch. It's really nice. We have 3 great presentations coming up. So we'll first start with Vicky Desjardins. She's an English lit major turned criminologist turned cyber threat intelligence analyst. She's eternally optimistic that research can make the world a better place. She turns crazy ideas into research projects and figures out later if they're actually possible. So welcome, Vicky, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. So hi, thank you all for coming after lunch on the second day. I'm very happy to have you today. So thank you for coming for my presentation, Checkmate Using Game Theory to Study the Evolution of Ransomware. This is going to be a presentation about my preliminary results from my doctoral research. So, okay, why is this? Okay, perfect. So who am I? Well, I mean, Massara described me pretty well. I'm a PhD candidate full-time, but I also work at Hitachi System Security full-time as a CTI analyst. I enjoyed reading a lot, boxing way too much, and growing potatoes on my balcony. And above all, I'm also a crazy cat mom, so this is my little one. His name is Mr. Darcy, and he's pure evil. Don't get fooled by this face. So let's go over really quickly the presentation plan. So I'm going to introduce game theory really in simple terms, because otherwise I could spend 3 hours just on this. I'm going to discuss the reality of the cyber battles against ransomware, because this was something that I didn't anticipate until I started in the industry, and that really impacted my research. Then I'll present the research, methodology, and the sample. Because this is only a 30-minute talk, I'm only going to present certain results and analysis. I'll discuss the limits, because there is no research that is perfect. And then I'll conclude with some of the future steps that this research will take. So what is game theory? Game theory analyzes the interaction between self-interested groups who behave strategically to maximize the probabilities of getting their end game. If we wanted to use this definition in terms of cybersecurity, what we could say is that we study the interaction between attackers and defenders in a way to predict the outcome of that interaction. However, for this research, I'm not using game theory to predict behavior. I was warned by my director and my supervisor that if I did, I'd fail automatically my thesis. And if you've done a thesis, you know you don't want to fail for something so stupid. So let's get back on topic here. So game theory is an economics theory which is often used in warfare or in conflict management, right? You've probably heard of it on TV shows, but it gets usually very simplified and dumbed down. The only one show that I saw that did it pretty good was Prison Break season 5, and even that was pretty simplified. I did pick this theory when I thought it was cool, and now I'm regretting it every step of the way, but we're 3 years in and we're going with it, right? So what game theory brings is that you can look at how people behave, how they play together, and how they're going to pick their strategies based on this interaction. So one way of doing this is you can look at what the person wants. What's their end game that they want to take away from this, right? The reason they're in this game. So if we want to simplify this in cybersecurity, we can say that attackers want to make their attacks successful, whereas defenders want to block all these attacks. So their behaviors are going to be, the choice of strategies is going to be according to their end game. So the only problem is that they can't both be winners and both can't be losers, right? So this is why we're in a situation of zero-sum game, which is defined as the win of one causes the direct loss of the other. So in cybersecurity, for an attacker to win, the defender must have lost. You can't have half wins, right? You didn't just half-ass it. Whoops, I don't know if I'm allowed to say ass, but whatever. You didn't halfway do it. You were successful. So I've talked a lot about definitions, and you're probably thinking, like, I really don't care about Econ 101. I skipped it for pints, so let's just bring it back to the main subject. So in ransomware, the end game of the attack will be to launch that successful attack, and I'm going to stick on the technical side. I'm not going to focus on the extortion side today, because 30 minutes. But so let's just say that for a successful ransomware to be done, technically speaking, the threat actors need to be able to encrypt, corrupt, or steal the data. If not, the attack is not successful. So this is why we're in a zero-sum game. The win of one causes the direct loss of the other. So there are two types of game that I'm going to talk about today. There's the static and dynamic games. So static game is when the players are both acting at the same time. And so you have limited ways that you can prioritize strategies, right? You can think of rock, paper, scissors. Technically, there's only 3 strategies. But unless you've played with the person multiple times, you're limited in what the person is going to choose as a strategy. And again, there's only 3. I feel like most people start with rock first. Like, that's just the easy one. So if you're thinking about this and you're like, okay, I should prioritize paper because then I'll win. But then everyone's thinking the same way. So then scissors technically becomes the main strategy that would lead you to win. But if you haven't played this person before, you're still kind of guessing, and you have 1/3 of a chance to be right. Dynamic games are different because it's more of in a sequence, so it's one after the other. You can think of a game of chess as being dynamic, right? So in a dynamic setting, you have more time to plan and more time to prioritize certain strategy over the other, and you see what the other are playing. Now, you take for granted that you both know the end game of the other, because we're playing chess. We're going to stick to the chess example for now. But there are 2 ways you can go about this if you want to win or make them lose, which in game theory, those are 2 different things, right? Depending on the type of settings you're in. So if player 1 does not want player 2 to win, player 1 can decide to take strategies that would block the other player or take strategies that will make them win. So in a sequence, in a dynamic setting, you have a lot more opportunities to learn from your partner and dictate how you want to either maybe push them into a corner or make yourself get ahead of the game. See, when I first started this research, I thought cybersecurity was a clean-cut dynamic setting, and well, I was wrong. So let's figure out why I was wrong. So the reality of cyber battle, I started this research over 3 years ago now, and when I did, I wasn't working in the industry, I wasn't at Hitachi yet, and I got hit with a brick when I started working in the industry because the reality was so not the pink bubble that academia can be in research, right? I got like thrown into a war zone of just like, there are attacks everywhere, there's one defense team, this is not, the rules of engagements are just not there. So this became very complicated when you're trying to study this from a game perspective. So one of the main conclusions that I saw was it's not one game at once, and it's also not one team against the other. It's more a bunch of different attackers team versus one team of defenders. So if we're going to take a sports metaphor, it's kind of like if the Abs are playing against Toronto, Ottawa, Vegas, and Washington all at once on the same ice. Now, none of these teams represent the same level of threats, but you still kind of have to deal with them all. And yes, if you know the dig, you know the dig. That's all I'll say. So here's the problem with game theory with this in research, is that it's very difficult to reconcile the fact that you're supposed to be one player against one player. And one player can be a team of players, by the way, just in case I didn't mention it. And then the other problem is that the weight of winning is no longer the same because the teams aren't the same. So for threat actor groups to win, they need to hit one place at the right time with the right tool or the right exploit or whatever to win. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but we'll simplify it for now. The problem is, on the defender side, they must protect everything everywhere at all times. And that's just not the same weight, because for those who work in on the blue teams or defender sides, you know that you always get surprised of things that you didn't know were connected on your attack surface. Like that random printer that's still admin from 10 years ago. That they didn't put it on the sheet and you didn't know existed until it was too late. I see some of you laughing because you know it happens, right? So now the thing is, we're in a situation where defenders are just set to lose at all times. And now, I didn't really like that, and I decided to try to do something about it, which was kind of my downfall. But we'll talk about that. So, story time. Quick story. So in my family, we play this game called Pay Me, okay? We play every event for hours on end, and it's a dynamic setting card game. You either need to do series or identicals, right? But because I've played with the same family members over and over again, I kind of know what they do and their choices of strategies. So for example, my grandma, who's like the sweetest person ever, she counts cards. Like, I just know it, she does it. My brother loves risks, so he goes big at all times. He's going all in. He's never won a game in like 10 years, but you know, he still aims for that strategies. I do not like risk. I'm not someone who likes risks, so I, play it easy and just cheat. But maybe I do, maybe I don't. I probably do. So my point is, because I play with them for years, I know how they behave and I know their strategies, right? So how about applying this logic to cybersecurity and learning the attacker's playbook? If you want to block attackers, you need to know how they might behave, right? But then in cybersecurity research that applies game theory, one of the main downfalls is there's too many strategies, the number of strategies is infinite, and we can't do it. Well, yeah, okay, technically speaking, theoretically speaking, sure, yeah. But no, because we're all humans, right? There might be an endlessly amount of possibilities, but humans don't know all of them. So you're already kind of hinting at something, right? Humans are rational. Well, some of them are rational, not all of them. So I wanted to start looking at that playbook, but then look at it from an evolutionary perspective. But instead of focusing on everything that's changed, I wanted to look at what didn't. And the reason I wanted to do this was before I started this research, I was reading this article that said that there are 20,000 new ransomware per quarter, right? And I'm pretty sure it was actually monthly, but let's just be conservative and say it was quarterly. And I remember thinking back then, when I didn't really know anything about ransomware, well, compared to today, I knew nothing about it, but I was like, there is no way in hell that there are 20,000 new strains that are created from scratch, right? Just didn't really make sense. And when I started doing the data collection, I realized I was onto something, but back then I didn't know. So what I wanted to do was look at what hasn't changed and focus on this, because the idea was, if it hasn't changed in the number of years that I was going to study, then why would it change now? Why would it change next? And this is not in a prediction. It's more in a common sense situation, right? And then I wanted to know, well, if we can figure out what hasn't changed, can we prioritize countermeasures to these weak spots? Because then it might give us a chance to equal the weights of winning and losing. This was the idea. So this is the presentation of my doctoral study. So the question was, how can game theory be applied to study the evolution of ransomware? And again, like I said, the research aim was to identify what hasn't changed in the techniques. The end game of this project will end up, while aiming to create an interactive kill chain using, well, not a kill chain, I'm not allowed to say that, sorry, an interactive kill tree, using commonly used defense evasion techniques, which I'm not gonna have time to talk about today. But today what I'm gonna focus on mostly is on discovery and defense evasion because it's what honestly interests me the most. So the methodology. So I gathered over 400 white papers, and the reason I used white papers to create this database was because I'm a criminologist and not, so my malware analysis technique skills are non-existent. So I had to rely on the white papers. So what I did was I took those white papers and I applied the MITRE framework to them and tried to see if I could study evolution this way. Now, between you and I, this was the wrong call, and I probably shouldn't have used the MITRE framework, but it was a well-established model that I knew was going to be accepted for my thesis. But I'll explain to later on in the limits why that was probably not the right call. So what I did with those white papers is I collected not only the MITRE IDs, I collected also type of encryption they were using, their AKAs, all known as, their known associates, and particularities that they had. I'm not going to have time to talk about all of this today, but I kind of vacuumed it up and grabbed as much as I could and then played around with the data. So I ended up with a sample of 116 strings. 51 were cryptoware, 65 were leakware. And then I also redivided for future testing the difference between ransomware as a service versus owned. The sample is from 2016 to 2020. Well, I'm going to say 2022 because I only have one for 2023. I do, after NorthSec, want to go back and actually add a little bit more, but I also need to graduate, so we'll see how that goes. But the original idea was actually a 15-year sample, and I don't think I would have ever survived 15 years. I didn't have enough white papers. And then I realized here that I took some of you guys' white papers, so thank you so much for everyone who wrote one. I really appreciated it. So the fun part, the reason we're all here, right? So let's talk about some results that I did. So I want to talk briefly about initial access, right? Because it's the entry point. And this is something that's not going to come as a surprise, but phishing remained the most used technique for initial access, and that was very stable per the 6 years that I was studying. So this is good news and a bad news, because the good news is because it requires an interaction. From a game theory perspective, it teases the idea that it can be stopped. And now, before we collectively roll our eyes, because I said phishing can be stopped, and we all know, most of us know that this is not that simple. I know, I don't really know. The idea is that game theory teases this. I don't know how realistic it is considering how stable this has been, but we can still continue to work on this. When phishing was not an option or wasn't used, vulnerability exploitation was the second one that was used the most. It's harder to do sometimes, but they're not dependent on users' behavior, so that made it a little bit simpler sometimes. I don't want to dwell on this too much because I only have half an hour, and honestly, I kind of want to geek out about other things than phishing. Not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just, it's phishing. I like funny things better. So then I started focusing more on internal discovery. So when I first started gathering the data, I wasn't really doing any sort of analysis, right? I was just kind of gathering up and looking at it, and what did draw my attention to was discovery. So it probably shouldn't have surprised me as a CTI analyst, but back then I didn't know as much as I do now. But there was a lot of accent put on discovery, internal discovery. And it made sense later on because even though we all kind of know what's inside our infrastructure, we don't know where things are exactly. It's kind of like if you go rob a house, you kind of know that there's going to be, certain money or pharmaceuticals in bathroom, but you don't know which bathroom and you don't know where the safe is. You have a good idea that it's probably going to be in the office, but do you really know where the office is from the outside? So this was kind of the same logic, right? And as a CTI analyst, I got asked a lot of times by clients that were just like, do you know what they took, right? I got ransomed, they encrypted everything, do you know what they took? And my answer was always the same. Whatever you're afraid that they took, that's what they took. The whole point of a ransomware, you have to make it hurt, right? If they didn't take, what hurts the most or what you're most sometimes ashamed of, then it wouldn't really work. My point in all of this is that you need to know what's in your infrastructure. You need to know where things are and what's valuable to you, because they will know it for you. We've seen an increase of ransomware groups that are tailoring their ransom demand to their insurance policies, because that increased their odds of payment. So they are looking, right? But what it also tells me was that, from a game theory perspective, is if internal discovery is really important to them, it can also be leveraged for defenders, right? So if you prioritize what you need to be protected at all costs, right? And like, I know we always say you need to protect everything, but let's be realistic, no one does. But you need to know what the gold is. Like the pure jewels, you need to know what it is and how to protect it, and put extra layer around those. And as a by the way, your employees' data falls under that category, please, for all of the employees. So this is what you're gonna wanna do. The idea is, if they're taking their sweet time with internal discovery, it gives you a chance to put like a tripwire or some sort to be able to protect yourself, or at least throw one Hail Mary to protect yourself. But I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'll talk about this a little later. So this is from the sample, the discovery techniques that were most used in the sample that I had. And as you can see, that it's a lot of looking around at where things are, how to move around the infrastructure, and looking for documents. So basically, one of the main things that I saw was that they were also looking for certain files, extension files, right? They're looking for the Excel files in some Word document, and then the ones that includes things like revenue 2022 that you know is going to be on the OneDrive somewhere and it's going to be shared across multiple people, you want that, right? They're going to be looking for it. They're going to be also looking at ways to travel within your infrastructure. So defense evasions. Okay, so defense evasion was a big thing because I always thought it was the battleground of game theory, right? This is where the main interaction is, where you're testing your defense against your attack. And then turns out this is kind of where things went downhill for me. This is the distribution of defense evasion techniques in my sample. This sucked because I had too many strategies that weren't recurring. So when you're looking at something that isn't changing, strategies that are once out of 116 is not good, because then you can't really draw any conclusion from this. So when this came out the first time, honestly, I was like, I think I'm gonna have to change this project, and the pen testers in my life were right, and I can't do this. But then I didn't, I kept going, and then turns out I was still right. But my point is, with something like this, you're kind of like, okay, so there's a lot of possibility of defense evasion, but then why is there not more? So then I decided to do a cluster analysis. So cluster analysis is grouping sets of objects in a way that they group the same people together that are more similar and different in different groups, I guess. One of the main problems I had is I had too many variables. So the first few times I tried running this test, the software crashed twice. And then I realized the mistake was I had too many, so I had to cut down. And this is where things get tricky in research, is that you can't just randomly select what data you want, because then that's just not fair, and you're playing with data, right? It's garbage in, garbage out. So what I had to do is think about it in a way. I'm like, okay, so if my goal is finding out what hasn't changed, then I need to pick the top 15 strategies that were most used. And as you can see, even when I did this, the model is still low or fair. It's still not great because I had too many variables. Now, I could continue to play with it, but then that just wouldn't be ethical. And as much as I enjoy blurring the lines of hacking, this is not one of those times. So I got two clusters. I got two groups. My sample was divided in two. I got no time to evade at 56%, and 44% was catch me if you can. I work full-time, and I do a PhD full-time, so I find the fun where I can, which is naming stuff in names that I probably shouldn't. So let's look at them. Let's look at how they're, the main particularities of each group. And what I found was it was pretty surprising because I had really thought that I was going to be facing groups with a lot more strategy, especially for the I got no time to evade. And this is a group at 56%, right? So it's most of my sample. Well, above average, well, above half. And I kept thinking, why, right? Why would I have a group with the majority hasn't done much? And then it got me into thinking, there are multiple possibilities for it. One of them is that my framework is not working, that the techniques that they're using are so new or sophisticated that the MITRA didn't include them, which is a possibility. The second option was maybe they do such a good job at internal discovery that they know in advance what to avoid and don't need to use defense evasion techniques. Or they'll focus on basically what they really can, but because they took their time and mapping out and sniffing things, they didn't have to evade. The third option, and this is maybe more of the CTA analyst speaking, but the third option was, well, in order to evade defenses, you need defenses in the first place. So maybe the victims didn't have any countermeasures in place, and therefore they didn't need to evade much defenses. The second group, which is the smaller one, the catch me if you can, had their hands in multiple types of strategies a little bit everywhere, right? So for them, I kind of got the idea that they were a little bit more teasing, just doing a little bit of everything at once. Whereas I got no time to evade, really focus on hiding their code and their presence in their code. So I got more of a weasel kind of type for them because the devil is in the details. And if the defense is not looking in the logs for any small little, abnormalities, they would probably miss it. So this is what I got from this. The common strategies. So this was what both groups had in common, and it was a lot. Like they both had these strategies multiple times at a higher rate, I guess. And so that's why I wanted to talk about them. So what I saw from this is that the core real defense evasion laid a lot on avoiding sandbox, so sandbox evasion, and modifying, disable or modifying the firewall. So these were more defense evasions that were more direct to evading defenses, whereas the others, even though they're considered defense evasion, were a little bit more on trying to set yourself up for your next step, right? So they're looking at ways to move around for lateral movement, persistence, and elevation of privileges, which I thought was interesting because when I thought of defense evasion, I really thought it was attacking the defenses, but then turns out it was also just by kind of weaseling out of them too. So time flies when we're having fun, so I'm gonna keep this short. So this is where I kind of am. I forgot to mention, 2 weeks ago, my partner dropped his coffee all over my laptop, and I lost four months of research. And so I had to restart everything in the last 2 weeks. So this is the result of this. So this is why some of the results are not as pushed as I had intended it to be, because I didn't have time to finish. So the attacker's playbook. So I know I've been quick on the results, but honestly, I can really geek out about this for hours. So I'll be around today and tomorrow. So if you have more thoughts or questions or anything, I'll be very happy to geek out about this more. So let's go with the short conclusion on this. So in an ideal world, we'd focus on threat actors just not getting initial access, right? In an ideal world, we would all have such strong walls that nothing could get in. But honestly, that's just not the reality. And sure, we could, increase the security around emails, Teams, Slack, LinkedIn, and all of this. It would help, but I don't think it would stop anything. So I rather focus on limiting damages and making the job of hacking harder than it has to be, because then a lot of threat actors are just gonna be like, whatever, I'm not wasting my time on this, right? So that brings me back to discovery and defense evasion. So what I learned is that the importance of discovery, even though it's logical, defense could use this to their advantage. Because threat actors may know what they want to find, but they don't know exactly where it is, right? And this is where you can mess with them. So you can make that job a lot harder, longer, and with more traps. So in criminology, we suspect that the longer the crime takes to be committed, the more chances of not natural selection, but of natural ways to be stopped, right? You have more chances of getting caught, more chances of something going wrong. So why not apply this to the discovery stage, right? Fool them. make traps, and traps that can give you enough time to protect the jewels. So I was talking to one of my favorite pen tester of all time, Adrian, who's right here today, and I was asking him about honeypots, because I know honeypots you can see them from miles away. So I wanted to, what's the alternative, right? Modern day alternative. And he was talking to me about putting vulnerable switch devices in pre-selected spot in order to use them to raise an alarm that would give you enough time to protect the jewels. I listened to an episode of Darknet Diaries 2 days after that conversation, and that product was already out there, so I guess I was onto something. So the limits of this paper. I'm limited by what was in the white papers. So if I didn't have enough information, I kind of disregarded the strain because I couldn't do much with it. I was limited on that side. Ransomware are customizable, and they do change depending on their target. So I need to be clear that it's 116 strains that were seen at least once, but it doesn't mean that I got the full, I don't know, like Lockbit 3's full ammo, right? Because they change with their targets. So the result cannot be fully generalized, but it is telling us at least some trends that should not, be ignored either. The MITRE framework is great, but when you're trying to analyze it for evolution, the newer papers included a lot of strategies that were not in the MITRE framework that I had to add in myself, which then became kind of a problem. So the next step is to continue to analyze the strategies against the years, but this time I'm going to do it from a qualitative perspective because based on stats, there wasn't that much difference and it was hard to handle. So again, devil's in the details, right? Then I'm going to be mapping out the strategies in a kill tree, but only focus on defense evasion, and I might actually include discovery yet, but I haven't talked to my supervisor about it. And then the final step is, I got to write the paper. I got to write the dissertation and defend it, so hopefully by next May I will have something done, but life, So on this, I want to thank you all for coming to my talk, and this is, if you want to reach me, if you want to talk to me, I'll be around. I'm volunteering tonight and tomorrow. And this is my best friend, Kevin, for those who don't like cats. So I put a dog at the end to make sure that you would have someone. He's living his best life in Scotland, and he is thriving. So I thought you would enjoy a dog at the end of this kind of grim presentation, even though there was a lot of pink. So thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you so much, Vicky. If you have any questions to Vicky, we'll be asking them afterwards. You can try to scan this beautiful QR code and then write your questions. We'll review them to make sure that they're acceptable. I have no doubt. And then after that, we'll ask them during the... Do you want to set up? Yeah? The moment... Yeah. T'es-tu... Comment? Bla, 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 bla.
So, elle arrive. Mais en fait, j'ai des slides.
Mais en fait, je pensais qu'on rentrait tout de suite au prochain, tu sais.
Non,
c'est ça.
Okay, non, on a le temps.
Please don't go. Il y a du monde qui vont venir le faire. Ah bon, ben oui, je pensais pas qu'il y avait un fait.
compris pourquoi je t'avais rien envoyé.
Non.
Je t'avais dit que je t'allais t'envoyer à 2 semaines.
Tu avais décidé peut-être.
Ouais, ben mon chum a scrappé mon ordi, fait que j'ai tout perdu. 2 semaines avant. Ça faisait des mois que je me préparais. Yeah. Fait que j'ai pas.
Mais tu sais, pour de vrai.
Es-tu encore avec?
Oui! Il m'a acheté un droit.
Laisse sentir bien en tabarouette.
Un vendredi soir.
Elle est ça, tes backups?
Comment? Répète ça? Ah oui, ok. Ouais, ouais. Très bonne idée. Très, très bonne idée.
C'était à l'aise.
Oui, oui, oui. Ah, je dois être rendue à plus que ça. On va te demander, je vais te dire 38, really?
More than 38.
Ouais, ça va. Mais je pense que genre, j'ai mis les poster presentation là-dedans. Fait que c'est non, mais je sais, je pense.
Il y a des fausses informations sur le site web, ça veut dire?
Mais j'ai fait beaucoup plus de temps chorale que de temps. On commence à quelle heure?
Dans une minute.
Une minute? Ouais, c'est juste que j'avais entendu 8 minutes seulement, quand même, là, c'est fort.
Hier, j'ai dit 2 minutes à Nicolas Grégoire, j'ai dit, OK, ça va.
Solide, Nicolas Grégoire. Tu as vu ça, Thierry, aussi?
Ouais. Il a fini un training aussi à Desjardins. Il était là une semaine en avance. Puis il a donné son prix à Desjardins. L'adresse en est pas vendue à nous autres.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll start with our second talk of the day with Andréane. Please take a seat. Andréane has a PhD in criminology from University of Montreal and works as a cybersecurity researcher at GoSecure. Acting as the social scientist of the team, she is interested in online attackers' behavior. She's an experienced presenter with over 38 academic conferences. Are we still at 38?
42.
42?
With today, 45, I don't know.
Good.
I lost the count.
With over 45 conferences and is now focusing on the InfoSec field. So if you want to know what to do when you have what you can infer from RDP honeypots, please stay and welcome Andréane.
Thank you, Masara. I wish to say thank you to Hugo to schedule me in the afternoon because this morning was hard after the party yesterday. Were you there? It was a good party. I loved it. So yeah, I'm here to talk about the extent to which human is implicated behind automated attack on RDP systems. So you know, I see human implication on a continuum. So you can launch an automatic attack, a very basic one, and you can think more about your attack and make it a bit more sophisticated. So this is the type of continuum I'm looking at or trying to build to understand the attacker strategies better. So Masara already introduced me, so I don't have to do it all over again. So I'm a cybersecurity researcher at GoSecure now. And I'm also involved in the NorthSec organization. So I swapped my red T-shirt just for this presentation, and then I'll put it back on. And I'm also part of the research group on open source at the University of Montreal as a scientific director. So a lot of engagement, a lot of fun. I like it. So the objective of our research program, so not just the research I'm presenting today, but also like all the other research I do with my colleagues, is to understand attacker strategies to share, hopefully, to share prevention advice, and also to fight against attackers' anonymization, because it's hard to really de-anonymize an attacker with a name and an address, and this, like, we're not police, right? So it's not in our interest to do that. But we want to fight against their kind of anonymization, just to be or to go as far as we can to try to identify what are their strategies and who are they. We want to scare them, so they have to change their strategies and do, like, find other ways and work harder to try to attack. In order to increase their cost, right, in the attack, the calculation of benefit versus cost. So the agenda for today, I'll just explain very quickly what is a remote desktop protocol, just to make sure we are all on the same page. And then I'll explain the honeypot that we used to collect the data. And I'll show you what the data we have analyzed for this presentation, for this research project. And I'll show you the indicators of human behavior versus machine-like behavior, and how can this aggregated together can result into an engagement score, a human engagement score. So, first, remote desktop protocol is a Microsoft protocol allowing users to access the graphical interface of remote computers. So, you know, with the shift to remote work after the pandemic, companies have relied on remote access tools to manage corporate devices and keep operation running. I'm sure there's a lot of you that use some type of remote protocol to access your work files. And well, there's less security-aware organizations that even expose their RDP directly on the internet. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency reported an increase of 127% of the RDP endpoint exposed to the internet following the pandemic. So it's a lot of tools, and since, oops, sorry for that. And since RDP gives user complete control over the device, it has to be shown, it has been shown as a valuable entry point for threat actor and particularly for ransomware gang. So you understand the urgency of understanding attackers' behavior and proposing solutions to improve protection or attack prevention. So to study credential attack on RDP, we're still operating high interaction honeypots on the internet. So the objective of our honeypot is a research honeypot, so we're just collecting data and for research purposes. And our specific honeypot consists is an open source RDP interception tool called PyRDP. And it's in front of a real Windows server, so they can actually connect and do stuff on the honeypot. So PyRDP, you might have seen one of the presentation of Olivier Bilodeau, who developed PyRDP with a couple of other interns. I don't see any of them here, but a lot of people work hard on the development of this tool. And maybe you have seen or listened to Purple RDP, the presentation of Olivier about this one, about the tool. But basically, like, this is the list of all it can do. However, I will not read all that. The thing is, like, the important thing is that it's basically a monster in the middle, which collects a lot of information. It saves basically everything, so we have access. It's also an RDP visualizer, so we have access to basically everything, like that the person who connects to our server will type on his keyboard. We see where he clicks. It's really like a video of what he's doing once he connects. So it's highly interesting. But today, I will not talk about like the actual video footage. I will talk about the before the compromission, so the attack, the credential attack before compromission, right? So how do they compromise our RDP system? Let's start with that. And it's not with fancy backdoors and a lot of knowledge. It's very simple brute force attack, which consists in just trying as much username and password as possible and try to enter, right? So with all that, we collected a data set. We collected a lot of information, like a lot of attempt logins, and it was kind of too much to analyze. So I took a subset of 3 months for today. So it's from July 1 to September 30, all the attacks on those omnipods. And the information that is collected before the compromission is timestamp, IP addresses, the credential they try, so the username and the password. And I'm kind of excited to show you how far can we analyze the strategies with only those 3 information. So in this data set that I'm presenting today, we have like over 3.4 million attempt login. And if we group them by IP, because you know one IP can attack us for like thousands of times, hundreds of thousands of times, we end up with 1,529 different IP addresses in 3 months. Okay? So a bit of descriptive information about this, about the data set. So most attacks come from IPs that are registered in Asia, and then Europe, and then North America. We all know that it's not necessarily the origin of the attackers, since they can use compromised computer or proxies, but still it gives us an idea of where they're from. And I classified Russia in Asia here, and this is an important information because Russia is the main attacker. So Russia, Panama, and China. And China is Hong Kong mostly, because like for those who can see the red line, it represents the rest of China, and the blue line is like Hong Kong. So it comes from Hong Kong, right? So yeah, Now, if we look at the most common username that are used in the attempt logins, like we understand that there's a lot, like there's 700,000 different username in our data set, but here is the top 12, okay? So we see a lot of administrator, right? And on the Windows server, the default name is administrator, so it's kind of a good strategy to try this to connect. So if we look at this, all the variation of the word admin, administrator, administrator, it represents 60% of the attempt logins. After that, if we look at the most common, no, it's still the most common username. Okay, so administrator a lot, and then we have those three weird one in the top 12. Their presence in the top 12 is important because this is information about our computer. It's our RDP name and our host name and certificate name, plus something that is related to the fact that we are on DigitalOcean. So those are information that they found, and then leverage them against us to try to enter our server. So there's many studies that's saying that brute force attack on RDP are kind of very basic and use leak lists available on the internet and that are pretty much basic, but this is not what we see here because they use our information against us. And it's not like random usernames, it's our names. Okay, now if we look at the most common password in the attempt login, we still have the top 12 here. Well, there's three important observation or trend here it's illustrated here. So first, the variation of our RDP certificate is the most common strategies that we see. And then variation of the word password, obviously, and then use of simple chain of number, like 10 or less number. So they are basically very bad passwords or targeted passwords, right? And so what we can conclude from that is that they basically assume that people have bad password, which is kind of true. So yeah, we have to keep saying to people that they have to change their password and have strong password. Our job is not done on that. So here's some observation related to the credentials, okay, that I wanted to highlight here. First, username. We can see a specialization of the username according to the country of the attack, of the origin of the attack. So here are two examples of those specializations. So the first one, our RDP certificate name is used by China and Russia exclusively, right? So the attacks that are targeted against our information come from China and Russia. This is their strategies. Okay. The username ADM is used exclusively by attackers from Nicaragua and Panama. I cannot explain that. If you have an idea, you come and see me. And I just thought maybe it's more common in their area to use ADM as default user. Yes. Another observation related to credential is that the strategy of some attacker is to use thousands of different passwords, but with the 5 same username, right? So 15% of attackers will have these strategies. With this strategy, sorry. So it might be a good strategy, but you have to be very confident about those 5 usernames that you use. Another observation is that some use the same username as they use for the password, the same word, right? So it's administrator, administrator. We see that a lot, and it's in 21% of the time. Other observation, there are some that use the same set of credentials, so the same combination, right? More than one time. And this, I cannot understand it because, like, it didn't work the first time, what it would the second time, I don't know. So there's 26% of attackers who use a combination more than one time. This tells us that, yeah, so maybe they are a group and they don't communicate very well with each other and they try the same list, which is not very efficient, or they are just like very mixed up and I don't know, they don't know what they're doing basically. So this represents like maybe more basics attacker than those who target us. So I'm done with the descriptive analysis. Let's dive into the research question. As I said, I perceive the attackers to be like on a continuum of human engagement. So there are evidence pointing toward the use of automation, so machine-like behavior, and other indication or other evidence pointing toward human behavior. Okay? So by human, like of course there's a human at every step, like in all those categories, but there's also a machine in all those categories. We understand that, but we just want to see like how different they can be. By human involvement, I mean that they have a slightly higher level of sophistication. This is what it means. Okay. So I'll show you my maps. Okay, I love my maps. It looks complicated, but I'll explain. So this is an attack calendar, okay? This is for July. So you have all the days in July and all the hours of the day, okay? So this is a time pattern attack for one IP. Each little bars represent attacks, and like in this case, for this IP, the yellow one represents 4 attacks at the time in this time frame, okay? So here we see a lot of attack. Here we see a very good example of an automated attack that is launched, and obviously, like there's no human pattern or human behavior here. It's purely computer behavior, right? Because it attacks very rapidly and at all times. So there's, but this is like I can find this in my data set, but it's not the majority of what I see, okay? I see mostly those type of patterns. So it looks like, well, so to understand it, there's the start of the attack there, and then it stops. Yes, I was looking at the time, it makes sense. It stops, and then nothing happened. So I'm imagining that, you start, you launch a list of credentials, and then it stops, and then you were not able to get in, right? And then you have to notice it, and then you have to launch another block of attack with another list of credentials, and this would look like this, right? But you might not be in front of your computer when it ends. So that's why there's time that appears to be pretty random in between the blocks of attacks. Because of course, and this is maybe like more of a human behavior than the other example, because of course we're not in front of the computer at all time, and we have to sleep, right? But there's other examples that are even more interesting. Well, for me, maybe you might not be as excited as I am, but here we see 2 things. We see first that they impose a delay between each attack, right? So this is a strategy that is more thought out because they are trying to imitate human behavior to avoid detection by imposing a delay between attacks. But the cool thing is, so we know that this is automated, right? Because there's a delay included in the script and everything. But what is interesting is that there's days here, there's a hole in the calendar, and this falls on the weekend of July. So we can imagine, like it has been documented that China employs people like office hour of people trying to hack other countries, and this might be an example of this because, you know, they work full-time during the week and then they close everything for the weekend, go home and come back on Monday. So this could be an example of this. It also can be someone who has a weekend job and do something else. We don't know yet, but it's hypothesis. And the final example that I wanted to show you, so he start attacking our, the person start attacking our honeypot on the 18th. This is not important, but what I want to show you is the block of 8 hours during which there's no attack started. So attack can be running alone without a human in front of the computer, but there is this block of 8 hours that we do not see any attack that is started. So, you know, 8 hours, this is what you need to sleep. So it might be during the night for this country. It might also be like 8-hour shift of a day job too. So there's a lot of hypotheses here. So I was looking at this and I was like, okay, there's something human behind it, right? There's pauses, there's weekends, there's vacation days. So this is why I wanted to look at the extent to which the human is present behind the screen. So I identify indicators of machine-like behavior and indicator of human-like behavior. So we know that machine is everywhere in those indicators, but I would say maybe machine-like behavior would be associated with a more basic attack, okay? So when we see a high number of attacks, of course, it's not a human that is trying, you know, by himself or herself. So I will associate it with a machine-like behavior. When the passwords are present in the popular list of list credential, and to know that, I took the RockQ 2021 with like 8 billion passwords in it. If the password used by the attacker will mostly, like most of the passwords used was in this list, I consider that the passwords were like basic and part of a leaked list that is available easily on the internet. So I consider this as a machine-like behavior or a like less sophisticated attack. Then the constant presence of the attacker over the observation period of 3 months, of course, would be associated with machine-like behavior. And finally, when there's several attacks per second, it's an automation, of course, so I associated it with a machine-like behavior. Now, here we have the indicators of human-like behavior or sophistication, more sophisticated. So there's the start of attack blocks after long pause, as I show with the calendar. This would be associated with the human. Those screens are very hot, by the way. I'm like burning. Attack is customized for its target. As I show you, they took our information, they leverage it against us. So I said, well, this is more of a tout-out than a basic attack, so I associated it with human-like behavior. And finally, the delay between each logins. Of course, this is automated, but they are trying to imitate human behavior, so I classified it as a bit more sophisticated because they thought about it. So if I give a point, I made a +1 to each of those criteria when I see it, and then I remove a point for each of those criteria, we end up with an engagement score, okay, from human to machine on a continuum. So we see that there's more people on the human side, or on the sophisticated side, always with quotation mark, because like we can talk a long time about sophistication and what it means and everything, but you understand where I'm coming from with all this presentation. So a bit more on the human side. So the conclusion of this is that we were expecting a lot of automation and basic automation, and this is what other research has found before. So this is what we were expecting, but this is not exactly what we saw. We saw a lot of human patterns in the attack pattern calendar. We saw information leverage against us. So we saw attacks with characteristics that are more thought out than what we expected. So it's a bit, worrying, because if it was only basics, it would be encouraging. But still, now we know, so we can defend against this. So the mitigation. First, our RNPOT is exposed to internet, and you can, of course, use a VPN and not be exposed. So this is the first thing we should say. We should tell everybody. Please hide behind a VPN. That will we will avoid a lot of problems this way. After that, you saw that they attack very fast all the time. On the new Windows 11, they install the lockout policy automatically, and this is, I think, a good idea. Every time you try, if I'm not mistaken, like 10 passwords, they will block you for 10 minutes. This is very not efficient for an attacker who attack a lot, over the month, it will take them like a lot more time to do so, to do as much attacks as they do. So this might be imposed on our system maybe a bit more. This is a good idea for now. And also, we keep saying, I give talks about the passwords and everything, and we keep repeating the same thing. The password hygiene is the best way to protect against those attacks, because you saw they use pretty much like simple passwords, variation of the word passwords, and also they use our information, so we can consider this as personal information. And we always say, like, don't use personal information in your passwords. So we have to keep saying that, because it's true, it's still true, but also keeping the default username is not a good idea, and maybe we have to repeat it too, because you need two information to get in, right? Why waste one? So username is as important as the password. So the next step, do I have 1 minute? Yes, okay. The next step of our research, we will look at the tool that customize attacks, because we suspect that this is automated. They collect our information and they create their list automatically, it might be. So we will be looking at this tool that they might use to customize their attack. After that, we want to investigate what lists of credentials they use. And it will be even better when we analyze the compromise session, because we see all their tools and what they use. So we might be able to identify those credentials they use, since most are not data leaks. And then we want to investigate the shared and origin of proxies, because for this presentation I only took I separated the IPs, but some IPs are highly related. They might use more than one IP to attack us, so we want to do this aggregation. And finally, analyze the successful logging activities with the video footage. So more research should be performed to reveal precise tooling and strategies employed by opportunistic attackers. And we believe that exposing some of these groups might have them think twice about attacking and about performing their opportunistic, brute forcing RDP system on the internet. So we want to make their life hard, basically. That's all I got for today. So I'll be around if you have questions or thoughts or anything. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Andréane. We'll have 5 minutes. If you have any questions, please scan the QR code so I can ask them after that. And the next presentation will be in French. Okay? En français.
Tu veux ça? Ça va bien, ça. J'adore. J'avais chaud, là. Wow! Faut juste que tu plugues ça dans ton ordinateur.
OK. Donc, on va commencer la dernière présentation de cette série de présentations un petit peu plus en lien avec la criminologie. Aujourd'hui, on a professeur David Descarriers-Dessus qui présente, qui est professeur à l'École de criminologie de l'Université de Montréal et qui est aussi le chair, le directeur de la chaire Darknet and Anonymity Research Center à l'Université de Montréal. Et avec lui, il y a Mélanie Théoret qui vient présenter. Puis j'aimerais ça qu'on lui donne une main d'applaudissement parce que c'est sa première présentation en conférence devant. Merci d'être là, puis merci de présenter. Mélanie, elle est une étudiante qui termine son baccalauréat en criminologie à l'Université de Montréal, puis elle a fait une super recherche avec David, et donc elle vient la présenter aujourd'hui avec vous. Donc, je vous laisse le stage.
Merci. Merci, Massara. Alors, vraiment content d'être avec vous cet après-midi. Massara vient de nous présenter de manière vraiment élégante, et désolé pour ma voix qui est tout sauf élégante. Je n'avais pas de voix hier, ça revient tranquillement. Et je prends les quelques instants, en fait, où on se présente d'habitude. On dit à quel point on est beau, on est fin, on est bon. Pour vous inviter, en fait, je suis un des co-organisateurs pour B-Sides Montréal. Si vous voulez soumettre un talk, notre CFP est ouvert en ce moment. Donc, je vole un peu de temps pour faire une petite plug pour commencer. Et j'espère qu'on vous verra tous là-bas. Maintenant, pour le moment, aujourd'hui, on vous a fait venir pour vous jaser de quoi? Pour parler, en fait, de téléphones cryptés. On a entendu au cours des dernières années le problème là, du going dark. Comment est-ce que finalement les services de police avaient énormément de problèmes pour enquêter sur les criminels et comment est-ce que l'encryption, en fait, ça venait changer l'équilibre du pouvoir, si on veut, entre les enquêtes, mais aussi donc les délinquants. Et donc, aujourd'hui, en fait, ce qu'on voulait s'intéresser, c'est de se dire, OK, mais est-ce que ce problème-là existe vraiment? Comment est-ce qu'il s'actualise dans la réalité? Donc, on a une présentation qui est divisée en deux parties. Dans la première, Mélanie va y aller un peu plus, en fait, une revue de tout ce qu'on a vu sur les téléphones cryptés jusqu'à maintenant. Elle va vous expliquer un peu qu'est-ce que c'est ces appareils-là. On ne vend pas de téléphones cryptés, je vais le dire dès le départ, mais on va voir à quel point est-ce que, en fait, c'est des téléphones qui sont hyper intéressants pour les criminels et comment sont aussi un peu dispendieux. Et donc, on va regarder un peu ces téléphones-là, à quel point est-ce qu'ils sont disponibles. On va voir que le Canada joue un rôle vraiment central, en fait, dans le distribution de ce téléphone-là. Et dans la deuxième partie, je vais revenir avec ma voix, j'espère, qui va durer jusque-là. Et on a parlé au cours des derniers mois à plusieurs avocats de la défense, des procureurs, des policiers, et on leur a demandé, en fait, comment est-ce que vous faites pour gérer, en fait, ce problème de téléphone crypté-là. Et on va voir, en fait, que le point de vue est vraiment très, très, très différent, qu'on soit un avocat de la défense ou un procureur, ou encore, donc, un policier. Et voir un peu, en fait, pour vous, je pense que ça va être intéressant aussi, comment est-ce qu'on peut protéger son téléphone, comment on peut le gérer, puis qu'est-ce que la police peut faire si jamais le pire arrive et qu'on se faisait arrêter. Donc, c'est le menu pour aujourd'hui. Et là-dessus, je laisse Mélanie commencer.
Merci, David. Avant de commencer dans le vif du sujet, là, petite mise en contexte par rapport à l'écoute électronique puis l'encryption. En fait, on voit que l'écoute électronique, comme vous le savez sûrement, c'est un outil des forces policières qui peut être très utile puis qui va jouer un rôle important dans les enquêtes. Bien que ce soit quand même utilisé assez rarement à cause des coûts puis des ressources que ça prend, quand on l'utilise, ça apporte en fait une preuve irréfutable. Et avec le développement des capacités d'écoute aujourd'hui, on peut faire de l'écoute électronique sur les messages textes, les connexions Internet, les lignes téléphoniques, tout ça. Donc, ça devient problématique pour les délinquants, en fait, parce que, dans le fond, ils vont devoir trouver d'autres moyens pour pouvoir communiquer entre eux, parce que, naturellement, ils ne veulent pas se faire écouter par les forces policières. Donc, la solution pour eux, vous me voyez venir, ça va être les téléphones cryptés, qui va leur permettre de pouvoir anonymiser leur communication. Donc, en fait, on aurait deux catégories de téléphones cryptés. Il y a les téléphones plus réguliers, Android puis iOS, qu'on pourrait dire que ces téléphones-là vont venir crypter le contenu du téléphone par défaut. Mais on a aussi les téléphones cryptés qu'on pourrait dire modifiés. Donc, on a vraiment des fournisseurs qui vont créer des téléphones à ce but-là, à ces fins-là, pour crypter les communications. Donc, au niveau des téléphones iOS puis Android, comme je disais, il y aura un chiffrement par défaut du contenu du téléphone, donc ça va empêcher l'analyse du contenu. Par contre, ça ne va pas empêcher d'accéder aux copies de sauvegarde, puis aux données, puis les appels qui sont transmis quand le téléphone va être saisi. Puis on peut avoir aussi des applications de messagerie comme Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, même Snapchat, qui peuvent être utilisées par certains individus, en fait, pour chiffrer les communications, là, parce que les messages qui s'échangent vont être chiffrés d'un utilisateur à un autre. Donc, ça apporte une protection de plus pour ces individus-là. Par contre, on voit que c'est pas quelque chose qui est infaillible, parce que dans l'affaire Salvatore Montagna, en fait, on a vu la GRC qui a été capable d'intercepter les messages cryptés sur un téléphone BlackBerry à l'insu des utilisateurs. Donc, en fait, bien que ces applications-là se disent être infaillibles puis qu'on ne peut pas intercepter les messages, parfois, ça ne marche pas toujours. Puis du côté des téléphones cryptés modifiés, en fait, c'est vraiment des téléphones qu'on va venir, par exemple, enlever le GPS, la caméra, le microphone, la carte Wi-Fi, même le modem, tout ça, pour assurer l'anonymité des communications. Donc, en fait, tout le contenu du téléphone va être chiffré automatiquement, puis c'est des clés de chiffrement qui sont, en fond, conservées sur le téléphone lui-même, ce qui assure une protection contre l'écoute électronique, puis la découverte de preuves sur les téléphones. Puis la grosse particularité de ces téléphones-là, en fait, c'est que tout le contenu est effaçable à distance. Donc, en fait, même si un criminel se fait saisir son téléphone, bien, il va pouvoir effacer le contenu. Donc, même si les forces policières réussissent à accéder au téléphone par des moyens techniques, ça ne veut pas dire que les données vont être encore là, ils peuvent être effacés. Donc, en théorie, les services de police ne seraient pas capables d'analyser les téléphones cryptés, là. Donc, ça va vraiment au-delà des téléphones réguliers puis des applications de messagerie commerciale comme Signal et WhatsApp. Un petit sondage mondial sur les téléphones, sur les téléphones cryptés. En fait, on voit que le Canada, il se place en 4e position derrière le Royaume-Uni, l'Allemagne et les États-Unis, parmi les pays qui produisent le plus de téléphones cryptés. Donc, c'est vraiment une problématique qui est présente au Canada. Là, on a des fournisseurs qui opèrent directement du Canada, puis des serveurs aussi qui sont hébergés au Canada. Donc, on est vraiment une plaque tournante dans les téléphones cryptés. Donc, ça, c'est quelques exemples de fournisseurs qu'on a eus au fil des années, qui se sont succédés. Puis, comme vous pouvez voir, ils ont tous été mis hors service aujourd'hui. Je vais vous en parler un petit peu plus tard de ce qui s'est passé. En fait, Phantom Secure puis Netcom, c'était tout simplement des BlackBerry qui avaient été modifiés. On a Sky Global qui était opéré depuis le Canada et les États-Unis, qui fonctionnait sur des iPhone, Google Pixel, BlackBerry puis Nokia. Puis on avait EncroChat, que ça marchait avec un système d'exploitation Android par défaut. Puis en faisant une petite manipulation, on avait le système d'exploitation de EncroChat qui s'allumait. Puis ça, c'était un système d'exploitation chiffré. Puis Anom, sa particularité, c'était en fait, ça a été créé dans le cadre d'une enquête policière justement pour piéger les délinquants. Donc voilà. Pour le prix et les abonnements, naturellement, c'est payable en crypto-monnaie pour assurer encore un anonymat des utilisateurs. Puis les prix, ça varie vraiment d'un fournisseur à l'autre, mais ça se ressemble quand même. Là, souvent, on a un prix pour l'appareil en tant que tel. Donc, on voit ici pour EncroChat 1 000 € pour se procurer l'appareil. Puis, on a un abonnement par mois qui varie d'une centaine de dollars. Ça, c'est pour l'assistance, le service d'assistance disponible 24 heures sur 24. Puis ça, en fait, ce service d'assistance-là, principalement, on parle de la description à distance du contenu du téléphone. Donc, c'est principalement ça, le service qui est offert. Donc, en fait, à la base, les téléphones cryptés, ça n'a pas été commercialisé pour des raisons criminelles. Par contre, ça l'est devenu avec le temps. Là. On voit que c'est devenu un élément central du crime organisé. On le retrouve dans du trafic de stupéfiants, blanchiment d'argent, trafic humain, terrorisme. Puis, on a quand même beaucoup d'utilisateurs. Là, on voit que Sky Global avait atteint 170 000 avant sa fermeture. Puis, parmi ces utilisateurs-là, il y en a plusieurs qui sont en fait des délinquants là, qui les utilisent à des fins criminelles. Donc, je vais vous parler un peu des opérations policières qu'il y a eu par rapport au téléphone crypté. Donc, pour Netcom, là, qui a duré quand même 3 ans, en fait, ça a débuté par une enquête sur le propriétaire de Netcom, Danny Manupasa. Puis, suite à cette enquête-là, il y a eu des perquisitions sur les serveurs de l'entreprise parce qu'en fait, les clés de chiffrement étaient conservées sur ces serveurs-là. Donc, suite à la perquisition, c'était par la police néerlandaise. Puis, les serveurs étaient basés au Canada, en fait. Puis, suite à cette perquisition-là, il y a eu l'arrestation du propriétaire, puis d'autres arrestations aussi, qui ont mené à la fermeture. Pour Phantom Secure, on a vu, ça a commencé en 2008, on a vu des narcotrafiquants mexicains avec ces téléphones-là, mais c'est vraiment plus dans les années 2014, 2015, 2016 que c'est devenu plus connu puis qu'on en a entendu plus parler. Puis, suite à ça, le FBI a commencé une enquête en 2017 sur le propriétaire de la compagnie, Vincent Ramos. Puis, dans le fond, ce que le FBI ont fait, c'est que des agents infiltrés ont été acheter des téléphones cryptés à Vincent Ramos. Puis, pendant les achats, pendant les discussions, Ramos aurait avoué que, en fait, Phantom Secure a été créé spécifiquement pour faciliter le trafic de drogue. Donc, une fois qu'il leur a avoué ça, l'erreur qu'il a faite, c'est ça a permis au FBI de les arrêter puis, en fait, de mettre fin à la compagnie. Pour EncroChat, en fait, on a vu une présence croissante de ces téléphones-là dans les groupes criminels organisés, ce qui a mené encore au début d'une enquête en 2017. Puis, suite à cette enquête-là, en fait, la méthode qui a été utilisée, c'est, dans ce cas-là, les forces policières ont essayé d'exploiter une faille de sécurité en piratant les téléphones. En fait, la méthode qu'ils ont utilisée n'a pas été révélée exactement ce qu'ils ont fait, mais les hypothèses seraient que soit ils ont installé un logiciel sur les serveurs responsables des mises à jour, ou ils auraient installé un logiciel malveillant sur les téléphones, ce qui fait qu'ils ont pu infiltrer le réseau, puis accéder aux communications chiffrées. Puis suite à ça, ça a mis fin au service de EncroChat. Donc en fait, EncroChat, quand ils se sont rendus compte que les forces de l'ordre les avaient infiltrés, ils ont envoyé des messages sur les téléphones de tout le monde, puis ils ont dit « Jetez vos téléphones, c'est plus bon, on s'est fait avoir ». Pour Sky Global, encore une fois, suite à la popularité croissante, une enquête a débuté en 2018 par la police belge, en coopération aussi avec d'autres pays, la France, les Pays-Bas, la Belgique. Puis la méthode utilisée dans ce cas-là, c'est que les forces policières ont acheté des téléphones Sky Global, puis ont installé des applications d'hameçonnage sur les téléphones, puis les ont revendus en les faisant passer pour des téléphones réguliers de Sky Global. Puis il y a des personnes qui les ont achetés pensant que c'était des vrais téléphones. Et comme ça, les forces policières ont pu écouter les communications puis accéder aux messages non cryptés. Pour Anom, là, comme je disais un peu tantôt, c'est ça, ça a été créé dans le cadre d'une enquête policière. Puis ça se voyait une alternative aux autres fournisseurs qui venaient d'être fermés en 2021, là, juste avant. Puis en fait, c'est le FBI qui était responsable de ça. Ils ont recruté un informateur dans le domaine, puis ça leur a donné des contacts pour pouvoir vendre les téléphones. Donc, il y a des personnes qui les achetaient sans savoir que tous les messages, en fait, étaient réacheminés vers les serveurs de la police. Puis ça a mené à l'arrestation quand même de plus de 800 personnes, perquisitions saisies. Donc, l'opération, elle a fonctionné. Puis ça, c'est d'autres entreprises qu'on a en activité aujourd'hui. On voit qu'on en a un peu dans différents pays. Au Canada, on a Armadillo Phone puis Wireless Warehouse qui existent encore. Là. Leurs sites sont accessibles, on peut s'acheter des téléphones cryptés. Par contre, est-ce que c'est lié à des activités criminelles? Ça, on ne le sait pas, probablement, mais ils sont encore en service aujourd'hui. Puis bon, défi dans les enquêtes policières, c'est sûr que l'utilisation des téléphones cryptés, ça apporte certains défis là, pour les forces de l'ordre. Là. Notamment, ça retarde, ça augmente le coût des enquêtes parce que ça peut être très long de réussir à accéder au téléphone. Ça demande des compétences techniques que pas toutes les forces de l'ordre ont. Donc, c'est sûr que ça retarde des enquêtes, ça peut empêcher les perquisitions ou l'obtention de preuves, ou même que l'enquête ne soit pas menée à terme. Là. Ça arrive que la police ne peut juste pas accéder au téléphone, donc ils vont juste abandonner les accusations parce que c'est leur seule preuve, par exemple. Puis au niveau, c'est ça, méthode d'enquête traditionnelle puis moderne, traditionnellement, ce qu'on faisait pour accéder au téléphone, on y allait par essai-erreur. jusqu'à temps qu'on puisse entrer dedans. Par contre, ça peut être très long, puis ça peut prendre des millions de tentatives. Puis, tu sais, aujourd'hui, avec les téléphones qu'on a, souvent, ils vont se verrouiller après une dizaine de tentatives. Donc, c'est pas mal impossible de faire ça aujourd'hui. Donc, les méthodes aujourd'hui, c'est en fait d'exploiter une faille de sécurité dans le téléphone là, qui est inconnue du fabricant. Par contre, il faut avoir les compétences justement pour le faire, ce qui n'est pas toujours le cas. Puis, au niveau du choix pour déchiffrer un appareil, normalement, on a 2 choix. Là. Bien, je dirais 3. Là. Le troisième, c'est que le suspect nous laisse accéder à son téléphone, mais naturellement, il ne va pas nous laisser. Mais les 2 choix, ce serait soit d'ordonner au fabricant de déchiffrer l'appareil, là, par exemple en ayant un mandat ou en lui demandant, mais les fabricants vont vouloir prioriser la confidentialité de leurs utilisateurs puis des données et tout ça. Sinon, l'autre, ça serait vraiment de contourner le chiffrement à l'aide de moyens techniques, là, comme j'expliquais un peu en exploitant les failles de sécurité et tout ça. Puis, au niveau du tribunal, c'est sûr que ça apporte aussi certains enjeux à la Cour et tout ça. On voit, par exemple, qu'au Royaume-Uni, c'est considéré comme un facteur aggravant là, quand on utilise un téléphone à des fins, dans le fond, pour cacher ses activités criminelles. Ça va être considéré comme un facteur aggravant. Ce qui est la même chose au Canada. Là, on voit que dans les décisions, là, la reine contre Boyer puis contre Edison, l'utilisation d'un téléphone PGP a été considérée comme un facteur aggravant parce que c'était utilisé pour cacher leurs activités criminelles. Puis, la grande différence entre les téléphones cryptés et les téléphones réguliers, en fait, c'est que les téléphones cryptés ne sont pas juste accessoires à un crime comme peuvent l'être les téléphones réguliers US ou Apple, mais en fait, ils ont été créés pour, ils sont utilisés pour justement cacher les activités criminelles délibérément. Là, donc, c'est ça la grande différence au niveau de la Cour. Donc, là, je vais laisser David parler de la suite de notre recherche.
Excellent, merci. Donc, un peu ce que Mélanie a expliqué, en fait, c'est à quel point l'offre de services est rendue vraiment importante, mais aussi c'est quand même intéressant de voir qu'à peu près tous les services de téléphone cryptés qui ont été lancés au cours des 15 dernières années ont été infiltrés par la police, ont été fermés, puis finalement n'ont pas offert tout le secret que les délinquants auraient aimé avoir. Et il y a aussi beaucoup de contestations légales, en fait. Dans le cas d'EncroChat, par exemple, la police française a quand même mis sous écoute tous les utilisateurs d'EncroChat sans savoir qui ils étaient, dans quel pays ils étaient, est-ce que c'était des délinquants ou non. Puis il y a beaucoup de questions quand même de se dire, bon, ben, depuis quand est-ce que la police peut écouter n'importe qui, n'importe comment? Donc, il y a quand même beaucoup de remises en question qui est faite par rapport à ça. Et notre but, c'était justement, donc, d'essayer d'un peu mieux comprendre ce phénomène-là en parlant avec les personnes qui sont dans le système de justice, qui vont enquêter sur les délinquants, qui vont avoir à gérer tout ça. Et c'est pour ça, en fait, qu'on a parlé, donc, au cours des derniers mois, à des policiers, des avocats de la défense, qui sont probablement les personnes les plus divertissantes avec qui parler. Je vous encourage fortement. Trouvez-vous un avocat, si vous n'en avez pas déjà un, allez lui jaser. Et des procureurs. Et les juges, ça s'en vient. En fait, on est en négociation, toujours un peu plus délicat pour les juges. Mais en fait, la question qu'on leur a tous demandé, très simplement, c'est est-ce que l'arrivée des téléphones cryptés puis de l'encryption, ça change quelque chose pour vous? Question vraiment simple, mais après ça, on les écoute parler pendant des heures. Et en gros, quand on leur parle, c'est intéressant de voir, en fait, OK, mais ce problème-là, en fait, il s'applique à qui? Puis tout de suite, on pourrait penser que ça soit des délinquants de hyper haut niveau. Puis c'était vraiment intéressant de voir que déjà, les délinquants du crime organisé qui sont de haut niveau, en fait, ils n'ont juste pas de téléphone, point. Pourquoi? Parce qu'à un moment donné, tu ne veux pas être suivi, ton GPS, on peut te mettre sous écoute. Et donc, en fait, le problème, on peut l'éliminer complètement en n'ayant pas de téléphone, même si je ne sais pas quel genre de vie on a si on n'a pas de téléphone, mais bon. Mais donc, ce qui parlait beaucoup, en fait, c'était donc tout ce qui est crime organisé. Quand on parle donc d'encryption, crime organisé, en fait, de niveau moyen, parce que quand on parle de gangs de rue et autres, ils ne sont pas nécessairement assez allumés pour utiliser ce genre de technologie-là. Et même, j'étais à une présentation cette semaine où j'écoutais, puis finalement, les gangs de rue mettent tout ça sur YouTube, finalement, tout ce qu'ils font. Donc, c'est comme l'inverse de l'encryption. Je ne sais pas ce serait quoi, finalement, le terme, mais bon, eux sont comme décryptés complètement. Mais sinon, donc, il parlait beaucoup des fraudeurs, évidemment. Même, je ne sais pas si vous recevez ça régulièrement. Moi, sur WhatsApp, je reçois constamment des offres pour investir dans des crypto-monnaies. Donc, les gens essaient d'utiliser donc, des messageries qui vont être encryptées, beaucoup pour la fraude. Puis, évidemment, sans grande surprise, ben, les pédophiles qui n'aiment pas qu'on sache qu'ils ont des photos de jeunes enfants et qu'on surveille leur communication. Ici, en fait, ça parle un peu, on pourrait se dire, OK, mais le monde qui font du piratage, les gens qui sont impliqués dans ce genre de criminalité-là, ben, vu qu'il n'y a pratiquement personne qui est accusé, ça passe un petit peu sous le radar, donc on en parle peu. Un des points qui était vraiment intéressant, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire avec le AI et les images aujourd'hui, ça sera ça. Mais plus pertinemment, en fait, à quel point est-ce que, à tout le monde à qui on a parlé, notre but était vraiment de trouver comme un délinquant quelque part qui utilisait ces téléphones modifiés, des téléphones cryptés. Et en parlant à tout le monde, finalement, c'est comme un problème qui n'existe pas. Et ça, c'était quand même assez intéressant de voir que le Canada produit beaucoup de ces téléphones-là. Les compagnies qui vendent ces téléphones-là sont actifs au Canada. Mais en parlant avec les gens, en fait, c'est pas nécessairement un problème où les gens vont pas jusqu'à ce niveau-là. Puis on peut le comprendre aussi. Je ne sais pas ici s'il y a quelqu'un qui a encore un BlackBerry qu'il utilise, mais quand on regarde son voisin qui a un Pixel 7 ou un iPhone, si je te dis, regarde, prenons mon petit BlackBerry, tu vas pouvoir communiquer avec les gens. C'est pas quelque chose qui est super intéressant. Et donc, le problème, en fait, qu'ils observaient, c'était énormément avec tout ce qui est l'encryption. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec les téléphones? Mais c'est pas mal tout du Android puis du iOS, un peu de base que les gens utilisaient. Et ici, il y a quand même certains constats qui sont vraiment intéressants. De un, on peut toujours se questionner, en fait, on sait que les policiers aiment bien se vanter, dire à quel point est-ce qu'ils sont capables de tout faire. Quand on leur parle, puis quand on parle finalement à même des procureurs, ce qu'ils vont nous dire, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, il n'y a aucune encryption qui résiste aux outils qu'ils ont. Et si vous pensez que votre iOS va vous protéger contre finalement une fouille de la police, il faut oublier ça. Et la grande question, en fait, c'est plus combien de temps est-ce que ça va prendre? Est-ce que ça va leur prendre des mois pour y arriver? Probablement. Mais dépendamment qui vous êtes, en fait, ils vont peut-être mettre les ressources pour y arriver. Donc, dans tous les cas, ce qu'on nous disait, c'est qu'on est capable de briser pas mal n'importe quelle encryption, mais l'accessibilité, par contre, n'est pas toujours garantie. C'est que si vous êtes le corps de police de, je ne sais pas moi, Rosemère, puis qu'il y a un cambriolage, vous trouvez un téléphone, les chances que votre téléphone soit décrypté, pas mal nulles. Mais si vous avez un meurtre à Montréal, si vous avez quelque chose de sécurité nationale, on se rend compte que là, finalement, on va avoir des outils qui vont être plus puissants, plus accessibles. Mais il reste donc qu'il y a un enjeu vraiment d'accessibilité pour les outils et aussi, donc, peut-être pour les délinquants de se protéger puis de se dire, vous ne trouverez jamais mes informations sur mon téléphone. Et donc, ici, il n'y a pas l'air d'avoir, évidemment, plus les téléphones sont vieux, plus c'est facile. C'est encore un NIP à 4 chiffres. Disons que vous ne vous aidez pas si vous vous faites arrêter. Mais ça n'a pas l'air d'être un enjeu nécessairement important pour justement les forces de l'ordre. Et la dernière chose, c'est peut-être la chose qu'on oublie souvent, c'est qu'on focus sur le téléphone, mais le téléphone va faire des backups à tous les jours, toutes les minutes, en fait, dans le cloud, que ce soit WhatsApp, que ce soit iOS. Et Apple et les autres compagnies commencent à encrypter les backups, mais c'est loin d'être généralisé. Puis bien souvent, en fait, ce que les services vont faire, c'est de contourner l'encryption au complet, puis juste d'aller dans les backups dans le cloud pour aller chercher les données puis sauver des mois, finalement, de travail. Et ici, ça s'appliquait même à des choses comme Snapchat. C'était quand même assez intéressant et assez questionnant de voir. On pense que tout s'efface sur nos services, mais pas nécessairement ou autant qu'on le penserait. Ici, une des choses qui était vraiment intéressante, puis là, on aurait pu faire un petit sondage si on avait un peu plus de temps, mais une des questions, en fait, c'est de se dire, OK, mais quand la police va saisir un téléphone, quand on parle aux avocats de la défense, les policiers, ils ressemblent à ça. Là. Puis ils se disent, wow, une fois qu'on prend le téléphone, on est capable d'aller fouiller n'importe où, prendre n'importe quoi. Puis si on prenait n'importe lequel de vos téléphones, on a accès à vos comptes bancaires, vos courriels, vos messageries. On a accès à une quantité d'informations qui est incroyable. Puis ici, c'est vraiment intéressant de voir le point de vue un peu de la défense qui va nous dire, ben, une fois qu'ils ont votre téléphone, eux autres, ils se gâtent. Ils vont aller chercher à peu près n'importe quoi. Ils vont trouver des crimes additionnels. Puis en fait, c'est pas mal le endgame. S'ils rentrent dans le téléphone, on est pas mal mort. De l'autre côté, quand on parlait aux procureurs et aux policiers, c'était un discours, mais complètement différent, où finalement, ils nous disaient, moi, quand je vais dans un téléphone, il faut que je sois capable de dire exactement quelle application je veux, quelle information je cherche, pour quelle période. Donc, il faut vraiment limiter ça extrêmement, extrêmement pointu. Puis en plus, en fait, c'est pas eux qui vont faire, ils ont donc un service technique. Puis ce qu'ils disaient, c'est que même quand on envoie le mandat, bon, ben, les gens des services techniques vont faire des filtres, mais ça se peut qu'ils se trompent entre le 5 juin puis le 6 mai, parce qu'évidemment, c'est toutes les mêmes dates. Et donc, tu ne sais même pas si tu as tous les messages que tu es supposé avoir dans les téléphones. Et ici, d'autres problèmes sont quand même assez importants, c'est que quand on va demander un mandat, par exemple, on va dire, bon, ben, on va avoir toutes les communications entre Massara, Andréane et David. Mais évidemment, dans nos téléphones, est-ce que vous pensez qu'on a le nom de Massara, Andréane et David qui est bien écrit? Clairement pas. Ce qui fait que quand tu es dans le téléphone, il n'y a aucun message qui vient d'Andréane. Donc là, il faut essayer de pivoter, il faut essayer de, dans la légalité, essayer de trouver c'est quoi le nom de code d'Andréane ou son hacker nickname, on pourra le savoir tout à l'heure, dans le Q&A peut-être. Mais donc, il faut essayer de trouver, en fait, comment on peut connecter les gens à leur identité virtuelle parce que les mandats, en fait, vont être extrêmement, extrêmement limités. Et ici, c'est peut-être rassurant ou inquiétant, dépendamment de quel bord de la loi vous êtes, mais même, il nous disait que quand on va fouiller dans un téléphone, on va fouiller, en fait, autour de la date du crime. Donc, c'est pas vrai que tu peux dire, il y a eu un meurtre la semaine passée, j'aimerais voir les messages d'il y a 2 mois. Les juges vont vous dire non. Il faut que tu regardes les jours avant le meurtre, les jours après le meurtre, puis c'est tout. Donc, c'est quand même vraiment intéressant de voir à quel point est-ce que finalement les défis, en fait, pour collecter puis fouiller dans les téléphones, c'est vraiment un vrai casse-tête en ce moment. Et une dernière chose par rapport aux défis, c'est le fait, en fait, que surprenamment, la chose la plus difficile à accéder, c'était quoi? Ben, c'était les photos et les vidéos que les gens prennent, ce qui est probablement la chose qu'on veut le plus avoir. Et ça, apparemment, donc, l'expectative de vie privée est tellement forte que finalement, ben, les juges ne vont jamais nous le donner. Maintenant, comme je vous disais, quand même, est-ce que les téléphones, ça joue un rôle important? Vous avez la réponse en avant devant vous. C'était vraiment intéressant de voir à quel point est-ce que aujourd'hui, une grande, grande, grande partie, en fait, de la preuve va venir des téléphones intelligents. Et c'est pour ça, en fait, que les services de police vont mettre autant d'énergie pour être capables de briser l'encryption pour y avoir accès. Il me donnait un exemple, en fait, un meurtre qu'il y a eu l'an passé à Montréal. Il faisait de la filature sur un sujet et le sujet qui était en filature ben, s'est fait tirer par quelqu'un. Donc, ça donnait quand même bien parce qu'il était quand même là. On a été capables de suivre le tireur jusqu'à sa voiture où ils sont sauvés. Puis, finalement, quand ils sont arrivés dans la voiture, ils ont pu arrêter les 2 personnes qui étaient impliquées dans le meurtre. Puis en prenant les téléphones, il y avait tous les messages sur qui avait commandité le meurtre, il avait été payé combien, tous les détails. Il y avait même des photos, en fait, des plaques de la personne qui montraient qu'il y avait eu de la surveillance de la cible auparavant. C'était comme parfait. Puis finalement, tu n'as même pas besoin de quoi que ce soit d'autre. Tu amènes le téléphone en avant, tu le laisses témoigner. Puis c'était finalement absolument tout ce dont on avait besoin. Et donc, aujourd'hui, c'est vraiment intéressant de voir à quel point est-ce que ben, toute la preuve puis toute l'énergie est mise sur les téléphones intelligents. Puis ça pose des questions aussi à savoir comment est-ce qu'on gère finalement cette preuve-là, mais aussi est-ce qu'on s'investit ailleurs, puis à quel point est-ce que finalement on ne met pas tous nos œufs dans le même panier, puis c'est pas problématique. Et ici, évidemment, donc le dernier truc, c'était de se dire, bon, ben, on sait que ça joue un rôle incroyablement important, mais en même temps, est-ce que ça va faire que si on ne coopère pas, ça va amener des problèmes? Mais en fait, ce qu'on voit dans beaucoup de cas, oui. Donc, le fait d'avoir un téléphone intelligent, de ne pas collaborer, de ne pas donner son code, on faisait perdre des mois au système de justice. On amenait des coûts qui étaient vraiment importants. Et tout ça, ça faisait en fait qu'on pouvait avoir des peines qui allaient être plus élevées, simplement parce qu'on utilisait de l'encryption. Puis ça aussi, je trouve que c'est quand même assez questionnant à savoir, est-ce qu'on peut être puni simplement parce qu'on utilise des technologies d'encryption? Je ne sais pas si on veut vivre dans ce monde-là. Et donc, pour finir, bien évidemment, on demandait aux gens comment est-ce qu'on peut améliorer tout ça. en fait, c'est là où il y a toutes les sortes de solutions qui rentrent. Évidemment, quand on parle du côté des policiers, ben, on devrait en fait être capable de débloquer tous les téléphones si on avait un mandat. Et ça pourrait être intéressant d'en jaser dans le Q&A tout à l'heure. À quel point est-ce qu'on veut être capable de protéger ces données? En Angleterre, en ce moment, donc, il y a beaucoup de débats sur justement l'accès aux données encryptées. Je pense que les gouvernements aimeraient bien avoir accès à tout. Et on va arriver avec des solutions, par exemple, on va faire un organisme qui va gérer nos clés d'encryption, qui va donner les accès, oui ou non, à certaines informations. Mais il reste que c'est quand même assez questionnant, en fait, de voir est-ce qu'on veut vraiment donc permettre cet accès-là à tout le monde. Et l'autre chose, c'est qu'il y a vraiment un sentiment, puis ça, c'est quand même assez intéressant de voir à quel point est-ce que les policiers, est-ce qu'ils vont pas tricher un peu, même si le mandat dit tu n'as pas le droit de regarder des photos, est-ce que les policiers vont vraiment ne pas regarder des photos? Est-ce qu'ils vont s'empêcher de fouiller dans les téléphones? En ce moment, la police part avec le téléphone, puis on n'a aucune idée, sauf leur bonne foi, qu'ils n'ont pas abusé du système. Et là, on a plein d'histoires qu'on entend sur justement comment est-ce qu'on trouve la preuve dans les téléphones, puis ensuite, on va trouver une raison pour légitimement avoir cette information-là. Et ça, c'est quand même vraiment questionnant, puis c'est la même chose pour les ordinateurs aussi. Donc, à quel point est-ce qu'on est capable de protéger nos données, puis à quel point est-ce qu'on ne pourrait pas mettre en place, finalement, des mesures pour empêcher qu'il y ait de la surveillance ou que ça dépasse, finalement, les mandats. Et finalement, la dernière chose, là, on ne s'en reprendra pas trop, c'est le fait que plusieurs des juges à qui on va voir, puis on va leur dire on veut un mandat pour surveiller un téléphone, ils ne comprennent pas nécessairement tout ce qui se passe, c'est quoi les implications. Puis le fait est qu'il y a quand même un gros disconnect qui permet souvent à la police, finalement, d'aller un peu plus loin où ils devraient aller. Donc, c'est tout pour nous. J'espère que c'était intéressant et que ça soulève des questions importantes pour le Q&A. Et si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez nous écrire là ou nous parler dans quelques instants. Merci.
Si vous avez des questions, scannez le Q&A, écrivez-les, puis on se revoit dans 15 minutes pour une petite demi-heure de Q&A tous ensemble. C'est le temps d'aller prendre un petit café, une petite bière, puis à tout de suite.
C'est parti.
Ah, on a moins de gens pour les questions. Ouais. Ils veulent pas. Hein? Oops.
Okay, thank you for coming
Merci.
back. Let's start this Q&A session. And don't forget the Q&R, which I said earlier. A code QR if ever you want to ask questions or upvote questions too. So yeah, I guess before asking the audience's questions, I had prepared a few questions for our speakers, so I'll start with that just to kick off. And we'll start with Vicky because you were the first one to present. Thank you very much for the time and for the presentation.
Thank you for having me.
So I know you have a background in criminology, and you know that in our field we often talk about the different theories, and we know that often when we have opportunities, delinquents will often try to reach these opportunities, and then after that we'll kind of see a lot of them being exploited and will plateau. So this kind of theory was applied to cybercrime, where we saw that different types of cybercrime were highly exploited for a really long time, and then slowly less and less people exploited it just because the marginal revenue was less. Do you think that for ransomware we're kind of reaching this plateau, or are we still in the higher ups of the curve, if you see what I mean?
So, all right, I've never had a mic before, so let me know if you can hear me. Yeah, great. So I think the answer is not that simple, because as things progress and we have new software coming out, there's always new opportunities that are born. Well, not born, but are created. So until software are being sold with zero vulnerabilities to them, and defense is in the creation of those software, I don't think we're going to be in a position to say that the opportunities for ransomware are lacking. And I also think that opportunities are sought after, and they're going to find one when they are looking for them. I also think that there's still money to be made, so if money is still at play, they're still going to find a way. So that would be my answer.
I used to think that ransomware was so 2018, to be honest. And then RAS has happened, and it just never stops. And I'm just wondering when we'll reach that plateau where ransomware will be out and we'll have another kind of threat that we'll all be talking about. But it just doesn't seem to happen, so I totally agree with you. Maybe not. Maybe I can ask Andréane another question. One thing that I would want to say is, if you know Andréane, you know she works with Olivier at GoSecure, and they're doing amazing research. And maybe now you'll know, because I'll tell you, that they've been accepted at Black Hat USA this year. So they'll go and present there this summer.
Yeah.
And I know that the research that they'll be presenting is kind of a follow-up of what she's presented here. So maybe if you would want to talk, tell us a bit what you're going to present at Black Hat and what's the plan, it'd be nice.
Of course. So one of the next steps of our research was to analyze all the compromised session, so that when the attacker succeed in entering our system. So we will analyze all the video footage. We have over 100 hours to look at, so there's a lot of work before Black Hat. But we already started looking at them, and we saw kind of different profiles. And for our Black Hat proposal, we suggest that those profiles should be analyzed under D&D team, Dungeon and Dragon team. So you have those people. I can't remember the name of the categories now, but
sorcerer.
There's a sorcerer for sure. No, there's a wizard for sure. There's the bard who doesn't look to know what he's doing. There's I can't remember
There's always a goblin.
The what?
A goblin?
No, there's no goblin there. But so there's people entering not knowing what they are doing. It looks like they maybe they maybe bought the RDP access from someone else. Other that they know exactly what they're doing. They already have their tools. They install it very fast, and they do their thing. There's other who compromise other computer through this RDP session. So there's a lot of different behavior that are very interesting, and we will be presenting the video footage with example of the video of what we see and all the analysis of the different profiles that we see.
Nice, and you're really actually seeing what attackers are doing in your honeypots. So this is rare data that we don't usually have, which probably explains why, and your amazing work that you've been accepted at Black Hat.
Yeah, it will be interesting.
So I have a question for you too as well. When is B-Sides and where?
So B-Sides is going to be in September. I want to say 16th of September. It's going to be at the Bank, so same venue as last year. We're going to have free workshops and trainings, tons of free food, and amazing talks like last year. We did B-Sides the first year, and we kind of had to get the talks that we could. And last year, we were really just submerged with so many great talks. And so hopefully this year we have the same quality speakers as we had last year. And it's $40, and you even get a free T-shirts. So what more can I say?
And it's another chance to gather all together the community and see each other, which is kind of nice. Half of the year in NorthSec, the other half at B-Sides Vancouver. But no, truly,
Montreal.
on your...
Montreal.
Sorry. A question on your presentation. Since you've interviewed lawyers, procureurs, en fait, plus je change en français, puisque vous avez interviewé des procureurs, des avocats, ainsi que des policiers, vous diriez de quel groupe d'individus avait une meilleure vision de la problématique, avait une meilleure connaissance, du moins un peu expérientielle, du fait qu'il y a une utilisation de téléphone chiffré chez les délinquants?
J'ai un background un peu trop punk pour faire confiance aveuglément à la police sur le fait qu'ils ne fouillent pas dans les téléphones. Je laisserai peut-être Mélanie répondre à celle-là de tout ce que tu as vu justement. Donc, est-ce qu'on peut faire confiance justement que nos droits sont respectés?
Ben, c'est sûr, par rapport... les policiers vont toujours être réticents, comme tu dis, à nous donner des infos. Il y a des choses qu'ils ne peuvent pas dire aussi, techniques d'enquête, tout ça. Je dirais que les avocats plus... ils veulent justement se faire entendre par rapport à l'opinion des policiers. Donc, c'est vrai qu'eux nous donnent plus d'infos par rapport à ça. Mais comme je trouve que les entrevues, c'est le fun parce que ça nous donne différents points de vue. Puis c'est vraiment opposé du côté des policiers puis du côté plus des avocats criminalistes. Donc, c'est ça qui est vraiment intéressant, je trouve, des entrevues.
Mais il faut voir qu'il y a quand même énormément de risques. C'est que même si on peut penser que quand la police va avoir les téléphones, ils vont faire ce qu'ils veulent, il y a quand même énormément de risques d'aller fouiller dans les téléphones, de se faire attraper puis de se rendre compte que finalement, on a épié des conversations qu'on n'avait pas se poser. Donc, j'aime penser qu'ils respectent nos droits et tout ça, mais il y a peut-être un peu de, comment je peux dire, on va regarder un peu dans le coin pour voir si on ne trouve pas quelque chose d'intéressant.
Mais en fait, je pense que je poserais juste la question réellement. Est-ce que ces personnes-là que vous avez eu des entrevues, vous répondaient de par leur idée que c'était ça qui se passait ou ils avaient vraiment eu une expérience concrète d'utilisation de téléphone chiffré dans des cas en tant que tels?
Oui, tout à fait. Donc, c'était vraiment des personnes qui nous parlaient de leur expérience, donc les dossiers qu'ils ont eus, comment est-ce qu'ils ont traité ces dossiers-là. Donc, on était vraiment là dans du vécu. Là.
Puis, est-ce qu'on avait c'est quelque chose qui était récurrent dans leur expérience?
Oui, bien en fait, il n'y a probablement plus aucun cas où il n'y a pas de téléphone intelligent qui est impliqué, aucune cause criminelle du moins. La question, ça devient plus, en fait, est-ce qu'on est capable d'utiliser la preuve du téléphone pour condamner quelqu'un parce que le téléphone va être encrypté? Un peu comme aujourd'hui, quel crime n'est pas vaguement cyber? Je pense que tous les crimes vont être cyber, ne serait-ce que parce que les délinquants se parlent par Messenger. Là.
OK. C'est bon, merci. Si je pose une question à tout le panel, peut-être que je vais changer en anglais. C'est un peu ça, c'est très Québec, Montréal, en fait. Just a question for the whole panel. I think there's one thing that comes out of all your presentation is whether or not attackers are sophisticated, like either through using shadow phones or ransomware or attacking RDP honeypots. Like, are they sophisticated from your perspective? Are we really facing individuals who are, yes, kind of innovating all the time, but being sophisticated and we're having a hard time? Or are we mainly facing dumb people trying to just hack for hacking? Just really, it's a really broad question, but I think it's a question that needs to be asked because we live in an industry where we always talk about attackers as the guys with the hoodies or the girls with the hoodies who are highly, motivated. And I'm just wondering, from your experience, what is it?
So I don't think, it's important to have the same definition of sophistication. This is where the argument is. In my case, in my research, I think of sophistication as anything else than the pure, basic, easy Well, easy. Again, like my mother cannot do this attack, right? So it's not like you need some knowledge and how to do it. But you know, there's the plain basic, very opportunistic. I think we can like use this term, so opportunistic. And then I considered a bit more sophisticated those who think about what they are doing and try to do better, right? By leveraging information and by trying to imitate behavior. So this is my definition, but people don't have the same definition. I think that most, like to answer the question, I think that most are not the highly motivated, very good hacker. Most, at least for RDP attacks, are kind of basic, opportunistic attackers, and that's all.
So reaching for the low-hanging fruit.
Yes, exactly.
If I can just revert the question for you just before we go to the other speakers is, how many attacks on your RDP were actually really sophisticated? You could see a human was behind the attack, really trying to get in.
It's hard. I cannot tell for sure, like who is human and who is not. Well, there's a human behind the screen, but I mean, and because I don't, I cannot tell. I don't have an answer for you because I can't tell.
I guess it would be the ones who actually compromised the systems and then started to do things like watching.
Yeah, of course they are human, right?
Videos.
Because they were able to compromise it, and I see their clicks, their keyboard, and it's obviously not a computer doing that. So of course there's for those people we have like 3,000 session like video. Different video footage. So there's at least 3,000 human.
And then from these 3,000, at your next presentation, you'll be able to let us know how many were at least
good
reaching for the stars.
Yes, exactly, yes.
What about you?
So I think for my research, like I would say like your top 1% of ransomware creators would be very sophisticated. We can think of like the writers of Lockbit for one, and like the top dogs, well, not dogs, but like top ones would be, yes, sophisticated. I don't think that the affiliate and going down are as sophisticated because they rely on other people's product. But I also think the question should also be, do they really need to be sophisticated when their target are not? Like if small hits are still working, like if your basic phishing attack still works, why would you waste your time into something that is going to cost you more money, is going to be harder to pull off, and take more time? It would be probably smarter if your intention is to get money, to hit in the path of least resistance. And sometimes sophistication is not needed for that kind of attack. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Je dirais pour les téléphones cryptés, encore une fois, sophistiqué, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, mais souvent les téléphones cryptés, les personnes qui vont l'utiliser, c'est le crime organisé ou les délinquants plus gros, plus en groupe. Fait que je dirais, dans ce cas-ci, c'est peut-être plus du crime qui est sophistiqué, puis ce ne sera pas des délinquants mineurs là, qui vont utiliser les téléphones cryptés. Donc, je dirais plus sophistiqué.
And maybe one last point is we've seen a change, and I think Andréan's work really showed it, is we have this professionalization of the attackers where they're going to be attacking from 8 till 4, Monday through Friday. And there's this question of relentlessness also. So it's not someone who's casually poking targets, trying to get in. If you remember the movie Hackers, great movie, but they're just poking around, they stumble into something. But right now it's a bit more coordinated. We have state actors that are attacking, companies that are attacking each other as well. So I think this professional aspect in this organization doesn't mean they're more sophisticated, it's just they're more organized. And even if they're not better than they used to be, because they're organized, they can achieve more.
True, thank you. I'll go with questions from the public and maybe jump in after that. David and Mélanie, there's a question that says, selon la présentation, les forces de l'ordre et le système de justice semblent prendre position contre la protection de la vie privée afin de les aider dans le travail. Qu'en pensez-vous? Tough question.
C'est pas nécessairement de prendre position contre, mais en fait, c'est toujours le point de vue. Puis on a un continuum où on va d'un côté, en fait, protéger les gens en arrêtant des délinquants. Et de l'autre côté, on va protéger les gens en évitant que leur vie privée soit rendue publique. Puis je pense que c'est un choix de société, puis un choix politique de se dire où est-ce qu'on veut mettre la barrière. Puis évidemment, les personnes qui veulent réussir dans leur travail, avoir des promotions, mettre les délinquants derrière les barreaux parce que c'est la chose pour laquelle ils sont nés, c'est pour ça qu'ils respirent, bien, eux vont toujours pousser pour finalement avoir le travail le plus simple possible. Donc, on voit qu'il y a quand même un certain mouvement pour avoir accès à ces informations-là, mais en même temps, je trouve que les contre-pouvoirs fonctionnent vraiment bien jusqu'à maintenant, du moins au Canada, ou dans le sens que ce qu'on voit, quand on parlait par exemple à des procureurs, quand on voit en fait à quel point est-ce que ce qu'ils ont le droit de regarder est tellement pointu au point d'être presque pas utile finalement, je pense qu'on est quand même bien ici, surtout quand on se compare un peu, comme je disais, à l'Angleterre où on est en train de passer de l'autre côté complètement, où finalement on se demande si on aura encore une vie privée. Là.
Mélanie, tu veux dire?
Moi, je dirais pas mal la même chose que David a dit. Il y a toujours ce débat, puis pas juste dans les téléphones cryptés, là, dans la cybercriminalité en général, entre la vie privée puis la sécurité. Donc, ce débat est toujours là. Mais je dirais que au Canada, on est quand même axé sur la confidentialité des données, tout ça. Là.
Une chance, du moins dans mon opinion, mais dans tous les cas. Peut-être, je vais juste continuer avec vous pendant qu'on parle des téléphones cryptés. Juste à savoir, est-ce que vous avez vu des utilisations légales, licites des téléphones cryptés là, dans votre recherche? Pouvez-vous nous donner des exemples, en parler un peu, ou on est vraiment juste dans un monde illicite?
La publicité semble être faite vraiment pour des délinquants. Est-ce qu'il y a des compagnies qui utilisent ces téléphones-là parce que justement, ça permet d'avoir un niveau de confidentialité plus élevé, possiblement, mais c'est probablement une goutte d'eau dans l'océan. Parce que finalement, ces téléphones-là ne sont pas connus de tous. Il n'y a pas de publicité à la télé pour dire achetez votre BlackBerry PGP. Donc, ça ne se rend pas dans ces cercles-là. Et donc, je pense qu'on peut dire que c'est beaucoup des délinquants, finalement.
Ouais, puis il y a l'exemple, il y a le fournisseur Cypher, dans le fond, qui, suite aux fermetures qu'il y avait eu des autres fournisseurs, a essayé, dans le fond, de rendre leur compagnie plus légitime puis essayer de chasser les clients comme délinquants pour justement éviter de se faire fermer leur compagnie. Mais ils n'ont pas vraiment réussi. Là. Ils ont plutôt décidé de juste fermer la compagnie avant de se faire arrêter. Là. Donc, je dirais aussi que la plupart des personnes qui utilisent des téléphones cryptés, c'est des personnes qui le font pour cacher des activités criminelles, des trucs illégaux.
Avez-vous pensé questionner ces opérateurs-là, à savoir est-ce qu'ils sont disponibles pour savoir pourquoi ils développent ces téléphones-là, puis justement s'ils n'ont pas nécessairement une vision différente de à quoi leur service est utile?
Oui, tout à fait, là, mais dans un univers où on est financé par la Fondation du barreau du Québec. C'est ça qui est ça.
OK. Vicky, so from somebody in the audience, do you think game theory could be applied to analyze attacks and identify potential false flag operations?
I think you can, but then it would also be difficult because it's like what we found with ransomware groups is that they share a lot of similarities in how they behave. So then attributing who does what becomes very difficult, and you can't know for a fact. There's also a lot of, I'm going to make this look like somebody else did it, so I can put the blame on it. This is often done for political reason. So when you're playing with that and then trying to compare to like with false positive, you could do it, but I don't know if it would be the most efficient way to use game theory.
What would be the most efficient way to use game theory? In cybersecurity, I guess.
In cybersecurity, yeah. Okay. I do think that it's a good way to use it when you're studying extortion, when you're looking at a conflict head on. Like, I don't think phishing as a whole could be, like, that would be a good use of game theory. Ransomware is interesting because there's that back and forth and that, I don't want to say collaboration, but you do need to collaborate with the victim to get a payment. There is that interaction that can be studied. So I think in crimes where you need both parties to interact with each other would be a good usage of game theory.
Yeah, true. Thank you. Andréane, in your IPs, you had Monaco. Do you know why?
Monaco? No,
Yeah.
I don't know why. No, I don't. But, you know, this is also a part of the next steps is to look at shared IPs or very close IP from one another, and we want to investigate where are those IP, and are they from the words is missing, but the companies that are specialized in like making the traffic go through them.
DNS?
The quoi?
The DNS?
Maybe, I don't know.
The DNS?
Mais je sais pas non plus. So, like when there's company that you can go through.
To scream it?
Yeah, I don't. Why? Yeah, let's say that. So, like a company that only is there to
forward traffic.
Forward traffic, yes.
Okay.
Really sorry for that.
Team effort.
So, yeah. So it's not like from one computer, but from like a seller of proxies. So this will be part like this. We might be answering this question by this, because if it's a company of proxies,
okay, to determine whether or not the attacks that
are
the
really
IP
from
comes
Monaco
from a proxies or not.
not.
Okay, I see. So determining where the attack comes from, whether it is owned by a proxy server.
Yes,
makes sense. Yeah.
Sorry, difficult to answer, but
yes,
this is what I meant.
Tell me, somebody asked, where were the honeypots located? Did you deploy them all over the world, or?
No, they are all located on an AWS computer site in the United States.
Okay.
So this might change. We want to. Well, it had been. I know that Olivier already tested like putting honeypots a bit everywhere in the world, but he didn't get like so much conclusion from it. But I would like to do it again and look at the data for myself to compare like if the United States were targeted in this case, or if there's a difference between the honeypots, but they were all in the same place for this project.
Interesting. And it's true, he did try. We
Yes.
did it for...
Yeah, you were there.
We hosted honeypots all over the world for another research project, and we thought that it would be different, but it was not. In the end, it was just the same thing. So I would be wondering whether RDP honeypots would have different findings. Maybe one last question that I would ask you all is, if I gave you the opportunity to do research with the millions of dollars I have and absolutely no... Let's say absolutely no headaches, in the sense that you can do the research you want, answer the research questions that you can, and reach the study population that you want. Whom would you reach? What would you study to answer the research questions that you have answered today? And why? Because what I'm seeing is in criminology and in other research that we do, we're stuck doing secondary data analysis on secondary data from white papers, from, for example, interviewing people who have heard about it or seen it but haven't used it for the purpose that we want to study. So I'm just wondering, if you could do a research to answer your research questions reaching a certain population, what would it be? And I gave you my funding, my $1 million foundation dollar.
And we have no problems with ethics?
No problems with ethics. And that's the hard part, honestly. This never happens.
Hackers for sure.
So to me, it's this whole class of enablers, basically, people who enable others to do crime. I think these are the most interesting people we barely managed to talk to, interview, and try to understand who they are, where they're coming from, what their goals are they happy? We don't know. One of my students, she spent months hanging out on different forums, Exploit, XSS, and Alligator, and other forums, and she managed to interview 18 Russian hackers, which was really quite interesting, but that was months and months of efforts and trying to understand so we asked them, what are the 3 skills that you need to be a good hacker, and where did you learn them? And that's the kind of stuff that I really like. It takes forever to earn their trust and to just be there, and that would be something if I could I wouldn't want millions of dollars. I would want a time machine so I can fast forward through all that part and get to the juicy stuff at the end.
Interesting.
Who else? Okay, so I have so many ideas, and since ethics is not a problem, I'm gonna go with the real one. So what I would really want to do if ethics and none of that was a problem, I would want to do group interviews in one room, and you put all of like sandworm, all the APTs like from Russia, from Iran, from China, from North Korea, put them all in a room, and then no agent anywhere, obviously. And then I would just ask all the questions about the rules of engagement and the tools for espionage, because I think that would be so interesting to study from inside of how things are happening. Because APT groups so far have been one of those things that are really hard to study because you can't get close. So that's what I would do.
That would cost a lot.
Well, you said millions. I mean, like...
And you, Andréane, what's your dream research?
So, call me not creative, but I cannot think of any other project that what we are doing right now with like kind of looking like with the video footage of what they do, of what the hacker do once they compromise a computer. I would just expand this 1,000 times and look at the footage for like hours. I love video footage.
Are you doing your dream research?
I think so. Yeah, for my PhD, I looked at the footage of like the police interviews and things like that, and I loved it. And I know how to study that. So I really liked. It's a bit voyeur to like look at. Like they don't know we're looking at them, and they're like compromising computers, and I kind of like it. So.
Nice, interesting.
So yeah.
Mélanie, do you want to add something?
Moi, j'allais dire un peu la même chose là, que tu as dit, Andréane. Dans le fond, par rapport aux délinquants, ça serait eux qui seraient le plus difficile à rejoindre quand on fait des recherches. Là. Mais vraiment, oui, les interviewés, il va souvent avoir des biais de désirabilité, oui, ou d'autres biais, mais justement de les voir, comme tu dis, dans leur milieu, sans qu'ils sachent un peu qu'on les regarde, ça évite ces biais-là, puis justement, on peut vraiment voir qu'est-ce qu'ils font pour de vrai, puis c'est quoi leur méthode, puis comment ils agissent. Fait que je trouve que c'est intéressant d'étudier ça, justement.
Intéressant. On my side, I'll share just because I can. I think I'd want to chill with hackers, but real ones, like in the sense of in Eastern Europe or in Russia, and see what's their reality and understand how and why they participate in such activity. And with no judgment, and when I say chill with them, is basically just talk. And that's why it's hard with ethics, because then you gotta explain that you're not looking at them, but you also are interacting with them, so you're having an impact on them.
I mean, we could share the project, and then we pick a nice destination with a beach somewhere, combine all of them together, we study them, we hang out, and then have a nice vacation, because like, hey, we're not paying.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. We have a 15 minutes break. Then there's 2 other presentations coming up and the closing ceremony. So please stay. And thanks for listening to us and for being at NorthSec. Thank you all. Thank you for...
Thank you, Masara.
Oh, there's a... C'est quoi tirage en anglais? There's a raffle, too, that will be. So stay tuned and be here at the ceremony. A raffle, un tirage.
Ah ouais, ben t'es-tu allé dans le côté?
Hello, hello, hello. Good. So we continue with the unofficial GitHub section of the conference. We have Magno here. Magno Logan works as an information security specialist for Trend Micro. He specializes in cloud, container, and application security research, threat modeling, and DevSecOps. In addition, he has been tapped as a resource speaker for numerous security conferences around the globe. So please welcome Magno. And there you go.
Hello, hello. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So yeah, today we're going to talk about GitHub, just abusing GitHub for fun and profit, actions and code space security. I'll focus more on the actions part. The code spaces is a research that I did together with my teammate, Nitesh. I'll present a few things at the end, and there's more stuff coming up in the next few conferences as well. We have another talk in NDC Oslo in Norway next week, so just stay tuned for that. So yeah, just a little bit about myself. Originally from Brazil, I've been in Canada for 5 years now, and I'm part of the Nebula Cloud and Container Research team. I have a blog there called Katana Security. It's currently offline now, but yeah, I should probably restart it. And I'm also an instructor at Go Hacking. It's a cybersecurity company back in Brazil. We provide intermediate to advanced trainings in cybersecurity, and we're trying to bring those trainings to Canada and in English as well. So those are like live and online trainings. But yeah, the best way to reach out to me is through the LinkedIn. This is the QR code. If you want to scan it, feel free. I guarantee there's no malware there. So yeah, on this one at least, but yeah. So yeah, these are the topics for today. I'll try to go over them really quickly since the time is short. But if you want to learn more, this research that I did around GitHub Actions, I took about at least 3 to 4 months doing the research and then writing this blog post. There's a lot of content there that I won't be able to cover everything here in this talk. But yeah, special thanks to Felipe Proteus, a friend of mine who helped me with this research as well. Okay, so who here has used GitHub Actions? Okay, a few hands. Who here uses it in production? Last, okay. Who here has played with GitHub? Yeah, okay, that's what I was expecting. That's fine. But yeah, if you work with CI/CD tools, things like Jenkins, GitHub Actions has a similar approach, but in a way that you don't need a separate server or separate environment to do some automation, your CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment. And basically, the idea is that you have a file inside your repo, and whenever there is an event, something that happens inside your repo, it can be like a push or a pull request or something changes there, that triggers this event. And this event spins up or actually assigns a VM that's running inside Azure, right? Since GitHub is now owned by Microsoft. And these VMs, they're not containers, they're virtual machines. They're called runners. So each job or automation that you have, which are a series of steps or scripts, they spin up their own runners. And inside those runners, inside those jobs, you can run scripts, you can run commands, and you can also run other actions. So inside your action, you can call other actions. So there is some dependency there. And there's 3 kinds of runners that you can have. You can have like a Windows, Linux, which is based on Ubuntu, or Mac OS. So you can do that. And these are provided by GitHub. So these are any account, any free account today, you can leverage actions. Of course, there is a limit. I believe there are 30 hours per month, but you can use those today. I guess the high adoption rate for GitHub Actions, one of the reasons is because it's free, of course. People like free stuff, but also because of the marketplace. The marketplace is basically anyone can develop their own actions and make it available on the marketplace so people can use it, avoid reinventing the wheel. And so companies are developing their own plugins, and providing that on the marketplace. And I think this number is already higher today. And so yeah, it's rapidly increasing. So people are making available automation where you don't need to write your own action. Basically, you just need to call other people's other tools and integrate on your pipeline, on your repository. Okay, but if anyone can upload actions, what happens if attackers also do that? What if I'm a malicious user and I upload something to GitHub? There is no, today, as far as I know, there's no security process being done around GitHub Actions. There is no verification. So if I upload a malicious actions there, there is no checks or anything being done in that front. So what our attackers are doing in that sense, basically they're abusing GitHub Actions to mine cryptocurrency, right? It's free money. So if I have 30 hours, this is basically one of the YAML scripts that of one of the actions that I've analyzed. There's hundreds of those still today available on GitHub. And basically what they're doing at the end here, you can see that they're running a node.exe, XMRig, so usually Monero crypto miner, and then the username and stuff. So I'm not big on crypto, but yeah, this is what they're doing. Some of the attackers, they're even limiting the CPU percentage to avoid detection. So some attackers, in this command, they have like a limited 70% to avoid being detected. This top thing here, the strategy, it's basically to parallel, to scale your actions and maybe deploy different runners at the same time to make more money faster. And this part here is that I'm using third-party actions. So this uses parameter. It's like I'm calling a third-party action, and this one is actually provided by GitHub, basically to download the code of your repo inside that VM, inside that runner. But this one here is not. It's not provided by GitHub. It's a third-party action by someone else. Someone made an action to retry your action in case it fails. But attackers already are using that. They're leveraging this third-party action, which is a legitimate action, to their own gains, to their own profit, right? So this is really interesting. And in here, of course, they're abusing like a Windows runner, but I have more examples of Linux and macOS as well. So yeah, I've analyzed this third-party GitHub action, and it's actually a legitimate one. And attackers are using that for their own gains, so which is interesting because it's like they know better than us who are trying to build pipelines and use actions. They're doing it better than us here. And of course, the node.exe there was a malicious file. It was flagged by VirusTotal and things like that. So yeah, bad thing. Another example here, now using PowerShell. It's still with Windows runners. And this script is really interesting because I found hundreds of examples of scripts, of repositories with the exact same code. So basically, yeah, downloading the crypto miner and then extracting the file and running there. So pretty like basic stuff, but they're making free money, right? Whatever, until the GitHub security team can flag and can monitor that for any suspicious activity, they're making free money. So these are some of the examples of the repos with the same code. There is probably 100 more. We reported those to GitHub. I think they took it down pretty much most of these, but if not, the attackers were able to just create a new user, create the same repo or a new repo, and then start mining things again. So it's just like a cat and mouse chase in this scenario because it's like, yeah, it's hard to block. And especially when they block the actions, they block that specific repo. So they don't block the user itself. So if the user creates another repo, they can still leverage GitHub Actions to continue mining. Some other examples here now using Linux. Same thing, just downloading, extracting the crypto miner, and running there xmrig again. So you can find that even just doing basic search on GitHub, if you look for xmrig, where it's inside the .github/workflows directory, the folder where you're supposed to store your actions, your automations. You just search for xmrig, and you're probably going to find some examples there. And yeah, similar way to just mining cryptocurrencies. And the latest example that I have here, and it's from abusing macOS. As I said, you can also run a macOS runner, a macOS VM inside through the GitHub Actions, which runs on Azure. But this one is like, okay, yeah, this seems like a legitimate thing. I don't know, core book, whatever. It's Chinese, I guess. But oh yeah, you can run. There is some instructions there. But when you go to check the YAML file, that's where it shows exactly what is happening, right? You can see that there is xmrig no fee, and there was a file there as well, I think. Yeah, xmrig no fee down here, right? So that's the file that it's using. But basically, yeah, it's a crypto miner. I'm not a macOS expert, but I asked my help from my team there to analyze the binary, and it's definitely a crypto miner as well. So not a good idea, not a legitimate file. So I'm not sure why they're doing this core book Hackintosh, why they name it like this, but they always try, as you can see in the previous examples, they're always trying to, make it sound legitimate. I don't know why, but yeah, the name CI/CD there, run tests, things like that to try to mask it, but it's not that great, right? Okay, so if you ever see this on a GitHub action, if you go to the tab there and you see GitHub Actions is currently disabled for this repository, it probably means that they did something bad with that repo, and that's blocked because, okay, now you're not allowed to deploy the VMs, the runners, inside Azure to run your automation, right? But as I said, if you create a new repo, and then that repo is allowed to deploy actions again. So it's not really effective in a way that, okay, the attackers can just create new repositories and then start mining cryptocurrency again. Oh, just another example here. Okay, so after this introduction, basically, my research, the focus of my research was, the main focus was on malicious GitHub actions, right? Third party, as I said, you can leverage the marketplace to use GitHub actions developed by other people. But what happens if this other people is a malicious user? So what I did was I created a separate action in another repo, and I tried to call it from my own repo. That was the goal of my research. Of course, I didn't upload to the marketplace, otherwise I would get fired. But yeah, so the idea is you have to treat your GitHub actions as a third-party dependency, right? Just like you have with your libraries in your code, that you import a lot of libraries and you don't know where they're from. Basically, you need to treat your actions like this. A few things here to highlight is there is one validation from GitHub that checks the creator of the GitHub action. So you can see here this blue check mark. It's not like the Twitter check mark. If you pay, you get it. No. Basically, it's just a domain validation from the company or the user. So most of the companies will try to get this one. But again, this is not a security verification. It doesn't mean that the action was checked for any malware, backdoors, or crypto miners. And the other example there is that every action is a public repository. So when you're calling actions over there with uses, actions/checkout, you can actually go to that repo and see the code that it's being downloaded and run inside your runner, inside your VMs. So if you go to github.com/action/checkout, you can read that code. And if you have like proper tool to like static analysis, for example, you can analyze that code and see what it's doing, right? But these ones from actions, the user or organization actions, these ones are provided by GitHub. So technically, they should be legitimate, unless someone has compromised the username or something. Okay, so this is what I was able to do during my research. Not just exploiting the third-party action, but basically running inside. Technically, you can't run interactive commands inside your VMs, your runners. I was able to do that and running an Nmap inside the Azure network, doing a reverse shell from the runner to external server. And you can also leverage your actions, since they're VMs, they're servers, to pivot that and attack other targets, either inside Azure or even outside, because they have outside connection as well. So this is just an example from the Nmap scan. The first one is my actual runner, my VM there. You see, this is a node screenshot, but basically you see some ports that are known, but there is one port there, 8084, with a server called Mono XSP server. This one it was interesting because it's a very old ASP.NET server that was there. And I couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. I think it was more for like health or monitoring purposes for internal from Azure. But what's interesting is that this web server was the only one that was enabled by default. So you also had Apache and Nginx installed, but it wasn't enabled. So on the latest versions of the Action VM, the Ubuntu one, this has been removed. So this server, I'm not sure why exactly, but this one has been removed. So you don't see, it's not even like inactive, it's not there anymore. Okay, so here is where I did the reverse shell from the runner. So basically, the Ubuntu VM has a lot of tools that come pre-installed. One of these tools is Netcat, but the Netcat version on the Ubuntu is like capped because you can't use the -E version. So this was one way. Of course, there are other ways that I use to, download and build it from scratch to create like a reverse shell to my instance. So you can see this is the YAML script, and this is my EC2 instance on AWS. And basically, I'm just opening the backdoor and listening there and waiting for my connection from my action. So we can see the information here that the username runner, which we call the VMs runners, right? And you can see here as well, this is from Azure, from the VM provided by GitHub for this scenario. So yeah, now I can have interactive commands, right? I don't need to build this YAML file and submit and make a pull request all the time to wait for the changes, wait for a VM to get assigned for my, my actions. Now I can, with this reverse shell, I can basically type the commands anytime, anything that I need. There is a limit here. I believe that every job has 6 hours limit. So every set of actions, you can only have 6 hours to interact with that VM, but that should be enough for research purposes. And each runner runs until 72 hours. So you have like 3 days until your runner gets disconnected. And once the runner is disconnected, it's shut down. You don't have access to that runner anymore. So anything that you're doing inside that VM, you need to either upload or copy or collect those artifacts. Otherwise, you lose access. You lose everything that it's there. So yeah, since I can do reverse shells from the runners to my server, I can also issue malicious commands to the server to my runners, such as scanning or attacking other target, even outside of Azure. So this, of course, this pivot part, I didn't actually execute it, but that's a possibility as well. Okay, now, what happens if someone uploads a malicious action to the marketplace? So similar to what I did in this previous slide, this code here, I basically created that in a separate repo, and then on the first repo, I call this code. So it's similar to, in a way, that marketplace works, just calling a public repository from another location, another user. That's what I did. So yeah, hello world, the example from the GitHub Actions documentation there, but then it calls this, this shell script there, which basically is the same one that I showed earlier, which does the backdoor for me, right, the reverse shell. So what happens is, if I provided this into the marketplace, anyone that would use, of course, I wouldn't label it like that. I would try to make it, less suspicious and things like that. But anyone that used this action, they would create a reverse shell to my C2 server, my connection there, the EC2, whatever I had it, that would work as well. So same way, okay, now this is the YAML file calling this third-party action. So this is another repo. It's the GHA test. They're all public repos. If you want to take a look, there is not a lot there, but this is what I'm doing, right? The use is calling this third-party action fake GHA, which runs that code here, which basically, in turn, gives me the same reverse shell that I showed you earlier, but now from a third party. So be careful with actions that you're downloading, that you're leveraging from the marketplace, because since there is no verification, as far as I know, then you can, if you're not validating those, these can happen to your environment as well. And once they're inside that environment, once they have the control of those VMs, there are a lot of credentials, there's a lot of tokens, including the GitHub token, which allows you to maybe change, read your repo information there, or even write, depending on the permissions, write information back to your repository. And things like CI/CD or supply chain attack can happen here as well. Okay, I know I'm almost out of time. So some countermeasures here related to GitHub Actions. It's not great. As far as I know, there are no tools today to actually check your actions for malicious intentions, malicious purposes. I've been working on writing some rules for other static analysis tools to be able to provide that, and I'll probably make that public very soon. But as far as I know, I don't know. Maybe on the next talk, Logan can say if GitHub is working on something like that, that would be beneficial. But yeah, basically, make sure that you have the least privilege permissions to your actions, right? You don't allow, you don't give write permissions if you don't have to, because otherwise, while that runner, while that VM is valid, if someone compromises that token, then they can compromise your repo. This is something as well that used to happen in the beginning, especially because people were able to fork the original repo and then send a pull request back to the original one, and that would trigger the action. So people were forking GitHub repos back and forth, and that would trigger the action that would basically spin up the runner and mine cryptocurrency, but not on the malicious username, on the legitimate one. That also happened. So GitHub added this feature or this protection there, which is enabled by default to avoid when someone sends a pull request from a forked repo, it doesn't trigger any actions unless you recognize that person, that user, as a contributor to your project. And of course, not just the GitHub token, but any token that you can leverage. First thing, basic stuff is you shouldn't hard code your tokens inside the YAML file, right? This is basic security approach. You shouldn't do that. There is something called secrets inside GitHub where you can add all the tokens and then you just call them by the username. I'm not sure if I have an example here, but basically that way the token is protected even from your own developers. They can't see it anymore after you add them there. So protect those secrets as well, because they can give you information and access to even other tools. So just some examples here. If you're not using actions, just disable. I think that's the basic approach as well. If you're not using a service or a tool, just remove it. So you can disable all the actions there. And this one is the one about the forked repos. If you're not using, or if you need approval for someone forking your repo, then okay, require approval for first-time contributors to avoid triggering your action and compromising your environment as well. Okay, I'll try to be really fast here. The next slides are more about code spaces and related to the research, as I said, that my friend did, but I'll just present here a few things. The same way that GitHub Actions is based on Azure pipelines, as far as I know, even the same people worked on both projects. Codespaces, or GitHub Codespaces, is based on VS Code Online, which is basically an idea of having an IDE from your browser that you can quickly spin up your projects. You can start coding directly from the browser. You don't need to set up, dependencies and libraries. Sometimes when a developer joins a company, it takes them at least a few days to get that environment set up. So Codespaces tries to avoid that issue with creating the virtual environment for you. When you create a Codespace environment, basically you get this long URL, which specifies your username, Codespace, and random ID, and the port. So you can forward that Codespace to expose a port as well. And we described, I think, a few months ago, it was, I think, in January, where we published an article where, okay, if I can leverage that, and I think the total amount of space that each Codespace gives you is 512 gigabytes. So I can use Codespace as my C2 server to deliver malicious files to other people. And if I provide that URL, oh, it's coming from GitHub, so it must be legitimate, right? So just like, it's nothing new here, but just like what attackers do with Google Drive and things like that, that would be a way of exploiting it and tricking even developers that are not aware of that. So we did that. We showed the directory listing. We provide that from our Codespace, and we can provide malicious files there. So there is open directories and all that stuff. And we published an article, I think it was in January, talking about this. Basically, we saw that in February, but we only found out a few weeks ago, that attackers are already leveraging that. They're already abusing Codespaces, right, to deliver malware, to deliver malicious files there as well. So we saw this tweet 2 weeks ago, I guess. And yeah, so this probably going to increase this source of attack, this leveraging Codespaces to deliver malicious information as well. So yeah, just be aware of that from your environment, especially if your developers are leveraging Codespaces, you should be very careful. Okay. That's all I had for today. So if I still have time, I'm open for questions. If not, I'll be here for the next talk. And that's all. Thank you. Any questions? Do we have time for questions? Good? Okay. No questions? Okay. Go ahead.
It's not a question specifically, but it's kind of a feedback on something you mentioned.
Sure.
So there is a thing, I don't know if you're familiar, Step Security Harden Runner. So it is a GitHub action you can put at the top. You put it, the very first one in your job, and it will basically intercept, it will modify like in the kernel and the VM, and basically you can set firewall rules, and it will snoop things, and it will basically block execution of untrusted. So basically, it's kind of a way to harden the rest of your execution.
Okay, so it's like, is it like a container inside the action, inside the VM?
It's effectively a daemon, little daemon that runs at the very top, like of your job, and then everything that runs after is subject to, like, it can have firewall rules and things like that. Can basically prevent those things you were mentioning.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't know. Sounds good. So yeah, I'm working with OPA, Open Policy Agent, to basically develop some rules based on Rego to analyze, let's say I want to analyze this YAML file, focus on GitHub action, and let's say, is this YAML file running a malicious like Linux command, or is it running a crypto miner? That's what I'm working on, and I should have that available very soon. So yeah, thanks again for sticking around until the end, and if you, please stay around for the next talk from Logan, and yeah, thanks everyone.
So we're gonna take about 10 minutes of break to the next talk, and don't forget there's a raffle after the end of the day. So we have books, we have rubber duckies, flippers, a bunch of stuff to give away. So stay here. So, welcome to the last talk of NorthSec 2023. Still have a little bit of music. So, you just heard about how to pound GitHub, and now we're gonna talk about how to make money out of doing that. So we have with us here Logan McLaren. He's been a security enthusiast since getting online in the 90s and currently focuses on helping grow GitHub Bug Bounty program. During his free time, Logan dabbles in powerlifting, CTFs, and retro gaming. So please give it up for Logan.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad I have a captive audience here with the raffle coming after this as well, so thanks for hanging out. Goal here today is just chat a little bit about GitHub's bounty program being one of the bigger ones out there, but more so focusing on lessons we've learned over the past 9 or so years of running the program, ways we've learned not to do things, ways we have learned to do things. And really, the key stuff will come at the end is sort of the picture slides, as it were, for takeaways for folks who are either looking to submit stuff to bounty programs, ours or otherwise, or anyone who's looking to set up a bounty program or work on one as an engineer. So hopefully my slides cooperate. We had some technical difficulties. Here we are. So I'm a senior product security engineer at GitHub. I've been there since about 2019. Long time ago, I used to run a whole bunch of like hacker zines and stuff that nobody's ever heard of, but that was always good fun. I am a kilt enthusiast, as you can probably guess from this. I am actually Scottish. I haven't just appropriated kilts. But professionally, I've worn many hats, everything from support to professional services, engineering. So never stay in one place for too long, but GitHub's kept me hooked for a little bit. So before we dive into things, just to get a feel for the audience here, who here has submitted bugs to a bounty program before or is at least familiar with it? Raise your hand, Magna. Yeah. Perfect. And perhaps a more niche audience here, who here works on a bounty program? Okay, more than I was expecting, which is pretty cool. So good, it's going to be well-rounded. So talking about the GitHub program a little bit, just to set the stage for all of this. We started back in 2014. We've been working with HackerOne since 2016, so a lot of these numbers are looking at 2016 onwards, because that's when we have metrics for. But during that time, we've paid out a little over $4 million US for bounties across about 1,350 reports as of this morning. So reasonably large payouts compared to a lot of other ones. And the overall range for that is bottom end $617 up to $30,000 plus, depending on severity. So if you can find something that's pretty gnarly, you can walk away with a pretty good payday there. But obviously, a lot of that's changed over time. I like to say it's aged like a fine wine. It hasn't gotten corked yet, so things are pretty good. We started out originally being sort of a side gig for our AppSec team. And it's changed pretty significantly since then. So we're now a team of 4 full-time engineers that are just doing bug bounty stuff to deal with various projects we have on it, but also looking at our overall life cycle for vulnerability work. As our scope has changed a lot, our payouts have changed a lot. We originally started out doing 1,000 to 5,000. As I just mentioned, it's about 6 times that much right now. And the big part of that, as I said, is the change in scope. So thinking back a couple years, GitHub was primarily source code management and not a lot else. Now we have actions and code spaces and everything else that we just heard about, and many other bits and pieces. So a lot more surface area to look at. We've also been looking at other ways to expand bug bounty out, and this is sort of going into the takeaways a little early, but looking at ways to bring this into our release cycles and look at other opportunities to collaborate both internally and externally for this kind of stuff. So the process we have is about what you would expect from a bounty process or really a lot of bug triage work. First off, we'll review any reports that come in just to make sure they pass a sanity check, they look like they're relevant, sort of what you'd expect. Go through, reproduce those, make sure they're actually reproducible so that we can continue an investigation off them. Validate that there's something we care about that we want to pursue further. Sometimes if there's any ambiguity in that, we'll pull in the engineering teams or product teams just to make sure that everyone's got a good picture of it. From there, we'll fix it, simple point, and then pay things out. So we'll talk a little bit about the payouts later on in this, because there's a few different ways that programs do it. Our current setup is we'll pay out whenever things get fixed, which could be a couple days, could be a couple weeks, could be a couple months. But that way, we're ensuring that our customers are actually protected by the time any information gets out there in the world. So when we get reports, the key thing we want to do is figure out what's actually going on. So we want to understand what the actual vulnerability for these things are. So not just whether or not it is something we care about from a security standpoint, but do we actually understand the overall scope for it? Quite often when I've looked at stuff in bounty programs, we'll see reports come in, it's a little bit unclear, and you may have wildly varying severities, that's a tongue twister, as they evolve over time. So we want to try to get that in advance so that when we push this off to our engineering teams to actually formally fix it and continue our investigations with our CERT teams and whatnot, that we can prioritize that properly. Next thing is, can we take this and actually increase the impact for it? Does this advance other attacks? Are there other things we need to focus on for this rather than just whatever has been reported to us? And I think the key takeaway for this with our program, and I think many others, is it's not necessarily the job of us on the bounty side to increase that impact. We just want to understand it. But if you submit a report and it looks like it's reasonably minimal, that's sort of on you as the reporter to demonstrate what that impact is to make sure the severity is clearly represented in terms of a payout. That said, we do our due diligence on that nonetheless. Next thing is understanding the trends we're seeing overall. And this is both for our program, other programs, security world in general. We want to understand both what we're seeing across overall ecosystem. So if there's new vulnerabilities are popping up with Rails or Git, we want to understand that pretty well to begin with so we can be prepared for it and sort of get out ahead of that. And the other part of that is to retrospectively look at reports we're getting. So take that data, feed it back into our overall SDLC and make sure that we can say, hey, we've got a lot of problems in this particular product area, or we're seeing this type of problem persist across many different product areas. So let's actually focus on that moving forward as we go through our overall life cycle for it. And the last part of this, I mentioned earlier, we collaborate with our CERT teams a lot. We want to understand what the blast radius for these things are. Is there a user or customer impact to it, or is it just sort of a security software bug that hasn't been exploited? So as part of understanding that overall impact, we will go through, work with our CERT teams, both internal and customer-facing for that, to either send out notifications if we need to, or at least make sure we understand the depth of what's happened there. And I've been talking about affecting users and customers, and a big part of that is that we have sort of two different product streams for this. We run a SaaS offering as well as an on-prem product. So with GitHub Enterprise Server, we are doing releases every couple weeks for it, major release every quarter, but there are different concepts that come with this. So we're effectively shipping the same code for both. If you ever download GitHub Enterprise Server, you can, if you're crafty enough, basically get a lot of the source code out of that. But the fun part of that is that we can ship fixes really quickly on GitHub.com. It could be hours, could be a couple days, whatever. But for shipping something on-prem, we have to go through a full release cycle for that. Could be a few weeks. If we miss backport deadlines, that can get extended out a little bit further. But the key takeaway here is if something affects one, it probably affects both. So when we go through and look at fixes and look at payouts and disclosures and everything, we want to make sure we've got full coverage with that. Oh, one too many things here. So again, all of this needs to get done in addition to all of the investigations we've been talking about. If we need to cut CVEs, we want to make sure that researchers are properly credited for that. And if we are going to go forward with disclosure, which we're currently doing in a limited standpoint for anything that does lead to a CVE, we want to make sure, again, that there is full coverage for that. Fixes are available for customers, both for GitHub.com and GitHub Enterprise Server. So from there, figuring out payouts and touching on this a little bit more and figuring out severity rankings, there's always this question of whether or not you want to use CVSS or some other framework for it, or if you want to do things yourself. So we have opted to use our own threat model for this. We think we have a pretty good understanding of how things affect us and our customers rather than a genericized approach like CVSS. And the key part of that is that as we figure out these things in our ecosystem, we want to understand, we want to understand the actual risk for it. So we've certainly seen some cases where you could get a vulnerability that you plug into CVSS and it's a 9.5 or something. But when you actually apply it to exploitability and impact for something like a SaaS offering, specifically for GitHub.com, it may be significantly reduced. So we'll use this as a sanity check. Certainly if there's tiebreaker stuff as we go through and deliberate things as a team, we can use this as a sort of a sanity check or a reference point for it. Once we've got through all that, we want to figure out how to not screw up disclosure. This is much trickier than it may sound if you haven't had to do this before or been on the receiving end of it from a bug. I can't overstate how tricky this actually is to line up. One of the first things I'll note, because there have been some really good examples of this in the Twitterverse lately, is that the more you work in public for a bug bounty program, or really anything, I suppose, the more open your staff and company are to harassment and scrutiny and whatnot. There's a great example with BugCrowd a couple days ago. You can poke through Twitter, and I'm sure you'll find it. But overall, cracks will begin to show quite quickly for it. So you want to make sure that you are putting on your best face for it. You understand what the implications of all this stuff are, and how it's going to affect the rest of the ecosystem as well. Certainly, if there are other products out there that have similar technologies underlying them, make sure you have opportunities to collaborate before things get fully disclosed. So right now we are doing limited disclosure, which is sort of a summary for a report, and then a researcher-provided summary for it as well, along with severity, payout, and timelines, but not necessarily all of the back and forth, and not the original report that has the exploitation details. Some programs opt for what would be called full disclosure with HackerOne, which is absolutely everything that goes into it. So that said, we do want to find a way to share as much as is feasible for this. I talked about some of that. Talked about limited disclosure with HackerOne. Every platform has some sort of tool for this. It's not specific to them. But the key thing is everyone, of course, always wants more, right? The more details you have out there for this stuff, the easier it is to hunt on equivalent programs or basically contribute back to the overall bug bounty world. So we are trying to move more towards more disclosure, whether it be through full disclosure or just more reports in general rather than just CVEs. So we're going to see how that plays out over the coming time. But certainly, if you've got experience working with this, I'd love to hear from you, sort of chat about the pros and cons. So feel free to come up and chase me down after we're done here. But shifting gears a little bit into some of the other areas that are a little fishy for bug bounty programs is, of course, phishing. This is something that's out of scope for virtually every program out there. We're no different for that. But it doesn't mean it should be just flat out ignored. Whenever you're looking at phishing stuff, the key thing is to understand the difference between a mechanism that might enable phishing and one that requires phishing. So if you look like a CLI tool or really anything, if you run a command and you expect it to do something, it should do that thing. If you run a command and it does something else because some very, very plausible, legitimate scenario has taken place, like another file in the right path location, and it now does something malicious, that's something you can defend against, right? And that's where we look at this as a defense in depth opportunity. We want to find a way to improve that and add safeguards. Flip side is if somebody says, hey, yeah, just run rmrf / preserve root, like that's a you problem, right? That's not something you can necessarily protect against technically. So the way we've approached this, and we've seen a few other programs do it as well, is this idea of thank you payouts. So it's something that doesn't necessarily register on what we would consider low severity, but it's still something we want to acknowledge it. This is a good finding, but not necessarily a security threat. We are going to take some sort of action on this, so here's a small award, whether it be swag or a smaller cash award than our minimums would normally be. And really the takeaway from this is Murphy's Law, right? If there is a way for somebody to do something wrong, they're going to do it wrong. So if you can have secure defaults, it's always preferable. And that's certainly not to suggest that we're perfect. Nobody in the world is for this stuff, but something to strive towards and really why we've adopted this type of setup. Another question that comes up quite a bit, usually from sponsors for this, is why would you implement a bounty program instead of spending that money on red teaming or external pen testing or more lawyers, right? And the biggest thing is it's not an instead of, this is an in addition to. When we talk about defense in depth, this is one part of a much bigger picture for all of it. And the way I like to describe it, despite this having been thoroughly disproven, I think, by science at this point, is if you can have 1,000 monkeys writing Shakespeare, you can have 1,000 security researchers finding some gnarly bugs. You're opening things up to a world of eyes that otherwise might not be there, and if you can incentivize that through ideally having a very good, responsive, transparent program or having a lot of money or both, it makes that a lot easier. So one of the other parts of this, in terms of having eyes on it and fitting the best of both worlds here, is looking at opportunities like invite-only programs, VIP programs, live hacking events, A lot of this does come with budget, but there are ways to get around that in many cases. But what this lets you do is attract very specific groups of folks to look at very specific things. So where it may be a lot of back and forth to engage with another company, to do a deep dive on code spaces, for example, from the last presentation, if we can say, hey, we want to get 30 people in a room as part of a live hacking event, and here's some extra cash bonuses if you're able to find iDoors or crits or something on code spaces, we now have an opportunity to do that, and people are flocking to come into those events. And even if they don't normally work on our program or maybe even on the platform, there's still possibilities to pull them in. So that is one place where working with somebody like HackerOne or BugCrowd or any of these other platforms can be super helpful for it. But for us specifically, between invite-only programs where we've found folks who contribute frequently high-quality stuff to our program or live hacking events, we've had great success for this. Shifting gears to internal, and I say internal to me, Bounty as a way to learn. I think this is something that's a little bit underrated as an entry point into the security world. Similar to I mentioned I have a background in support. This is a great way to get new perspectives on things. If you have a background in engineering, you're going to be using all of those skills, but you're now putting a security focus on it. If you have a human-facing background, you're now taking that because you're still doing that and building that security expertise on top of it. And if you're already in security, you're now building external-facing expertise where you have to be able to communicate these things back and forth and really do a lot of negotiations with internal groups. Another part of it, if you're coming in reasonably new to the overall security or engineering world, is you're getting access to a lot of stuff that you otherwise wouldn't have access to. I've worked at and with companies where it's unheard of for support folks or really any customer-facing folks to have access to source code for a product. Certainly not the case for us, but when you're working with these problems, having to debug them, having to understand severity, do investigations, you're getting your hands pretty deep into these things and working with the experts in these different areas. Similarly, for understanding systems architecture, I think there were some great talks earlier. When you're going through and taking a look at a vulnerability, it's almost never, hey, this API is vulnerable. It's this API is vulnerable because the message that's going to that is going through 3 or 4 other places and we don't have full lineage on it, whether it be privacy stuff or deserialization vulnerabilities, whatever. There are many, many ways to dig into this. And lastly, looking at engagement with other teams and companies, I've certainly had no shortage of working with different engineering teams to dig into this stuff, external vendors and whatnot. And I think that's true for most stuff in this world. And I think I look at that as a big plus, though it certainly comes with some fun sometimes. So moving into what I'd call the picture slides for this, the takeaways for folks. This one is for anyone who's looking to submit bounty reports. Again, this is to us or anyone else. There are a few key things I'd recommend. The first is treat your bounty reports as UDP traffic. Fire and forget. Send them off. If it gets looked at, that's fantastic. If you're going through and doing constant bumping on reports, if you've been on the receiving end of that where somebody's following up by email every 6 hours, it's not a great way to really get attention. If you're looking to bump stuff once a week or so, that's usually pretty good. But in general, what I've seen, especially from the folks who are pulling in a lot of money, they will put in very high quality reports, send them off, and let them be. If they need to follow up, they will, and if they don't, they won't. Next is to have a pretty good understanding of what you're reporting. There's a whole lot of cases where, if there's smoke, there's fire. So if you see something, say something. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you are looking at submitting stuff and you think there's going to be a bit of back and forth around it, it's really helpful to be prepared for that, to have an understanding of what you're looking at. Key example I'll give here with GitHub is we have an import function that can pull stuff in from other source code repository providers or even on-prem stuff. And we get reports probably about once a week talking about SSRF vulnerabilities with it, because you can provide a URL and then GitHub reaches out to that. And that's exactly what it's designed to do. So understanding that context can be quite helpful, both for you making sure you're not wasting your time, but once a report goes in, if you really need to push something through, you can do that. Next up is when you're looking at submitting with any program, understand the scope that they have, understand the rules they have around disclosure, where information needs to go. Nothing is worse than having a report come in with some pretty gross stuff and somebody then realizes that it's in paste bin somewhere else that they've tried to include stuff. So not a great look for anybody at that point, because now you have a security incident in addition to a bug. Other part of this is, if you're looking to work with programs long term, we have a lot of folks who come back. I think for a lot of Bounty programs out there, there's a lot of repeat customers, repeat submitters. It's really helpful to understand that, of course, there are humans on both sides of this relationship. So if there are ways to, sort of understand how people tend to approach reports on both sides, if there's stuff that is generally asked for that may be not part of the program, whether it be video POCs or scripts, whatever, if you can come armed with that, it's going to save everyone a lot of time and generally builds things up from there. And the last one, which I think everybody will appreciate, avoid bullshit. We talked earlier about understanding, or at least having a decent understanding of what you're submitting. If you're sending stuff in just to say you've submitted Bounty reports, it's not particularly helpful. A lot of programs will actively punish this, and whether or not that's up to the program owners is a different story. I would generally encourage folks to be lenient with closure states for reports. But looking at HackerOne, for example, they have a thing called a signal ratio you have to be able to submit reports. So if you wind up getting dinged for sending stuff in through a program that's maybe a bit less generous around those closure states, you can wind up just nuking your career before it starts on that. Shifting over to folks working on a Bounty program, because I know there were a few here, which is nice. The key thing here is to remember that when researchers are doing well in your program, when they win, you win. If you can continue to incentivize folks to come back and make it worth their time and worth your own time to deal with that, it's good for everybody at that point. And next up, talking about closure states and whatnot, is the more you can help folks to grow, especially if you're working with a program that gets a lot of, let's say, less experienced folks submitting reports, if there are opportunities to contribute back through those reports, that's a great way to do it. I mentioned punitive closure states with some of these platforms. We use something called the informative status on HackerOne, which basically is no reputation hit if you submit a report and we say, hey, it's invalid, whatever. A default might be to put that as not applicable, which will be a reputation hit. We will tend to opt for informative for it, which is no reputation hit. And we always try to give a sort of a quick explanation as to why that's the case. So if you send something in with that SSRF scenario I talked about earlier, we're actually going to provide an explanation of why we don't consider it to be a vulnerability or a problem in general. So again, if you can keep folks coming back through that way, keep educating them, everyone sort of comes out better there. As a person working on the program as well, do your own research around this, right? Understand the vulnerable surface that you have, understand the trends that are out there, understand the attack vectors. It's going to speed things up for everyone. If you can get reports coming in and you already know what to look for as soon as those land, that can be incredibly helpful. And the last point on here, and I can't stress this enough, is be professional. Similar to being on the submitting side and not wanting to try to baffle people with bullshit, that goes two ways. You are, I say this being on stage talking about it, you are the face of your company. Just like working in support or working in sales or working at the desk at a store, if you say something or do something, that represents the company almost more than it represents you. So if you are, if I come up here and say something that's just wildly off color, it's not necessarily Logan said this, it's GitHub said this. So keep that in mind. And last up, this is for folks who are actually running programs, because I know there are a couple here. Thank you for what you do. You make this possible for all of us. But biggest thing here is, utilize your program as a way to refine your program and to work with your broader security teams for this stuff. Take a look at where your reports are coming in, what types of reports you're getting, and use those to refine your operations, your secure SDLC, all of that. And certainly, and this goes for everyone, try to be as honest and fair as you can for things. If there are scenarios where your program has had a screw up, or maybe you've closed a report only to find out 6 months later that it was actually valid, do the right thing, look for opportunities to reopen those, communicate with the original researcher, make things right as much as you can. It doesn't take long to go on to bug bounty forums or something and find some horror stories about programs that have absolutely botched this. I don't know, and I don't think our track record is absolutely perfect. I don't think anybody's is, but the more you can strive to go in this direction, the better. Similarly, looking for opportunities to collaborate internally, the more you can reduce the friction for engineering teams wanting to be in scope for your program, the easier it's going to be to run because you'll have a very clear definition of your scope as well. It's not going to be a case where you have to constantly go back and forth to understand if something's in scope if your default is that it is in scope and that you have ways to then reach out to those teams. Another part of this as well is to look at opportunities to bring things in, looking back at invite-only programs, VIP events, if there are ways you can build that into a beta for software, right? As something rolls out, if it's right before release, if you can feature flag folks into that so that they can start hacking on it before it's necessarily going to be out there in the wild affecting customers. One, that's a great perk for VIPs because they know they have limited competition for it. But two, it also lets you ship a more secure product when you get to that point. We already talked about this, understand trends, technical and non-technical. If there's stuff that's going on out there, whether it be Log4j or the next one, if you can help prepare your company and your teams for responses to that, making sure you've got things in place to be able to follow up quickly, it's super helpful. On the non-technical side as well, understand if there are big spam issues or something that are coming in for your platform or your program. Again, if there's ways to streamline that, just reduce stress for everyone. And lastly, look for opportunities to grow your program and attract researchers. If you are brand new into this space, building a new program, start out small, look to build up from there, but again, be very clear on your scope so that there's not a lot of confusion for folks. And certainly once you have folks coming in, try to treat them as well as you can so they keep coming back and keep finding cool stuff for you. If there are opportunities to do live hacking events or promotions, whatever, through bonuses for new features, things like that, certainly encouraged. The feedback we've gotten from folks working on our program and other people we've spoken to with other programs is really the more you can sort of target things, hype things up, and deliver on them, the better off everyone's going to be for it. So with that, hopefully everyone got pictures of the picture slides. That is wrapping things up. If you do have any questions around any bounty stuff, come find me. Otherwise, I'll probably be at the bar at the end of it. You can find me on any of the wonderful antisocial things here. But otherwise, thank you and good luck with the raffle.
All right. Thank you, Logan. So we're going to take a 5-minute break just to set it up, and we're going to go ahead with the raffle. And this is it for NorthSec 2023. Well, the conference, the CTF starts.
Okay. Hello. Okay, so we're gonna raffle some stuff. Yeah, very exciting. So the way this is gonna work is we're gonna read out names. So if you are here, you're probably on the list. And we're gonna ask you if your name is called out, just come up here, and it is first come, first serve. You get to pick what you want to take. In addition to the nice gifts, there's also these stacks of books in the back. If anyone wants to learn Visual C# 2008, please take it. So any of the stuff that's in the pile in the back, just take it if you feel like taking it. Otherwise, eventually it's going to go in the recycling. So it's just here. Okay, do you want to announce the first few winners?
Sure. Yeah, just so we have a bunch of stuff. We have a Flipper Zero. We have some Lettermans. We have no starch books. Those are new. Those are. We have some YubiKeys, and we have a bunch of stuff. So to start out, we have Marc-Olivier Lavoie. One time, two time. Craig Duncan. All right, it's going to be fast. Guillaume F. Lots of opportunities there.
Pick your poison, no pressure.
We also have Norbert Rascovy. Hervé Bariel. Flo.
Did we already do Will Summerhill? Will Summerhill? Nope. Okay. Simran Aurora? Nope. Benjamin Chambon? Mathieu Baswell? Come on, people. Léane Dutil? Okay, I saw her. Going once, going twice. Tufik Waganuni, I am very sorry if I butchered that. Jawad Nasser. Brian Wright. Kenny Hartlub. François Desvarennes.
Is there a question? If you're not there, yeah. We'll,
No.
we all know Léane, but sorry, Léane.
Pierre Francard. Rémi Langevin. V.K. Tran. Todd Stavely.
Ça va? Louis Lavoie-Caron. James Lee. So is this the list from the CTF or Simon Charret, Gary Pascal or Gary, Robert Whitney, Benoit Renaud,
Galina Shelley, Marc-André Audette, Gabriel Rouillard. This is just randomly generated. Félix Charette. Connor Laidlaw. Marc-André Boulet.
So Simon, we're going to need new names.
Asha Kurugoru. Oh dear, it moved. Asha Kurugodu Shivashankar. William Adam Grenier. You want to continue?
Michael Nadeau. Max Desloges, Marie-Ève Bergeron-Tourangeau, Yannick Viel, Mathieu Chouinard. Est-ce que c'est des vraies personnes? Maxime Leblanc. Rawan Morshed. Félix Contant. Woo! Can you do the next one?
Jorge Nahuel Perez. Next one I'm not going to be so lucky on. Ashyahanim Ayasor. Guillaume Lacasse. Emmanuel Roy Dubreuil. Clinton Legg.
Étienne Ducharme. Woo! Not scripted. Where are we? Oh, Yifan Jan. Guylain Carrier. Woo! Nicolas Lemieux, désolé.
On a-tu dit Nicolas Lemieux?
Ouais.
Okay.
Next list.
Bradley Callender. Marc-André Boulet. Xavier Pépin. Tristan Dostaller.
Woo!
Gaël Sylvain.
Francis Venn. Taresh Sharma. Martin Proeti. Shirley-Anne Pagé, que j'ai vu tantôt, mais... Encore Guillaume F. Francis Gravel Saint-Pierre. Non. Brandon Borodak. Khalid Bra. Jessica Williams. Michael Lahaye. Tout le monde de Kia que vous pouvez prendre vos prix. Je sais plus, je suis où. Alexandre Provost. Alexandre Laforêt-Godot. Jonathan Roy. C'est bien qu'on n'ait pas de nom qui soit des mimes.
Vincent Thériault.
Woo!
Iba Moumne. Tristan Binstman. Alexandre Côté-Cyr. Kevin Lagacé. Déborah Rouleau. Jeanne-May Fan. Alexander Ogorodnikov. Eric Christensen. Félix Boulian.
Woo! Félix.
Oh non, je suis perdue.
Philippe Grégoire. Richard Vadnet. Alain Zacour. Encore Gary Pascal. Maté Engel ou Maté Angèle.
Samuel Aubert.
Woo!
Michael DeWolf. Damien Ardouin. Dario Martin Silva. Guy Comtois. Dennis Duzgun, probably butchered it. Stéphane L'Espérance. Orion Mock. Patrick Bertium. Reda Baidoun. Yeah, okay. Nicolas Loïc Fortin. Simon Charret. Jim Kearney. Anaïs Yapobi. Kevin Fecteau. Et besoin d'une autre liste.
C'est là, c'est là. Olivier Toupin. Guy Comtois. Kim Chouanière. Sarah Morshed. Nathan Grant. Clayton Smith. Mitch Taylor. Marthe Sarah Nankambu Chunku. Arlen Lieberman-Berg. Alain Yamin. Philippe Paré. Parvin Ramezani. Sébastien Bourdage. Are you still awake? No, I don't know where. Michael Hopper. Bao Luan Nguyen. Norbert Labbé. Yingguo. Alexander Amstoy. Mathieu Chouinard. Shane Schuster. Oh, someone? Woo!
Julie Petneau. Vincent Drolet.
Woo!
Uh-oh. Lost.
Too much traffic.
Eunice Boulfred. I don't know if I pronounced that accurately. Probably not. Nicolas Lemieux. Michael Nadeau, encore une fois. Ahmed Abdelwahab. Jasmin Paré. Philippe Grégoire.
Woo!
All right. Liam Raffaille. Jonathan Brunette. Étienne Gervais. Nicolas Tremblay. Stéphane Pelletier-Lamotte. Neil Youssouk. Charles Terrien. Jack McCracken. Oh, okay. Orion Mock again. Tristan Beansman again. Sarah Hughes. Henri Lebeau. Dany Lafrenière. Marc-Alexandre Monpas. Thomas Heller. Anne-Lisa Deforêt. Artemis Livingstone.
Woo!
Patrick Davidson Tremblay. Eric Dahan. Alexandra Saint-Hilaire. And next.
Do you want a prize, Flo?
I'm okay, I'm okay.
You want to learn SQLite?
Oracle.
We can loop around.
Did we just get another one? We're out of names. Do we want to? Okay.
All right, so we're gonna try something else. We're gonna try to throw some things. Not the books. So the book's gonna be later, so you can come and not make a mess, please. And take a book. No fight allowed, please. So are you guys ready for receiving things? So please. That's fun. So I don't know how good I am at throwing. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so that's not good. That's not gonna happen.
This is not amazing for public safety.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Okay, we're going to trivia at this point. What does CISSP stand for?
We have an answer?
We have a polite person who raised their hand.
Good. Right?
I didn't hear, so
Yeah,
I'll
certified.
honor system.
There's another S. Systems and security? I don't even know the answer. Good?
It's good. All right,
Good.
come claim another prize.
Yeah.
Do we have another acronym? There are many acronyms in security. I know none of them.
Yeah. I think on peut.
Okay, we're calling it a day. This has been fun, or not.
So there's some books to come and get. So please.
Just yeah.
So the laptop is.